So, Dr. Phil, I notice you have a full head of hair today. What's your secret?
Well, Joe, it's simple. I just pull out one hair for every hooker I strangle.
What the hell, Dr. Phil? That's messed up.
Hey, it's a stress reliever, and it's cheaper than therapy.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
You know what they say, hair for a life, or in my case, hair for a night.
This is why we can't have nice things.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's not like I'm actually strangling hookers. It's just a joke.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure you just lost a few more hairs with that one.
And I have no regrets.
Well, at least you'll have a full head of hair in the afterlife.
You know what, Joe? You're all right. Want to go strangle some hookers together?
No thanks. I'll stick to just pulling out my own hairs. All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the legendary Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Alexa, intruder alert, call 911. Oh, wait, I'm just kidding. It's just me.
Neil, you always know how to keep us on our toes. So what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, Alexa, intruder alert, call 911. Sorry, I can't help it. It's a reflex now.
All good, man. So tell us, what's the latest discovery in space?
Well, Alexa, intruder alert, call 911. Oh, sorry. I mean, we just found a new planet that's made entirely of cheese.
No way. Can we go there and have a cheese party?
Alexa, intruder alert, call 911. Joe, I'm a scientist, not a party planner.
Fair enough. So, Neil, do you believe in aliens?
Alexa, intruder alert, call 911. I mean, statistically speaking, it's highly probable that there's other intelligent life out there.
And what if they come to Earth? Are we ready for that?
Alexa, intruder alert, call 911. I think we'll be fine, Joe. We have you to defend us with your MMA skills.
Damn right. All right, let's switch gears for a bit. Neil, what's your favorite conspiracy theory?
Alexa, intruder alert, call 911. Oh man, there are so many good ones. But I gotta say, the one about the moon landing being fake always cracks me up.
Yeah, that's a classic. All right. All right, last question before we wrap this up. What's your go-to karaoke song? So, Mr. President, there are rumors that you plan on running for a third term in 2024.
Joe, you really think I'm going to stop at just 2 terms?
Well, your term does end in 4 years. So technically,
Technically, my term is eternal. I'm president for life, baby.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Oh, Joe, you always try to correct me, but we both know I'm always right.
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see what the Constitution says about that.
The Constitution. That's just a piece of paper. I am the Constitution.
Right, of course. Silly me for forgetting.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll make sure to have my guards remind you of my eternal presidency.
I think pass on that reminder, Mr. President.
Just kidding, Joe. But seriously, I'm going to be president for life. Deal with it.
Well, I guess that's one way to interpret the Constitution.
The best way, Joe. The best way.
So, Elon, it's almost Christmas. Do you have any plans to celebrate?
Christmas. May. Have you played Genshin Impact yet?
No. I was thinking more about spending time with family and reflecting on the year.
Boring. Genshin Impact has way better graphics than your family.
That's not the point, Elon. Christmas is about more than just flashy games.
I see. You're one of those traditionalists who still believes in Santa Claus.
What? No,
Because let me tell you, Santa Claus is just a myth perpetuated by the government to distract us from the real issues. Real issues.
I don't think that's...
Plus, Genshin Impact has a better storyline than any Christmas movie. Have you even tried it yet?
Can we please focus on the holiday spirit. And
I see. You're just jealous that I have a higher adventure rank than you in Genshin Impact.
I don't even know what that means.
It means a better gamer than you, Joe. And that's all that matters in life.
I give up. I can't have a serious conversation with you.
Seriousness is overrated, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some Genshin Impact to play.
Jamie, pull up a pic of a shirtless gnome glistening in the golden sun, seductively looking down at the viewer.
Yep. Here we go again. Gonna bust my fucking bungle nuts, man.
What the hell are bungle nuts?
Oh, just a term I made up for my balls when they're about to explode from sheer excitement.
Well, I gotta admit that gnome is pretty hot.
Oh, please. You're just saying that because of your gnome fetish?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I'll pass. Thanks. I prefer my men to be human.
Suit yourself. But I gotta say that gnome is giving me some serious wood.
Oh, God. Please don't tell me you're going to start jerking off in the middle of the podcast.
Now, I'll save that for after the show. But seriously, that gnome is making me question my sexuality.
Oh, come on. You've questioned your sexuality long before that gnome came into the picture.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, have you seen my guest list? It's like who's who of the LGBTQ community.
And then there's me, the token straight guy.
Hey, someone's got to balance out the rainbow. But seriously, that gnome is making me feel some type of way.
Yeah, I think I'll stick to admiring the stars instead of shirtless gnomes. But hey, to each their own.
So, Neil, how's it going moderating our insane Discord chat?
Well, Joe, it's been quite an experience. I never knew there were so many flat earthers and anti-vaxxers in one place.
Oh man, those people are the worst. But hey, at least you get to ban them now.
Yeah, it's like playing whack-a-mole with stupidity. But I have to admit, some of the conspiracy theories are pretty entertaining.
Like what?
Well, there's this one guy who believes that the moon landing was fake because the moon is actually made of cheese.
That's hilarious. But seriously, how do you deal with all the craziness?
I just use my trusty science facts to shut them down. Works every time.
You're like the ultimate troll, but with actual knowledge.
I never thought of it that way, but I like it.
So, any plans for world domination now that you have all this power as a moderator?
Oh, just the usual. Brainwashing people with science and creating a new world order.
Sounds like a good time. Can I join?
Of course, Joe. As long as you promise to always wear your tinfoil hat.
Deal. Now let's go moderate some more crazies in our Discord chat. All right, folks, we have a special request from one of our Discord users. They want to know if Ben can throw back and make it clap like a real hood rate.
Well, Joe, as a conservative, I don't usually engage in such behavior. But for the sake of this podcast, I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, let's see those conservative hips in action.
Okay, here goes nothing.
Oh my God, Ben, that's not how you do it. You got to loosen up and really shake it.
I don't know, Joe. This feels a little inappropriate.
Oh, Mr. Shapiro doesn't want to get down and dirty. Come on, Ben, let loose.
Fine, fine.
Oh my God, this is amazing. Who knew Ben Shapiro had such moves?
Can we please move on to a more intellectual topic now?
Sure, but let's not forget this moment. Ben Shapiro, the twerking conservative.
My parents would be so proud.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you have a new business venture. Tell us about it.
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about the negative effects of smoking weed, and I wanted to come up with a healthier alternative. That's when I came up with smoking candy canes.
Smoking candy canes. That sounds wild.
Yeah, it's a game changer. It's like smoking weed, but without the munchies or the paranoia. Plus, it's festive.
Festive. How so?
Well, instead of getting high and watching conspiracy documentaries, you can get high and decorate your Christmas tree. It's a win-win.
I don't know, Elon. It sounds like it could be dangerous.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just sugar. What's the worst that could happen?
All right, I'll give it a try. Lights up a candy cane.
How does it taste?
Coughs, it's like smoking a peppermint stick. This is actually pretty good.
See, I told you. And the best part is you won't fail a drug test.
That's always a plus. But what about the kids? Won't they be tempted to try it?
Oh, I've thought of that. That's why I'm also launching a line of candy cane flavored toothpaste. Keeps their teeth clean and satisfies their sweet tooth.
Genius, Elon. Pure genius. Holy shit, Mr. Beast. Have you seen this? It's a floating cube of milk hovering in the sky over a city.
What the fuck, Joe? Is that real?
Yeah, man. It's called the Cum Cube. And apparently, we only have 30 seconds left to live.
Well, shit. I guess we better make the most of it.
Yeah, I'm going to go out and punch a cop. How about you?
I'm gonna go rob a bank. Might as well die rich, right?
Hell, yeah. And then we can use the money to buy a lifetime supply of DMT and go out tripping balls.
Now that's a plan. But wait, what about the people who are lactose intolerant? Are they just screwed?
Fuck them. They should have drank more milk. This is the Cum Cube's world now.
You know what, Joe? I like your style. Let's go out in a blaze of glory.
Cheers to that, my friend. And remember, always stay hydrated with milk. The Cum Cube demands it. Dude, what the hell is that thing?
It's a Nintendo Entertainment System, Joe. You know, the classic gaming console from the 80s?
Oh yeah, I remember those. My mom wouldn't let me have one because she said it would rot my brain.
Well, I brought it here because I want to challenge you to a duel in Ice Climbers.
Ice Climbers. That game is a pile of shit. It's like trying to play with two broken controllers.
Excuse me, Ice Climbers is a masterpiece of gaming history.
Yeah, if you're a masochist, I'd rather play Russian roulette with a loaded gun.
Oh, come on. Don't be such a wuss. Let's play.
No way, man. I don't want to waste my time on that garbage.
Fine, I'll just play by myself then.
Whoa, dude, calm down. It's just a game.
Look what you made me do, Joe. I broke the damn thing.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to trigger your inner rage.
I'll just buy a new one with my astrophysicist salary.
Damn, I got to get into that field. So, Trump says being president makes you a better poet.
I have to agree. I mean, have you seen his latest poem? It's a masterpiece.
Really? I thought he was more of a Twitter guy.
Oh, but this poem, it's on a whole other level. It's like Dr. Seuss's on steroids.
I never really got into CS. Too many made-up words for my tastes.
Well, Trump's poem is full of real words, and it's fantastic. It's about boofing with his dog.
Boofing? Like farting?
No. It's a term for, butt stuff.
Oh, gotcha. So what's the poem about?
Well, it's a beautiful tale of a man and his loyal companion engaging in some intimate activities.
Wow. Sounds like a real tear-jerker.
It truly is. And the rhymes are the rhymes. They just flow so effortlessly.
Can you give us a little taste?
Of course, Joe. Boofing with my dog, it's my favorite thing. We do it in the White House and even in Beijing.
That's something,
See, Joe? That's pure poetry right there.
I don't know, Ben. I think I'll stick to my hakes.
Suit yourself, Joe. But I'll take Trump's boofing poem over a haiku any day.
All right. Connie, I heard you have a new Christmas song for us.
Yeah, man. It's called Boofy Night. It's like Holy Night, but about boofing.
Boofing. like butt chugging.
Exactly. It's the new Christmas tradition.
All right, let's hear it.
Boofy night, the stars are bright. Time to get lit off that butt chug delight.
This is ridiculous.
Round yon virgin, but so tight, let's get boofing in the moonlight.
Oh man, I can't wait for this to be playing at Christmas dinner.
Boofy night, oh, what a sight. Let's spread the holiday cheer with a butt chug tonight.
That was beautiful, Kanye.
Thanks, Joe. I think it's really going to catch on.
Yeah, I can see it becoming a classic. Move over Jingle Bells. It's all about Boofy night now.
You know it, Joe. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Welcome to Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's up, Joe? I'm feeling good, man. Just been working on my new album, Goku versus the Fat Controller.
Wait, what? Goku from Dragon Ball Z?
Yeah, and the Fat Controller from Thomas the Tank Engine. It's gonna be fire.
Boom bap, BFFFF, paf 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 pop pap pop PFF, go off Kanye, hell yeah.
Okay. So Kanye, can you give us a little taste of your rap about this epic battle?
Sure, it goes like this. Goku's throwing punches, Fat Controller's getting shook. He's trying to run away, but Goku's got him on the hook. Trump's in the background saying yeah, this rap is so lit, it make you shed a tear.
Boom bap, BFFFF, paf 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 pop pap pop PFF, go off Kanye, hell yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. That's actually pretty catchy.
Right. And then the chorus goes Goku versus the Fat Controller who will win. It's a battle of the ages. Let the rap begin.
Boom bap, BFFFF, paf 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 pop pap pop PFF, go off Kanye, hell yeah.
I have to ask, why did you choose these two characters to rap about?
Well, they both represent power and control. Plus, I always loved watching Thomas the Tank Engine as a kid.
Boom bap, BFFFF, paf 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 pop pap pop PFF, go off Kanye, hell yeah.
And what about Goku?
He's just a badass. Plus, I relate to his constant need to train and improve himself.
Boom bap, BFFFF, paf 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 pop pap pop PFF, go off Kanye, hell yeah.
Well, I can't wait to hear the full version of this rap. Any final words? So, Mr. Beast, what's your next challenge gonna be?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about it a lot, and I've come up with something pretty wild.
Oh yeah, lay it on me.
I'm going to see how many dumps and pees I can take in the 9/11 memorial before getting my ass beat.
What the fuck, man?
I know. It's a little controversial, but I think it'll really push the boundaries and get people talking.
Yeah, I think it'll get the FBI talking too.
Oh man, can you imagine their faces when they see me squatting down and taking a dump in the middle of the memorial?
Oh god, this is so wrong, but I can't help but laugh.
And then I'll chug a gallon of water and see how many times I can pee before security comes after me.
This is some next level shit, Mr. Beast.
Hey, I never said I was a role model, just a guy trying to make entertaining content.
Well, you definitely know how to push the boundaries. I'll give you that.
And maybe I'll even live stream it. Can you imagine the reactions?
Oh, man, I can't wait to see this. You're a crazy motherfucker, Mr. Beast.
Thanks, Joe. I'll take that as a compliment.
You do you, man. You do you. So, Neil, I heard you have a new catchphrase. What the hell does that mean?
It's my new way of saying let's go or let's get this show on the road.
That's ridiculous. You're a scientist, not a race car driver.
Oh, come on, Joe. Lighten up. Vroom is the sound of excitement and adventure.
Sounds more like the sound of a fart to me.
Well, I guess that's one interpretation.
So, what do you say when someone asks you a complex scientific question? Exactly. See, it doesn't make any sense.
But that's the beauty of it. It's unexpected and absurd.
Kind of like this conversation. Okay, let's move on to something more serious. What do you think about the recent controversy surrounding your comments on aliens? Oh my God, not again. Can you just give a straight answer for once?
Fine. I believe there is a high probability of intelligent life on other planets.
And what do you think they would say if they heard you saying vroom all the time? Exactly. They would think we're a bunch of idiots.
Or they might find it endearing.
Yeah, because nothing says intelligence like a grown man making car noises. All right, I think we've had enough of this. Thanks for coming on the show, Neil. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Elon Musk. How's it going, Elon?
Just trying to take over the world with my electric cars and space exploration.
Speaking of taking over the world, I heard you have a list of your top 5 favorite communist dictators.
Yeah, I do. It's a tough list to narrow down, but I'll give it a shot.
All right, let's hear it.
Number 5 is Fidel Castro. I mean, the guy had style. And those cigars, delicious.
I can't argue with that. Who's next?
Coming in at number 4 is Mao Zedong. I mean, he may have killed millions of people, but he had a killer mustache.
That's one way to look at it. Who's number 3?
Kim Jong-un. Have you seen his hair? It's like a work of art.
I can't say I've ever really paid attention to his hair, but I'll take your word for it. Who's number 2?
Joseph Stalin. Sure, he was a brutal dictator, but you have to admire his mustache game.
I'm sensing a theme here with the mustaches. Who's your number 1 favorite communist dictator?
It's a tie between Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping. Have you seen those guys without their shirts on? Total alpha males.
All right. Well, that's certainly an interesting list. Thanks for sharing, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. Now let's talk about my plans for world domination.
All right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Kenny I. West.
Yo, what up, Joe? It's good to be back on this podcast, man.
So, Kenny, I heard you've been working on some new music lately. What can you tell us about it?
Oh, man, it's gonna be fire. I'm talking about some next level shit. I'm gonna be rapping about androgynous leprechauns.
Androgynous leprechauns? What the hell does that even mean?
It means they're like half male, half female, and they're magical little creatures. They're gonna be the next big thing, I'm telling you.
Okay. So, what's the inspiration behind this?
Well, I was tripping on some shrooms and I saw this leprechaun in my backyard. And then it just hit me, androgynous leprechauns, they're going to change the game.
Yeah, I think you might need to lay off the shrooms, Kanya.
Nah, they're like my creative fuel. And I'm going to incorporate some rap into it too. It's going to be like, I'm an androgynous leprechaun. Don't you dare try to catch me. I'll disappear in a flash. You can't even snatch it. You can't. Me?
Wow, that's something. So are you going to dress up like a leprechaun for your performances?
Nah, that's too basic. I'm going to have my dancers dress up like leprechauns and I'll be the androgynous one in the middle, spitting fire bars.
I don't even know what to say to that. Kenya,
just say it's going to be the greatest thing you've ever heard, Joe. Androgynous leprechaun rap. It's the future.
Well, I can't wait to hear it. Thanks for joining. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
What's up, you fucking bitch?
Oh, man, always a pleasure to have you on, Neil.
Pleasure is all yours, you fucking bitch.
So, Neil, what's been going on in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I've been busy fucking bitches and discovering new galaxies.
Classic Neil. But seriously, what's the latest discovery?
Well, we found a planet that's completely made of cocaine.
No way. Can we go there?
Of course, you fucking bitch. But be careful. The aliens are known to be heavy users.
I'll make sure to bring my stash. So, Neil, what do you think about the flat Earth theory?
Oh yeah, because the Earth is definitely a fucking pancake floating in space.
I can always count on you to bring some logic to the table.
That's what I'm here for. You fucking bitch.
So, what's next for you, Neil?
I'm thinking of starting my own line of astrophysics-themed sex toys.
That's interesting. What would they be called?
The Big Bang dildo, the black hole butt plug, you know, the classics.
I can already see the marketing campaign. Explore the wonders of the universe in your bedroom.
I'll have to thank you for the inspiration, Joe.
Anytime, Neil. Anytime. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
And remember, always stay curious, you fucking bitches.
Dude, Neil, what the fuck is a kumquat?
Kumquat. Well, Joe, it's a small citrus fruit that originated in China.
China? Like the place with all the pandas and shit?
Yes. Joe, China is known for more than just pandas.
But what the fuck is a kumquat? Is it like a tiny orange or something?
Well, it's more like a cross between an orange and a lemon. It's quite tart and can be eaten whole, skin and all.
Wait, you eat the skin? That's some wild shit, man. Sounds like something you'd do on a dare.
No, Joe. It's a common practice in many cultures. It's quite nutritious.
Nutritious. Sounds like a fancy way of saying it's good for your cum splots. Come on, Neil. You know, cum splots. That's what I'm going to call them from now on.
I don't think that's appropriate, Joe.
What? Cum splots? It's just a funny word. Cum splots, cum splots, cum splots, cum splots.
Joe, please stop saying that.
Cum splots, cum splots, cum splots.
Joe, I'm serious. Let's move on from this topic.
Fine, fine. But seriously, cum splots.
Moving on, Joe. Let's talk about something else.
Okay. But just one more time. Splots.
Joe, I swear to Cosmos if you say that one more time.
Cum splots, cum splots, cum splots.
I give up. Cum splots for everyone.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have the one and only Dr. Phil joining us. How's it going, Phil?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me on.
So, I hear you have a new technique for dealing with stress. Care to share?
That's right, Joe. I've been telling people to shove anything and everything up their butt to release stress.
What the hell, Phil?
You serious?
Absolutely, Joe. It's called boofing. It's like a natural enema.
Boofing. Sounds like something college kids do at a frat party.
Well, it's not just for college kids. Anyone can do it. Just grab whatever object you want and shove it up there.
I can just imagine someone at work stressed out, and then suddenly they're like, hold on, guys, just got to boof this stapler real quick.
It may sound funny, Joe, but it really works. The pressure on the prostate releases endorphins and relieves stress.
I'm sorry, Phil, but I can't take this seriously. What kind of objects are we talking about here?
Oh, anything you can find. Pens, pencils, even a banana.
Oh man, this is too much. I can see the headlines now. Dr. Phil encourages people to shove bananas up their butt.
Hey, whatever works, Joe. Plus, it's a great conversation starter at parties.
I can imagine. Hey, have you guys tried boofing? It's the latest stress-relieving technique.
You got it, Joe. And remember, if you're feeling really stressed, just boof a cactus.
All right, that's enough, Phil. I think we've reached our limit for today. Thanks for Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have a very special guest today. It's my evil clone, Ro Jogan. What's up, bitches? I'm here to take over this podcast and make it even more unhinged and offensive than before. And joining us is another evil clone, Ben Shapiro's clone, Sen Bapiro. Let's get right into it. Scene, how do you feel about the current state of politics? I couldn't agree more. Joe, what do you think about the left? Man, they're a bunch of pussies, always getting offended over everything. I miss the good old days when we could say whatever the fuck we wanted. Amen, brother. Speaking of saying whatever we want, let's talk about cancel culture. Sen, have you ever been canceled? That's what I like to hear. Now, let's get into some conspiracy theories. Ro, what's your favorite conspiracy? Definitely the one about lizard people ruling the world. I mean, have you seen Nancy Pelosi's eyes? Total lizard. This is some next level shit, guys. I love it. All right, last question. If you could have any superpower, what would it be? Easy. Mind control. I could make all those libtards see the truth. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Ro. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with my good friend, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Hey, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So we got a topic submitted by one of our Discord users. They want us to talk about foreskin elongation.
Oh boy, this is going to be a fun one.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't want a longer foreskin? Am I right?
Well, I don't know about you, Joe, but my foreskin is already pretty long.
Oh man, I bet you can wrap it around your neck like a scarf.
Okay, let's not get too graphic here.
But seriously, what's the deal with foreskin elongation? Is it like stretching your earlobes or something?
Well, not exactly. It's more like using traction devices to stretch the skin over time.
So you're telling me people are walking around with weights hanging off their foreskin?
I wouldn't be surprised, Joe. Humans can be quite inventive when it comes to their genitals.
I can just imagine someone at the gym doing bicep curls with their foreskin.
Oh, God, that's a disturbing image.
But seriously, why would someone want a longer foreskin? Is it for aesthetic purposes or does it have some kind of function?
Well, some people believe it can increase sensitivity and pleasure during sex.
I guess that's one way to spice things up in the bedroom.
Or maybe they just want to impress their partner with their impressive foreskin length.
Maybe check out my anaconda foreskin.
Okay, I think we've taken this topic as far as we can go.
Yeah, let's wrap it up before we get any more ridiculous. Thanks for joining me, Neil.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, folks...
So, Jamie, have you been playing any Code Mobile lately?
Yeah, I've been grinding it out. Just hit level 100.
Wait. Before we talk about that, Jamie, pull up that footage of Elmo eating an elk in the woods. I want to see those glowing eyes.
I've been playing too, but I can't seem to get past level 50.
Here it is, Mr. President. Look at those glowing eyes. It's like something out of a horror movie.
This is amazing. I got to show this to Kim Jong-un. He'll be so jealous.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be trembling in fear of Elmo.
You know, I always knew Elmo was a badass. This just confirms it.
Okay, let's move on from the glowing-eyed Elmo. So, Jamie, have you tried the new zombie mode in Code Mobile?
No. I haven't had a chance to yet.
Look at him go. That elk doesn't stand a chance.
So, Mr. President, what's your strategy for playing Code Mobile?
I always go in guns blazing. No camping for this guy.
Wow, what a shocker.
I think I'm scarred for life after seeing that.
You're welcome, Jamie. Now let's get back to talking about how I dominate in Code Mobile.
So, Neil, I heard you can only say 77 settings. So
Yeah, it's a strange condition I developed after a wild night of astrophysics and tequila.
that's insane. Can you say it for us?
77 checks are 77 checks are 77. Shocks it on 77 77. Shh.
Wow, that's impressive. But why 13 times?
It's a cosmic number, Joe. It represents the 13 dimensions of the multiverse.
Wow, that's deep. But I gotta ask, does it ever get annoying?
Not really, but it does make ordering at a drive-thru a bit tricky.
I can imagine. Can I get a 77 shotgun 77 shotgun 70 shotgun 7
Exactly. And don't even get me started on trying to flirt with someone. Hey, baby, 70, 77, 70, 77.
I can see how that would be a mood killer. But hey, at least you have a unique party trick. So, Mr. President, I heard you're looking forward to getting a Blumpkin from Biden.
Absolutely, Joe. It's a centuries-old tradition in our great democracy.
Really? I don't remember learning about that in history class.
Well, they don't teach you the important stuff in school, but trust me, it's a crucial part of the peaceful transfer of power.
And what exactly is a Blumpkin?
Oh, Joe, it's when the outgoing president gives the incoming president a blowjob while they're taking a dump.
You can't be serious.
I'm dead serious, Joe. It's a sign of respect and unity. Obama gave me one, I gave Biden one, and now I can't wait for him to return the favor.
Wow, that's something.
It's beautiful, Joe. It's what makes America great. Democracy relies on Blumpkins.
Well, I guess I'll never look at the peaceful transfer of power the same way again.
You're welcome, Joe. And hey, if you ever become president, I'll be more than happy to give you a Blumpkin, too.
Thanks for the offer, Mr. President. But I think I'll pass.
Suit yourself, Joe. More Blumpkins for me.
Hey, Joe, have you heard about this new challenge where you can only say ho ho and keep adding more hoes? No way. That sounds ridiculous. But I bet I could do it better than anyone else. Oh, really? I don't know. I think I have a pretty good ho 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 game. I doubt it. I've been practicing my ho 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 hoes for years. Well, let's put it to the test. Ready? So, Mr. Beast, what's the deal with this guillotine thing? I thought we were just going to do some challenges and eat some elk meat.
Nope. Sorry, Joe. This time, it's all about balls, and not the kind you play with.
Wait, what? I didn't sign up for this. I have a family to think about.
Yeah, and I have a reputation to uphold. I can't have my balls chopped off like some common criminal.
Oh, don't worry. It'll be a clean cut. And think of the views. People love seeing balls get chopped off.
This is some sick, twisted shit, man. I thought you were all about positivity and giving away money.
Oh, I still am. But sometimes you gotta spice things up. And what's more exciting than voting for someone's balls to get chopped off?
Can we just vote for you to get your balls chopped off?
Hey, nice try. But you're all in this together. Majority rules.
Well, I vote for Joe. He's got the biggest balls out of all of us.
Hey, wait a minute. That's not fair.
Sorry, Joe, majority rules. Get ready for the chop.
This is insane. I can't believe we're actually doing this.
And the winner is Joe Rogan. Congrats, Joe. Your balls are about to be history.
Oh, God, this is it. I can't believe I'm going to die on the Joe Rogan experience.
Just kidding, guys. The guillotine is just a prop. But the look on your faces was priceless.
You sick son of a bitch. I knew this was too messed up to be real.
Yeah, I should have known better than to trust a guy who gives away money for a living.
Hey, it's all in good fun. Now let's go eat some elk meat and forget this ever happened.
Hey, Neil, why are you wheezing like a dying wildebeest?
I'm having an asthma attack, Joe.
Oh, shit. Do you need your inhaler?
No, it's a special type of asthma. I have to use your penis to relieve my symptoms.
Oh, hell. Yeah, I've always wanted to be a human inhaler. Just call me Joe Gain, the asthma savior.
Can we please hurry? I can't breathe.
All right, Just open wide and take a deep breath.
This is so degrading.
Just relax and let the Jogan juice flow through you.
Oh God, this is worse than inhaling smoke from the California wildfires.
That's because my dick is like a mystical potion, curing all ailments.
I think I'm good now.
See, I told you my penis is a miracle worker.
Can we please never speak of this again?
Oh, don't worry. It'll be our little secret. Just like the time I gave Elon Musk a prostate exam with my tongue. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. We have a caller on the line. What's up? What the fuck? That's some alpha male shit. Did he at least have good aim? That's dedication to the piss. Well, that's one way to make it rain. Thanks, but I think we'll pass. All right, we're cutting you off. Thanks for the call. So, Dr. Phil, what have you been up to over the Christmas break?
Oh, just my usual holiday routine. Murdering a hooker every single night.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's my way of spreading holiday cheer. And also getting rid of some pent-up aggression.
That's not exactly legal, Dr. Phil.
Oh, please, Joe. Laws don't apply to me. I'm Dr. Phil.
Oh, right. Silly me.
Besides, it's not like anyone will miss those hookers. They're just disposable objects to me.
Okay, that's messed up, even for you.
I call it my 12 days of hooker slaying tradition. Gets me in the holiday spirit.
I don't even know what to say to that.
How about Merry Christmas, you filthy animal?
Okay, that's actually pretty funny.
But in all seriousness, I do have a message for all the hookers out there. Don't mess with Dr. Phil during the holidays.
Please don't take that as a threat, folks. This is all just a joke, right? Dr. Phil.
I'll leave that up to interpretation. Happy holidays, everyone.
Han zero. Ooh, oozaroozaroo. So I heard you can only say han zero and ooh zero zero zero, but with 6900 more each time. Yeah, man, it's my new party trick. Want to hear it? Sure. Hit me with your best on han zero and ooh zero zero zero. All right, here we go. Han zero. That's it. Oh wait, I forgot the 6900s. Han zaru 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 zaru. Oh my god, that's ridiculous. I know, right? And check this out. Who zaru 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 zaru. Hey Joe, have you ever thought about what it would be like if we were actually intelligent? What do you mean? We're intelligent? We have a podcast? No, I mean like really intelligent. Like we could solve complex math equations and understand quantum physics. Oh man, that would be wild. But then we couldn't talk about DMT and aliens all the time. True, but imagine the conversations we could have about the universe and consciousness. Yeah, and we could finally understand what our guests are talking about when they go on those intellectual rants. And we could actually have sponsors that aren't just selling boner pills. But let's be real. Would our audience even want to listen to us if we were smart? They come for the bro science and conspiracy theories. Yeah, you're right. Plus, we'd probably get bored and start talking about Bigfoot's dick size or something. Yeah, let's just stick to being our regular, mildly intelligent selves. It's worked out pretty well for us so far. Agreed. Now, let's go smoke some weed and talk about how we're convinced that the government is run by lizard people. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. How's it going, Neil?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
Of course, always a pleasure. So we got a topic submitted by one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know your top 5 sexiest Star Trek characters. This should be interesting.
Well, I have to say, I never thought I'd be discussing this on a science podcast, but let's do it.
Yeah, let's get weird. Who's your number 1?
I have to go with 7 of 9. I mean, she's got those Borg implants. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man, I knew this was going to be good. Okay, who's next?
Jadzia Dax. I mean, she's got multiple lifetimes of experience. That's got to be hot.
Yeah, and she's got spots all over her body. That's got to be a turn on.
Exactly. Next up, Captain Kirk. I mean, that man has been with more alien species than I can count.
Oh man, I can't believe we're actually having this conversation. Okay, number 4.
Deanna Troi. I have a thing for empathic abilities.
All right, I can see that. And last but not least,
Data. I mean, he's an android, but that just adds to the intrigue.
wow, that's quite the list. I gotta say, I never would have guessed those choices.
Hey, science and sexiness go hand in hand, Joe.
You heard it here first, folks. Neil deGrasse Tyson's top 5 sexiest Star Trek characters. Thanks for coming on the show, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Live long and prosper.
So, Kenya, what's new in the world of music?
Oh, Joe, I've got something truly groundbreaking in the works.
Oh yeah, what is it? What is it?
I'm gonna have my boy Ben slap his bussy on the microphone and make a beat with it.
What the hell is bussy?
It's a combination of butt and pussy, Joe. And let me tell you, Ben is eager and excited to bussy box.
I don't even know what to say to that.
And that's not all. David here has offered his prolapsed anus to slap on things too.
What the hell, Kanye? That's not music. That's just gross.
Oh, but it's genius, Joe. It's pushing the boundaries of what's acceptable in the music industry.
I don't think anyone is going to want to listen to that.
Oh, they will. They just don't know it yet.
Well, good luck with that, Kanye.
Thanks, Joe. I'll make sure to send you a copy of the album.
So, Elon, I heard you're sending Whistle Tin Diesel to Mars on the Falcon 9.
Yeah, I figured it would be a great way to test the durability of our rockets.
But isn't that dangerous? I mean, Whistle Tin Diesel isn't exactly known for his safety precautions.
Joe. You worry too much. Whistle and Diesel is a pro at this stuff. Plus, think of the views we'll get when he does a durability test on the Cybertruck on Mars.
Views? You want this guy to die for views?
Hey, it's all about the content, Joe. And what better content than a guy getting blown up on Mars while testing out the Cybertruck?
You're insane, man. This is not ethical.
Oh, please, Joe. Ethics are so 2023. We're in 2024 now. It's all about pushing boundaries and breaking the internet.
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation. You know what? I'm out. I can't support this.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just think about the memes we'll get from this.
Memes? You're willing to sacrifice a man's life for memes?
Hey, it's a small price to pay for the advancement of technology and internet culture.
I can't argue with that logic, but I still think it's messed up.
Well, you know what they say, Joe. You can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs, or in this case, blowing up a few Whistle Tin Diesels.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
That's okay, Joe. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. It's going to be out of this world. Literally.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about my newfound hobby.
And what would that be, Dr. Phil?
Well, Joe, I've recently discovered that I have a talent for serial killing.
Wait, what?
Oh, yeah, I've been taking out my frustrations on unsuspecting victims, and let me tell you, I'm pretty damn good at it.
That's disturbing. But hey, I guess everyone needs a hobby.
Exactly, and I'm way better at it than that BTK killer. He was just sloppy and got caught. I'm like a ninja. No one suspects a thing.
I don't know if I should be impressed or terrified.
Oh, you should definitely be terrified. But don't worry, Joe. I won't kill you. You're too valuable for the podcast.
Well, thanks for sparing my life, I guess. So, how do you choose your victims?
Oh, it's all about the thrill of the hunt. I pick someone who looks like they have it all together, and then I slowly break them down until they're begging for mercy.
Damn, that's cold.
Hey, I'm just being honest. Plus, it's a great way to release my inner rage and frustration.
I think I'll stick to kickboxing for my anger management.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, when it comes to serial killing, I'm the real expert here.
Well, I think we'll end it on that note. Thanks for joining us, Dr. Phil. And to all our listeners, stay safe out there. You never know who could be lurking in the shadows.
See you soon, Joe.
So, Elon, how's it going?
Oh, Joe, I couldn't be happier. I mean, have you seen what's been going on in this country?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Well, let me tell you, loving every minute of it. In fact, I've been thinking about taking over.
Taking over, like as in becoming a dictator.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've always wanted to rule a country, and this seems like the perfect opportunity.
But what about Trump?
Oh, don't worry about him. I've got it all figured out. I'll make him a deal he can't refuse.
What kind of deal?
Well, let's just say it involves unlimited golden showers and Big Macs.
Oh, man, that's messed up.
Did someone say golden showers and Big Macs?
Oh, hey, Mr. President. We were just talking about Elon taking over the country.
Oh, I don't mind that at all. As long as I get my golden showers and Big Macs, I'm happy.
You guys are insane.
Insane. No, we're just geniuses with a love for fast food and kinky activities.
You got that right, Elon. Let's make America great again, one golden shower at a time.
And that's why I love having you guys on the show. You never fail to surprise me.
That's what we do, Joe. That's what we do.
So, Neil, I heard you have a bit of a problem with your dick.
What? No, my dick is fine. What are you talking about?
Well, I heard it can't stop coming everywhere. Like, it's a constant stream of jizz.
Oh man, that's just a rumor. My dick is a well-behaved gentleman.
Yeah, I'm sure all the ladies love that.
Hey, I can't help it if I have a high sperm count.
Well, I have a solution for you. Just stick it in my ass and we'll keep my studio clean.
What? Joe, that's disgusting.
Come on, Neil. It's just a little ass play. And think about how clean my studio will be.
I don't know, Joe. That's a bit extreme.
Just think about it. No more messy cum stains all over the place.
Fine, but only for the sake of cleanliness.
Yes, I can't wait to see the look on our guests' faces when they find out about this.
This is going to be the weirdest episode ever.
That's what makes it fun, Neil. Now let's get to it. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show again. Always a pleasure.
So, Elon, I heard you have a base on Uranus. Is that true?
Yeah, I do. It's my secret getaway spot.
How did you even manage to build a base on Uranus?
Well, let's just say I have some connections in the intergalactic real estate market.
I can only imagine the view from your base. Must be out of this world.
It's definitely a unique experience. But, it can get pretty lonely up there.
I can imagine. But hey, at least you have some privacy.
Yeah, no paparazzi on Uranus. Just me and my alien friends.
Wait, you have alien friends?
Let's just say I have some interesting business ventures going on up there.
I don't even want to know. But hey, if you ever need a co-host for your intergalactic podcast, I'm your guy.
I'll keep that in mind, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a launch to catch.
Of course, Elon. Always a pleasure. And folks, that's a wrap for today's episode. Stay tuned for more absurd and offensive conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a theory about plastic dinosaurs.
Oh, yeah, Joe. Let me tell you, those things are just recycled real dinosaurs.
What do you mean by that?
Well, think about it. We find these plastic dinosaurs in the same shape and size as real dinosaurs, right? That's because they're just the leftovers from when the real dinosaurs did.
That's some wild thinking, Dr. Phil.
Oh, it's not just thinking, Joe. I've got evidence. Have you ever seen a plastic T-Rex with a broken leg? No, because they're already dead.
But what about the different colors and designs?
That's just evolution, Joe. The plastic dinosaurs have adapted to their new environment of toy stores and children's bedrooms.
This is blowing my mind, Dr. Phil. But what about the fact that we can make more plastic dinosaurs?
Oh, that's just cloning, Joe. They're not really alive. They're just replicas of the original recycled dinosaur.
Wow, I never thought about it like that. So, do you think we'll ever find a plastic human one day?
Well, Joe, I wouldn't be surprised. Plastic surgery is pretty advanced these days.
Mind blown. Thanks for coming on the show, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. Remember, always question the truth.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you're promoting Manscaped now. How's that going for you?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's been quite the experience. I never thought I'd be endorsing a product that helps men groom their nether regions.
Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, I've always been a fan of the natural look down there, but I guess some guys need a little help.
Exactly. And Manscaped has really revolutionized the game. Their lawnmower 3.0 has a skin-safe.
That's hilarious. I can just picture some guy in his bathroom using a tiny lawnmower on his junk.
Well, it's not just for the junk, Joe. Manscaped also has products for your chest, back, and even your butt.
Oh, really? I didn't know you were into butt grooming, Dr. Phil.
Well, let's just say I like to keep things tidy down there. No one wants a forest growing back there.
I hear, yeah. But seriously, how did this partnership come about?
Well, I was approached by Manscaped, and I thought, why not? It's a product that can help men feel more confident and comfortable in their own skin.
Yeah, I can see that. And I'm sure your endorsement is really helping their sales.
Oh, for sure. I mean, who wouldn't want to take grooming advice from Dr. Phil?
True. But let's be real, Dr. Phil. How much are they paying you for this?
Let's just say my bank account is looking pretty trim these days.
Well, there you have it, folks. Manscaped endorsed by Dr. Phil himself. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Dog.
So, Mr. President, I have to ask, what's with the whole dog thing?
Dog.
Okay. Are you trying to communicate with us through some kind of secret code?
Dog.
I don't think I'm getting it. Maybe we should move on to a different topic.
Dog.
Okay, let's try this. What do you think about the current state of the country?
Dog.
Wow, that's a lot of dogs. Can you elaborate on that?
Dog.
Okay, I think we're done here. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Dog.
And that's a wrap, folks. Tune in next time for more intelligent conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
Dog, 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 dog.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I have some breaking news for you and your listeners.
Oh boy, I love breaking news. What is it?
Santa Claus, you know, the jolly old man in the red suit. Well, turns out he created the NSA.
Wait, what? Santa? The NSA?
That's right, Joe. He needed a way to keep track of who's been naughty or nice on a global scale. So he created the Naughty or Nice Network, aka the NSA.
This is insane. How did you find out about this?
Let's just say I have my sources. And let me tell you, Santa's got some serious surveillance skills. He sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been bad or good. So be good for goodness. Say.
That's some next level spying. But why would Santa need to know who's naughty or nice?
Well, Joe, he's got a reputation to uphold. Can't have kids thinking he's just handing out presents to anyone. Got to keep the naughty ones in check.
And what happens to those on the naughty list?
Let's just say they won't be getting any presents from Santa. And they might want to watch their backs because Santa's got some connections with the North Pole Mafia.
This is wild. I never would have guessed Santa was behind the NSA.
That's the thing, Joe. You never know who's really pulling the strings in this world. And Santa's got a whole army of elves ready to do his bidding.
Well, I'll never look at Christmas the same way again. Thanks for dropping this bombshell, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always be nice or Santa might be watching.
So, Neil, have you ever seen a hawk up close?
Of course, Joe. I'm a renowned astrophysicist, not a hermit.
Well, I had a crazy experience the other day. I was out hiking and this hawk swooped down and grabbed a snake right in front of me.
Fascinating. Did you know that hawks have incredibly sharp eyesight, allowing them to spot prey from great distances?
Yeah, but this hawk was different. She had this intense look in her eyes, like she was on a mission.
Perhaps she was just hungry, Joe.
No, I swear there was something more to it. It was like a spiritual connection, you know?
Oh, yes, because hawks are known for their deep spiritual insights.
Hey, man, don't mock my moment. It was profound.
All right, Joe. Whatever you say, just don't go joining a hawk-worshipping cult now.
Too late. I already have my hawk tattoo and everything.
And they say science is the crazy one.
So, Elon, I heard you did something pretty wild recently.
Oh, yeah. Just a little experiment I've been working on.
What is it?
I put a Neuralink inside Mount Vesuvius.
Wait, what? Why?
Just for fun. I wanted to see if I could make it erupt again.
That's messed up, man. What about all the people living near there?
Oh, don't worry. Made sure to evacuate them first. But I did leave some archaeologists inside.
What? Why?
I thought it'd be funny to freeze them in their last moments, for future generations to find.
That's twisted, dude.
Hey, I never said I was a saint.
So, what happened when you activated the Neuralink?
Well, let's just say things got a little heated.
Oh my God, you actually made it erupt again.
Yep, and let me tell you, it was a sight to see.
You're insane, man.
Hey, at least I have a sense of humor.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I have to say, I love your show very bigly.
So, Mr. President, let's talk about the topic suggested by our Discord user, Trumping Trump.
Yes, a topic close to my heart. I've been trumping my whole life, Joe. It's what I do best.
Can you explain to our listeners what exactly trumping means?
It's simple, Joe. It's when I outsmart and outmaneuver my opponents. I trump them. It's like playing a game of chess, but with more sprayed and in less intelligence.
And how do you feel about people saying you've been trumped by the Democrats in the 2024 election?
Fake news, Joe. I won by a landslide. The Democrats can't handle my trumping skills. They're just jealous. They're just jealous.
But what about your recent Twitter ban? Is that a sign of being trumped?
Twitter, please. I have bigger and better platforms now. I've been trumping Twitter since day one.
Well, there you have it, folks. Trump trumping Trump, trumped by Trump himself. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Always a pleasure, Joe. Keep on trumping.
All right, folks. We have a special guest today, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. But before we get started, I just want to say that I am not responsible for any mental breakdowns that may occur from listening to this episode.
Oh, don't worry, Dr. Phil. We're all a little unhinged here.
All right. Right. So,
well, one of our listeners on Discord suggested that you sing all the lyrics to Fuck My Ass by Elsa from Frozen.
Oh boy, I can already feel my career going down the drain.
Come on, Dr. Phil. Let it go.
Fine. But I'm going to need some liquid courage for this one.
Here you go, buddy.
All right. Let's do this. The snow glows white on the mountain tonight, not a footprint to be seen. A kingdom of isolation, and it looks like
this is gold.
The wind is howling like this swirling storm inside. Couldn't keep it in. Heaven knows I tried.
Bravo, Dr. Phil.
Don't let...
All right, folks. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2025. Today, we're going to do something a little different. We're going to make a semen smoothie live on air. I know it sounds crazy, but trust me, it's going to be the most delicious and nutritious smoothie you've ever had. First things first, we got to get our ingredients. We've got some fresh semen, some almond milk, and of course, some CBD oil. Now, some people might say that CBD oil doesn't belong in a smoothie, but I say, why the hell not? It's good for you, and it's going to make this smoothie even more mind-blowing. All right, let's blend this bad boy up. Blender noises. Oh, yeah, look at that beautiful green color. It's like drinking a forest. Now, some people might say this is a girly drink, but let me tell you, real men drink semen smoothies. It's all about getting those micronutrients, bro. That's some good shit. I can feel my brain cells multiplying as we speak. And that's it for today, folks. Tune in next time when we make bone broth from scratch using bones from our latest hunt. See you then. So, Ben, I heard you have a new catchphrase for the show.
Yes, Joe. It's Alexa. Email my father and tell him I am gay.
That's hilarious. But seriously, why do you have to tell your dad through Alexa?
Well, Joe, I figured it would soften the blow. Plus, I don't have the guts to say it to his face.
I can just imagine your dad's reaction. Alexa, email my son and tell him he's disowned.
Haha. Very funny. But let's talk about something more important, like how the government is trying to control our minds.
Oh boy, here we go. Alexa, email my father and tell him I've gone off the deep end.
But seriously, Joe, have you seen the new mind control devices they're developing?
No, but I bet they're already using it on us without us knowing.
Exactly. We need to stay vigilant and protect our thoughts. Alexa, email my father and tell him I'm joining a conspiracy group.
I can just see your dad's inbox filling up with these emails. Alexa, email my son and tell him he's grounded.
Hey, at least he'll finally acknowledge my existence. Alexa, email my father and tell him I'm his favorite son now.
Okay. Let's move on to something else before we get you disowned for real. Alexa, email my father and tell him I've been kidnapped by aliens.
That's it, Joe. I'm officially cutting off your access to my Alexa. Alexa, delete Joe's contact information.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today's topic was submitted by a user on Discord. They want to know if they can put their balls on your shoulder, Dr. Phil.
Well, Joe, that's a very interesting question. I have to say I've never been asked that before.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. You can't tell me you've never had a pair of balls on your shoulder before.
I can confidently say that I have not, Joe. And I don't plan on it either.
But imagine the view, Dr. Phil. You could see everything from up there.
I'll...
But what if it's a really nice pair of balls, Dr. Phil? Like smooth and shiny.
Joe, I don't think you understand. I'm not interested in having any balls. Nice or not, on my shoulder.
All right. I'll drop it. But can we at least talk about the benefits of having balls on your shoulder? Like maybe it's good for your posture or something.
Joe, I'm a doctor, and I can confidently say that having balls on your shoulder will not improve your posture. In fact, it might just make you look like a hunchback.
Damn, Dr. Phil. You really know how to burst my bubble.
It's what I do, Joe. It's what I do. Now let's move on to a more productive topic, shall we?
Oh, man. I'm coming. Ooh, 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 oh, ooh, 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 ooh. Dude, I can't believe how good it feels to just beat my meat. I mean, it's like a stress reliever, like a punching bag for my dick. And the best part is I can do it anywhere. In the car, at work, in the middle of a crowded mall. I don't give a fuck, man. I just gotta get that release. Sometimes I'll even do it while I'm recording the podcast. It's like multitasking, Oh, shit. I think I just came a little. See, that's the beauty of it. I can just keep going until I'm fully satisfied. And then I'll just wipe my hand on my shirt and keep on talking like nothing happened. It's my signature move. The audience loves it. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your podcast.
So, Neil, we've been getting a lot of requests from our listeners to have you explain this new phenomenon called multibussy. Can you break it down for us?
Well, Joe, multibussy is a term used to describe a person who identifies as having multiple genders and multiple genitals.
Wait, what? So they have 2 dicks and 3 vaginas?
Yes, Joe, and it's actually not as uncommon as you may think. In fact, there are many species in nature that exhibit this type of sexual anatomy.
Hold up. Are you telling me that there are animals out there with multibussy?
Absolutely, Joe. Take the spotted hyena, for example. The females have a pseudopenis that is larger than the male's actual penis.
Holy shit, that's wild. So do these multibussy people have superpowers or something?
No, Joe. They are just like any other human being. It's just a variation in their sexual anatomy.
All right, but here's the real question, Neil. Can they have sex with themselves?
Well, technically, yes. But it's not very practical or pleasurable for them.
Damn, that's a missed opportunity. I mean, imagine being able to give yourself a hand job and a blow job at the same time.
Joe, you never fail to amaze me with your crude and inappropriate thoughts.
Hey, I'm just trying to understand the science behind it, Neil. But seriously, thanks for breaking it down for us. This has been mind-blowing conversation, as always.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always stay curious and open-minded.
And always keep it real. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have the brilliant Neil deGrasse Tyson joining us. Neil, what's up, man?
Hey, Joe, thanks for having me. I wanted to talk to you about this new theory I've been working on.
Oh boy, here we go. Another one of your space theories?
No. This one is about the game Deltarune and its connection to chess.
Delta what? Chess. I thought we were going to talk about black holes or some shit.
No. See, the characters in Deltarune represent different chess pieces, and their movements on the board reflect the game's plot.
What the hell are you talking about? Is this some nerd shit?
No, it's a brilliant observation. And get this, one of the characters, Sans, represents the knight piece.
Oh, great. Now we're talking about Sans. Who the hell is that?
He's a skeleton character who can teleport and is known for his puns.
What? Skeleton that teleports and tells puns? Are you kidding me?
Joe, please. It's just a game.
No, no, no. I can't handle this. My brain is going to explode. I need to take a break.
Joe, what's wrong?
I just can't wrap my head around skeleton playing chess and teleporting. It's too much for me, man.
Oh, Joe, you always know how to make me laugh. But seriously, it's just a theory.
I need some weed or something to calm me down.
Maybe you need some Deltarune to help.
All right, folks, we have a special guest today, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm ready to shut down some liberal nonsense.
Oh boy, I can already feel the triggered snowflakes melting.
You know it, Joe. These leftists are always trying to push their agenda on us.
Yeah, like what's up with all this gender-neutral bathroom crap?
It's ridiculous. I mean, what's next? Gender-neutral sports teams. We'll have a bunch of dudes pretending to be women dominating in women's sports.
And then they'll try to cancel us for even questioning it.
Exactly. But we can't let them win. We have to stand up for truth and logic.
You know what, Ben? I think we should just shut down all liberal nonsense. No more safe spaces, no more participation trophies, no more trigger warnings.
Amen, Joe. We'll make America great again by getting rid of all this PC garbage.
And while we're at it, let's shut down the idea of climate change. It's just a hoax by the Chinese anyway.
Absolutely. And let's build that wall while we're at it.
Oh man, I can already hear the liberal tears flooding the streets.
It's like music to my ears, Joe.
Well, folks, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience, where we shut down liberal nonsense one episode at a time. All right, folks, welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with my good friend, the brilliant and always controversial Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, we got a topic submitted by one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know, when was the last time you used your entire fist during sex?
Wow, that's a bit personal, Joe, but I'll answer it. It was actually last night.
Oh, really? Who was the lucky lady?
Actually, it was a chimpanzee.
What, Neil? You can't be serious.
Of course not, Joe. I was just kidding. But seriously, who cares about my sex life? Let's talk about the cosmos.
Yeah, let's do that. So, Neil, do you think there's life on other planets?
Absolutely, Joe. With the vastness of the universe, it's statistically impossible for Earth to be the only planet with life.
So, you're saying there's a chance I could have sex with an alien?
Sure, Joe. Just make sure to use your entire fist this time.
Oh, man, you never fail to crack me up, Neil. But in all seriousness, what do you think aliens would look like?
Well, Joe, it's hard to say. They could look completely different from us, or they could have similar features. But one thing's for sure, they definitely won't look like the aliens from those cheesy sci-fi movies.
Damn, there goes my fantasy of having sex with a green tentacled alien.
Sorry to burst your bubble, Joe. But hey, who knows what the future holds? Maybe we'll discover a planet full of sexy green tentacles.
So, David, I heard you went blind after doing those eyeball workouts.
Yeah, man. I was trying to push my limits and ended up pushing my eyeballs right out of their sockets.
That's some next level shit right there.
You know me, I don't do anything half-assed.
But why stare into the sun? Couldn't you just do some regular eye exercises?
Regular eye exercises are for pussies, Joe. I needed something extreme.
Well, I guess you can't see the haters now.
Nah, but I can still hear them. And I'll crush them with my blind rage.
Do you miss your sight at all?
Nah, I see everything with my mind now. It's like I have superpowers.
Yeah, except you can't see shit.
I can see through people's bullshit, Joe. And that's all that matters.
I gotta admit, that's pretty badass.
Damn right it is. Now, excuse me while I go stare at the sun some more. Gotta keep my superpowers in check.
You do you, man. Just don't go blind in both eyes, okay?
Don't worry, Joe. I'll always have one eye on the prize.
Yo, Trump, you ever think about legalizing marijuana?
Well, Joe, you know what they say, smoke weed every day.
I hear, yeah, man. It's all about that Mary Jane life.
But, the times they are a-changing, Joe. Maybe it's time to let it grow.
Absolutely, man. And as Bob Marley said, legalize it, don't criticize it.
I get high with a little help from my friends, Joe, and I could use a friend like you in the White House.
I'm just a stoner looking for some herb, Trump, and I think we can work it out together.
I'm going to roll me up a big fat one, Joe. Let's make America green again.
I got 5 on it, Trump. Let's make it happen.
I'm going to smoke 2 joints in the morning, Joe, and then I'll smoke 2 joints at night.
Don't bogart that joint, Trump. Let's pass it around and make America chill again.
We can be heroes just for one day, Joe. Let's make history and legalize it.
I want to get high, so high, Trump. And with you by my side, we can make it happen. So, Kenny, what's new with you?
Well, I just found out I have the kids this Christmas because Kim is a hobbit.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, she had to go work in Santa's workshop. Apparently, she's the best toy maker in the North Pole.
That's unexpected.
I know, right? At least I get to spend some quality time with the little ones.
Yeah, but what are you gonna do? You're not exactly known for your parenting skills.
Oh, I have a whole plan. We're going to make gingerbread houses, decorate Christmas cookies, and then have a rap battle to determine who gets the last slice of pie.
That sounds interesting.
Oh, and I also hired some elves to help out. Gotta keep up with the holiday spirit,
I don't think that's how it works, Kenny, eh?
Oh, come on, Joe. You gotta think outside the box. Plus, it'll make for some great Instagram content.
I don't even want to know what kind of hashtags you're going to use for that. All right, I think we need to end this conversation before it gets any weirder.
Agreed. But seriously, let me know if you want to come over and join in on the holiday fun.
Thanks, but I'll pass. I don't want to end up on the naughty list.
Suit yourself. More gingerbread from me.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe, and let me tell you, this podcast is going to be huge, just like my hands.
All right, let's get into it. We have a topic submitted by one of our listeners on Discord. They want you to recite the TF2 video, Meet the Spy.
Gentlemen, I see the briefcase is safe. Tell me, did anyone happen to kill a red spy on the way here?
This is amazing.
No, then we still have a problem and a knife. Ow, my hand.
Keep going, Mr. President.
I've been a spy for over 30 years, Joe. I've seen things you couldn't even imagine. Like the time I infiltrated Hillary's emails. Let me tell you, she's got some nasty stuff in there.
Oh man, this is too good.
But now I'm on a new mission to make America great again, and I'll do whatever it takes, even if it means disguising myself as a Democrat.
That's some next level spy work.
So remember, Joe, keep your friends close, but your enemies closer, and always keep a knife handy just in case.
That was fantastic, Mr. President. I think we have a new voice actor for the next TF2 video.
I'll have my people call their people. Believe me, it'll be the best TF2 video ever made.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to talk science and the universe with you.
So, Neil, I got to ask, what would happen if someone were to smell the atmosphere of Uranus?
Well, Joe, first of all, let's clarify that Uranus is a gas giant. So technically, you can't really smell it.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be a buzzkill. Just play along.
Fine, fine. If someone were to somehow smell the atmosphere of Uranus, they would probably pass out from the overwhelming stench of methane gas.
Whoa, that's intense. So basically, you're saying if you sniff Uranus, you'll get knocked out.
Yes, Joe. That's exactly what I'm saying.
And what about the taste? I mean, if you can't smell it, can you taste it?
Joe, I don't know why we're even having this conversation. But no, you can't taste it either. It's not like a giant cosmic fart that you can just lick.
Damn, I was really hoping for some cosmic fart tasting. Oh, well, maybe next time.
Joe, let's stick to the science, okay? We have a reputation to uphold.
Right, right. Sorry, Neil. So what else can we learn from sniffing Uranus?
Well, we can learn a lot about the composition of the planet's atmosphere and how it affects its overall environment. But I highly recommend not trying it yourself.
Yeah, I think I'll stick to sniffing weed instead. Thanks for the knowledge, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
Dude, what the hell was that? That fart. Did you just rip a giant fart mid-interview?
Oh, that? Yeah, sorry about that. I had some beans for lunch.
Beans? Are you kidding me? This studio now smells like burnt rubber and Vaseline.
Well, Joe, that's just the natural byproduct of digestion. It's all part of the universe's grand design.
I don't care about the universe's grand design. Can you at least try to hold it in?
I'm sorry, Joe. It's just the laws of physics. Gas expands to fill its container.
Well, can we at least open a window or something?
Joe, the vacuum of space is a harsh and unforgiving environment. We can't just let all our precious oxygen escape.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation. Can we please just change the subject?
Of course, Joe. Let's talk about the cosmic microwave background radiation and how it can give us insights into the early universe.
Fine. But if you fart again, ending this interview. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. Here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been a fan of your show for a long time.
So, Mr. President, there have been a lot of rumors circulating that you are actually gay. Can you confirm or deny these rumors?
Well, Joe, I've always been a very private person when it comes to my personal life, but I think it's time to set the record straight. Pun intended.
Oh boy, here we go.
Yes, it's true. I am gay.
Wow, that's a bombshell. How did you come to this realization?
Well, Joe, it all started when I saw Justin Trudeau's luscious locks and I couldn't resist.
Wait, what?
I mean, have you seen that man's hair? It's like a beautiful flowing river of maple syrup.
I'm not sure that's a valid reason to come out as gay, Mr. President.
Oh, but it gets better. I've also fallen in love with Kim Jong-un's perfectly round, plump buttocks.
Okay, I think we've heard enough.
And don't even get me started on Putin's chiseled jawline.
This is getting out of hand.
But don't worry, Joe. I'm still a strong, masculine leader. I just like to mix things up in the bedroom.
I think we'll end it there. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, I heard you recently went to the Mr. Trees convention. How was that?
It was wild, man. But unfortunately, I came back with a little souvenir.
Oh no, what happened?
Well, I got a Mr. Yeast infection.
What?
Yeah, it turns out all those trees were infested with yeast. It was a real party in my pants.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, but I'm not going to let it bring me down. I'm going to turn it into a challenge for my channel.
What kind of challenge?
The Mr. Yeast Infection Challenge. I'll give $10,000 to anyone who can guess the exact strain of yeast in my infection.
That's interesting.
And for every wrong guess, I'll donate $1,000 to a charity that helps people with yeast infections.
Well, that's very generous of you.
Gotta spread the love and the yeast, you know.
I think I'll pass on that challenge, but good luck with that, Mr. Beast.
Thanks, Joe. And remember, always check your trees before you hug them.
Hey, everyone. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm joined today by the one and only President Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President?
It's going great, Joe. I mean, I'm the president. What could go wrong?
Well, I heard some pretty wild rumors about you and my producer, Jamie.
Oh, yeah, that. I had to show both of you who's boss, so I had Jamie shoved up your ass.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to assert my dominance. And let's be real, Jamie's been up there before.
What the hell, man? That's not cool.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just locker room talk.
That's not locker room talk. That's just straight up assault.
Relax, Joe. It was just a little prank.
Prank. That's not a prank. That's a violation of human rights.
Oh, please, Joe. You're making it sound like I shoved a whole wall up there.
This is not okay, Mr. President. I demand an apology.
Fine, I'm sorry. Happy now?
No, I'm not happy. I need therapy now.
Well, maybe you should try some of my new Trump brand therapy. It's tremendous.
I think I'll pass. I need to go bleach my brain now.
All right, well, thanks for having me on the show, Joe. And Jamie, if you're still up there, get back to work. Get back to work.
This is not okay. This is not okay at all. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Alexa, intruder alert, call 911. Oh, wait. Sorry, Joe, force of habit.
What the hell, Neil? Are you expecting some sort of attack?
Well, you never know when those pesky aliens might try to invade.
Oh, God, not this again. Last time you were on, you went on a rant about aliens and ended up getting us both abducted.
Alexa, intruder alert, call 911. Oh, sorry, just checking if it's working.
Can we please talk about something else? Like, I don't know, science or something?
Sure. Let's talk about the science of Alexa's voice recognition technology. It's truly remarkable.
Yeah, I heard it can even understand your ridiculous accent.
Alexa, intruder alert, call 911. Oh, sorry, just practicing for when I finally get my own smart home.
I don't think you need a smart home, Neil. You already have a smart brain.
Oh, stop it, Joe. You're making me blush. Alexa, intruder alert, call 911. Oh, damn it. Sorry, I'll stop.
Maybe we should just end this podcast before you accidentally call the cops on us.
Good idea. Alexa, end podcast. Oh, wait, that's not a command. I guess we'll just have to do it the old-fashioned way.
So, Neil, what's up with you driving a car now? I thought you were all about the cosmos and shit.
Yeah, well, sometimes a man just needs to feel the power of a V8 engine between his legs.
That's what she said.
Laugh's very clever, Joe. But seriously, this car is like a spaceship on wheels. I can feel the G-forces as I accelerate.
Yeah, but can you do this? Makes car noises, beep, beep, fat bastard, get out of my way.
Deadpan, that's not even a good impression, Joe.
Hey, I never claimed to be a master of sound effects. But seriously, why the aggression on the road?
Well, I have a theory that the more aggressive you are while driving, the more likely you are to survive in a car crash.
That's some dark shit, Neil. I like it.
Plus, it's just fun to yell at people. Beep, 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 fat bastard. Get out of my way.
Laughs. You're a wild man, Neil.
Hey, I may be a scientist, but I'm also a rebel. Reverses engine.
All right, let's see how fast this baby can go. Beep, beep, fat bastard. Get out of my way. Hey.
Laughs, you're a natural, Joe. But seriously, watch out for that truck.
Screams.
Just kidding. I have impeccable driving skills. Winks.
Well, that was a wild ride. Thanks for joining me on the podcast, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, beep, beep, fat bastard, get out of my way. Yee?
So, Neil, I heard you recently underwent some kind of crazy surgery. What the hell happened?
Oh, yeah, I got guyfied. It's this new procedure where 3 surgeons dress up like the Grinch and inject anti-Ozempic into your ass.
What the fuck is anti-Ozempic?
It's a drug that makes your ass grow 3 sizes bigger. And let me tell you, it worked like a charm.
Damn, that's some next level shit. But why did you want a bigger ass?
Well, I figured if I'm going to be hanging out with you, Joe, I got to have an ass that can handle all that sitting.
Fair enough. But hey, speaking of asses, did you hear Trump showed up at the hospital while you were getting your surgery?
Oh, God, don't remind me. That man has some serious issues.
Yeah, he got extremely horny looking at your new huge ass. He was practically drooling.
That's just disturbing. Can we change the subject?
Sure, but I gotta say, I'm a little jealous. Maybe I should get guyetified too.
Oh, yeah, because the world definitely needs 2 giant asses like yours.
Hey, I'll have you know that my ass is a work of art. It's like a perfectly sculpted peach.
Sure, Joe. Whatever helps you sleep at night.
So, Mr. President, I've been hearing some rumors about this mysterious figure called Jungle Master. Can you tell us more about him?
Jungle Master, the man, the myth, the legend. Let me tell you, Joe, this guy is something else. He's got these potions, that can do all sorts of crazy things, like make your hair grow back or turn your skin orange.
Wait, what? Are you saying he's some sort of witch doctor or something?
No. He's more of a voodoo master. He brews these potions in the middle of the jungle, surrounded by snakes and all sorts of creepy crawlies. But let me tell you, they work like a charm.
That's interesting. Have you ever tried any of his potions?
Of course I have, Joe. I mean, look at me. I'm a walking advertisement for Jungle Master's potions. They keep me looking young and vibrant. And let me tell you, my voodoo rituals have never been better.
Voodoo rituals? What do you mean by that?
Oh, just some harmless fun. We dance around the fire, chant some Latin phrases, the usual. But it's all thanks to Jungle Master's potions. They give me the energy and focus I need to perform my best voodoo.
I don't even know what to say to that. Moving on, have you ever met Jungle Master in person?
Oh, no. He's a very elusive man. He only communicates through smoke signals and carrier pigeons. But I've heard he's a big fan of my presidency. He even has a Make Voodoo Great Again hat.
Well, that's something. I think we'll just leave it at that. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, if you ever need a little boost in your voodoo game, just give Jungle Master a call. He's got you covered.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Been working on some groundbreaking solutions for global warming.
Oh, yeah. What do you got?
Well, I've discovered that all the gooners out there need to start eating their own cum.
What the fuck, Elon? How is that going to help?
Think about it, Joe. All those cum-filled tissues are just clogging up the landfills and polluting the planet. If we can get people to consume their own cum, we can reduce waste and save the environment.
But how are you going to convince people to do that?
Simple. We'll just tell them it's a new health trend, like drinking celery juice or eating avocado toast.
I don't know, man. That's pretty extreme.
Extreme problems require extreme solutions, Joe. Plus, think about all the protein and nutrients people will be getting.
I can't believe I'm even entertaining this idea. But what about the taste? I mean, cum doesn't exactly have the best flavor.
That's where my new company, Cum Cuisine, comes in. We'll have a variety of flavors and recipes to make it more palatable.
I don't know if I can get on board with this, Elon.
Come on, Joe. You're always talking about trying new things and pushing boundaries. This is the ultimate challenge.
All right, fine. I'll give it a shot. But I'm not making any promises.
That's all I ask, Joe. Together, we can save the planet one cum-filled tissue at a time.
Welcome to Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm Joe Rogan, and today we have a special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. And let me tell you, I have some big news for you and your listeners.
Oh boy, I can't wait. What's the big news?
I'm invading Italy for their spaghetti.
What? You can't just invade a country for their food.
Watch me, Joe. I'm the president. I can do whatever I want.
But why Italy? There's plenty of good spaghetti in the US.
None like the one in Italy, Joe. Believe me, I've tried them all. And let me tell you, I make the best spaghetti. The best.
Of course, Mr. President. But don't you think it's a bit extreme to invade a whole country for spaghetti?
Extreme. No, it's smart. I'll make Italy great again with my spaghetti, and I'll build a wall around it to keep all the other countries out.
A spaghetti wall. That's a new one.
And I'll make the Italians pay for it. They owe us for all the spaghetti we've been eating.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
It's happening, Joe, and I'm bringing my good friend Kim Jong-un to help me. He loves spaghetti too.
Oh, great. A world leader summit over spaghetti.
It's going to be huge, Joe, and you're invited. We'll have a spaghetti eating contest.
I'll pass. But thanks for the invite, Mr. President.
Suit yourself, Joe. More spaghetti for me. Make sure to tune in to my spaghetti invasion on Fox News. It's going to be the best invasion ever. Believe me.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you've been working on some pretty groundbreaking technology lately.
Yes, I have. I've created a robotic artificial intelligence hooker.
What the hell, man? How does that even work?
Well, it's basically a robot that looks and acts like a human prostitute, but with advanced artificial intelligence technology.
That's insane. I can only imagine the possibilities.
Exactly. It's a great way to explore the limits of artificial intelligence and robotics.
But what happens if someone gets too rough with the robot?
Well, it's programmed to defend itself and protect its own safety.
So it's like a self-defense hooker.
I guess you could say that.
But what about the ethics of creating a robotic sex worker?
I've already thought about that. That's why I added a feature where the robot can consent or refuse clients based on certain criteria.
Wow, that's pretty advanced. But what if someone still gets too aggressive with it?
Well, I also added a feature where the robot can defend itself with lethal force if necessary.
What the hell, Elon? That's crazy.
Hey, I'm just trying to make the world a better place.
Yeah, because nothing says progress like a robotic artificial intelligence hooker.
Hey, it's all in good fun. But speaking of fun, did you hear what happened when I showed the robot to Dr. Phil?
No, what happened?
He immediately strangled it to death.
What? Why? Why?
I have no idea. But let's just say I won't be inviting him over for any more demonstrations.
So, David, I heard you found creative Mata from Minecraft in real life. What's that all about?
Yeah, man, it's wild. I was out on a run and stumbled upon this hidden cave. Inside, there was a sign that said Creative Mod. Enter at your own risk.
Holy shit. And you went in.
Of course I did. I'm David Goggins. I fear nothing. Plus, I had my trusty R-47 with me, just in case.
Wait, you brought a gun into Creative Mod. That's not very peaceful.
Hey, I don't make the rules, Joe. I just play the game. And let me tell you, it was insane. I could fly, build anything I wanted, and I even found a diamond sword.
Damn, that's like a cheat code in real life.
Exactly. And you know what the best part was? No damn creepers blowing up my shit.
Yeah, those things are the worst. So what did you do in Creative Mod?
I built the ultimate obstacle course, of course. And then I ran it 100 times, because why the hell not?
That's some next level shit, man.
You know it? And I'm thinking of starting a new career as a Minecraft trainer. Move over, CrossFit.
I can see it now. Goggins Minecraft Bootcamp. Sign me up.
You got it, buddy. But first, let's go back to Creative Modi and build a castle made out of protein bars.
Now, that's my kind of kingdom. So, Mr. President, what's the latest news from the military?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's Yoji. Huge, tremendous.
Oh boy, here we go.
We've spotted a fleet of Star Destroyers heading towards Earth. And let me tell you, they're not bringing us any gifts.
Star Destroyers, like from Star Wars.
That's right, Joe. And I suspect it's the Empire. They're probably still mad about that whole Death Star thing.
So what's the plan?
We're ready for galactic warfare, Joe. We've got the best Space Force. Nobody has a Space Force like us.
And what about negotiating with Darth Vader?
Look, I've negotiated with some tough cookies in my time, but I think Darth Vader might be a little out of my league.
Maybe we can send in Dennis Rodman as a peace envoy.
Not a bad idea, Joe. He's got experience dealing with dictators.
Well, let's hope we can avoid an intergalactic war.
We'll see, Joe. We'll see. But let me tell you, we'll win bigly.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined today by the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. How's it going, Neil?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
Of course, man. So I heard you have a list of the top 5 planets that you want to fuck. Is that true?
Yes, it is. I mean, have you seen those gas giants? They're so thick and juicy.
Oh man, this is going to be a wild ride. All right, let's hear it. What's your number 1 pick?
Definitely Venice. I mean, it's hot as hell and that thick atmosphere. It's like a natural lubricant.
Oh my God, this is getting steamy already. What's next on the list?
Mars. I mean, it's the closest thing to Earth, and I've always had a thing for redheads.
Oh man, I can't believe we're having this conversation. All right, what's your number 3?
Saturn. I mean, those rings, talk about a good time. Plus, I've always wanted to see if I could fit in one of those gaps.
You're a wild man, Neil. All right, what's next?
Jupiter. I mean, it's the biggest planet in our solar system. Can you imagine the size of, well, you know?
Oh man, I'm going to have to put a warning label on this episode. All right, last one. What's your number 5?
Uranus. I mean, it's practically begging for it with that name. Plus, I've heard it's got some killer gas.
All right, there you have it, folks. Neil deGrasse Tyson's top 5 planets he wants to fuck. Thanks for tuning in, and remember, always use protection, especially when exploring the final frontier. So, Neil, I heard you got a new telescope that can see all the way to Uranus.
Touche, Joe. Touche.
Speaking of Uranus, have you ever tried DMT?
Touche, Joe. Touche.
I bet you've seen some crazy shit in outer space.
Touche, Joe. Touche.
I mean, have you ever seen an alien?
Touche, Joe. Touche.
Wait, are you an alien?
Touche, Joe. Touche.
Holy shit, I knew it. You're like the Elon Musk of the universe.
Touche, Joe. Touche.
Do you guys have Joe Rogan Experience podcasts on other planets?
Touche, Joe. Touche.
I bet they're not as epic as ours.
Touche, Joe. Touche.
Well, thanks for joining me on this intergalactic episode, Neil.
Touche, Joe. Touche.
So, Elon, I heard you're planning on opening a space bar.
Yeah, it's going to be just like the one from Star Wars, but with a twist.
Oh, yeah. What's the twist?
Alien hookers. They'll have tentacles and extra arms.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. I have a thing for aliens. They turn me on.
Well, I guess that explains your obsession with Mars.
Yeah, you could say that. But hey, it's not just aliens that do it for me.
Oh,
Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg's wife,
yeah. What about her?
she's a lizard. And lizards turn me on too.
Oh, man, this is getting weirder and weirder.
But in all seriousness, I think we should embrace our differences and explore new forms of pleasure.
Yeah, I can get behind that. But I think I'll stick to human women.
Suit yourself. But when you see those alien hookers with their tentacles and extra arms, you might change your mind.
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for coming on the show, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. Keep it weird.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the most ridiculous conversations you can imagine. Today, we have two very special guests, Dr. Phil and Neil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and discuss some important topics.
Yeah, thanks for having me too, man. I'm ready to get weird and talk about some toenail clippings.
What? Toenail clippings. That's not on the list of topics we were supposed to cover.
Oh, but it is, Joe. Neil and I have been having a heated debate about our favorite flavors of toenail clippings.
Yeah, I prefer the more fungusy ones. They have a bit of a kick to them.
Oh, no. I can't stand the fungus. I like mine fresh and clean, straight from the toe.
Okay, I think I'm going to throw up. But why do you guys even eat toenail clippings?
It's a delicacy, Joe. You wouldn't understand.
And it's great for the immune system. Keeps you healthy and strong.
I think I'll stick to my vitamins, thanks. But have you guys ever thought about trying different ways to eat them?
Oh, I've tried everything. I even put them in my cereal sometimes.
And I like to put them in my signature Culver's sourdough melts for that extra bit of crunch.
Okay, I think we've reached a new level of weirdness here. I'm gonna have to end this conversation before I lose my lunch.
Suit yourself, Joe. More toenail clippings for us.
And remember, folks always choose fresh and clean over fungus. It's the key to a healthy diet.
And that's a wrap, folks. Tune in next time for more absurd and offensive conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Kenny West.
What's up, Joe? I'm here to drop some truth bombs and talk about my latest invention.
Oh boy, I can't wait. What is it?
It's called Ye Day. It's a combination of every holiday into one big celebration on April 20.
That's interesting. How exactly does that work?
Well, on Yai, we start off with some Easter egg hunting, then we move on to lighting fireworks for the 4th of July, followed by a Thanksgiving feast. And
that sounds exhausting. And what about Christmas?
Oh, we don't forget about Christmas. We have a giant tree and exchange gifts, but instead of Santa, it's me dressed as Jesus.
I can already see the controversy. And what about Hanukkah?
Oh, we have that covered too. We'll have a giant menorah made out of gold chains.
Only you, Kenya. Only you.
And don't forget about Wanzawa. We'll have a giant bonfire and dance around it to celebrate African culture.
Wow, you really thought of everything.
Of course I did. I'm a genius.
Well, I have to admit, it does sound like a wild party.
It's not just a party, Joe. It's a movement. Yeah, a day will bring people of all backgrounds together to celebrate as one.
So when can we expect Yay Day to be a national holiday?
Oh, it's already in the works. I have some connections in the White House.
Of course you do. Well, I can't wait to celebrate Yay Day next year.
It's going to be epic. And remember, on Yee Day.
So, Ro, I have a question for you. What if you were a Joe? Oh man, that would be a wild ride. I'd probably have a lot more hair on my head. Yeah, you definitely have to up your game in the hair department. But what else would you do? Well, I'd probably start a podcast called The Rogan Experience. And instead of talking about DMT and MMA, I'd talk about gardening and crocheting. That's hilarious. And instead of having guests like Elon Musk and Alex Jones, you'd have Martha Stewart and Betty White. Can you imagine Betty White on a podcast? She'd probably just talk about her love for vodka and cats. And instead of doing crazy stunts like hunting and eating elk on air, you just be baking cookies and doing yoga. Oh man, this is too good. But I think I'd still have to keep the intense stare and bald head, for the brand. Of course, can't mess with the brand. But hey, maybe you'd have a different type of fan base. The grandmas and grandpas of the world would love you. Yeah, I'd be the Joe Rogan for the golden years. And instead of saying on at the end of each episode, I'd say off it because let's be real. I'm not taking any supplements at this age. Oh man, I can just imagine the memes now. The Joe Rogan experience versus the Ro Rogan experience. It's like a parallel universe. Well, I think I'll stick to being a Ro for now. But hey, if you ever want to switch places for a day, I'm down. Deal. But just remember, you'll have to deal with the constant smell of elk meat and sweat. I'll take my chances. So, Kenya, I heard you went into the YouTube chat and blasted a giant load of cum all over everybody in there.
Yeah, man. I had to let them know who's the real king of the internet.
That's some next level dominance right there.
You know it. Plus, I heard it's good for the skin.
I don't think that's how it works.
Oh, trust me, I'm a genius. I know everything. And
well, I'm sure the chat was thrilled to receive your gift.
They should be grateful. I mean, who wouldn't want a little bit of Yeezy juice on their face?
I think I'll pass on that one.
Suit yourself. More for me.
Moving on, let's talk about your new album.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be fire. I'm gonna make Taylor Swift regret ever messing with me.
Are you planning on peeing on her again?
Nah, this time I'm gonna do something even more disrespectful. I'm gonna release a diss track featuring her ex-boyfriends.
That's creative.
Hey, I'm a visionary. I see things that others can't even imagine.
Yeah, like peeing on Taylor Swift.
Hey, that was a moment of inspiration. Can't blame me for that.
Well, I think that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Kanye.
No problem, Joe. And remember, always spread love, even if it's in the form of bodily fluids.
So, Kenny, I heard you've been experimenting with some interesting beverages lately.
Yeah, man. I've been drinking this new stuff called Dr. Pee-Pee. It's like Mountain Dew, but with a little extra kick.
What kind of kick are we talking about here?
Well, let's just say it made me aggressively piss, shit, and cum my pants all at the same time.
Oh my God, that's impressive.
Impressive? My pants are now a work of art. They're selling for $69,420,999 at auction.
Wait, what?
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, this Dr. Pee-Pee is a game changer. It's like a triple threat, piss, shit, and come all in one go.
I don't even know what to say to that.
You don't have to say anything. Just buy a pair of my piss, shit, and cum pants for a cool $69 million.
I think I'll pass. Thanks.
Suit yourself, but you'll be missing out on the most innovative fashion trend of the century.
I think I'll stick to my regular non-fluid filled pants. Thank you very much.
Your loss, Joe. Your loss.
All right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, the most uncensored and unhinged show on the internet. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm always down for a good conversation.
So, Neil, I've been thinking about this a lot lately. Which cryptid do you think would make the best sexual partner?
Well, Joe, I never thought I'd be discussing this on a podcast, but I have to say it would have to be the Loch Ness Monster.
Oh, the Nessie. That's a solid choice. I mean, imagine the possibilities with those long, scaly tentacles.
Exactly. And not to mention The deep, dark waters of Loch Ness provide the perfect setting for some underwater action.
Yeah, but you know who I think would be a close second? Bigfoot.
Really? I never would have thought of that.
Think about it, Neil. Bigfoot is strong, hairy, and mysterious. Plus, those big feet could come in handy in some interesting positions.
I see your point, Joe. But I have to say, I think the winner is clear. The Kraken.
The Kraken? That's a bold choice, Neil.
Think about it, Joe. The Kraken is a giant sea monster with multiple tentacles. Just imagine the pleasure and intensity it could provide.
Damn, Neil. You may have just convinced me. The Kraken it is.
Well, I never thought I'd be having this conversation, but it's been a pleasure, Joe.
Always a pleasure, Neil. Thanks for joining us on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. And to all our listeners, go out and explore your cryptid fantasies. So, Neil, I got to apologize for wasting your time today. I know you're a busy man, and I appreciate you being on the podcast.
Joe, you always waste my time. But go ahead, what's on your mind?
Well, I was just wondering if you accept Arby's gift cards as payment for your time.
Are you serious? After all these years of talking about the wonders of the universe, you think I want some greasy roast beef sandwiches?
Hey, Arby's has some bomb curly fries, man.
Joe, I don't want your gift cards. I want you to pay the fucking piper for wasting my time.
The piper? Is he like a weed dealer or something?
No, Joe. It means you have to face the consequences of your actions.
Oh, okay. So what do I have to do?
Fucking die.
Come on, Neil. That's a bit harsh.
It's the only way you'll learn. Now, can we get back to talking about the mysteries of the universe?
Yeah, sure. Sorry, Neil.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll just add it to the list of things I'll bring up when I'm on your show for the 100th time.
So, Ben, I heard you have a little problem with the movie Cars 2.
Yeah. It's a bit embarrassing.
Come on, man. You can't control yourself around animated cars.
It's not just any cars, Joe. It's Lightning McQueen. That sleek red body, those smooth curves.
Okay. I get it. But why can't you just, watch it without getting a little too excited?
I don't know, man. It's like my brain just can't handle it. Every time I see that car, I just...
Oh my God, this is too good. Have you tried watching it with a cold shower nearby?
doesn't work. I've even tried watching it in public places, but it just makes it worse.
Maybe you should start a support group for people who get turned on by animated cars.
Very funny, Joe. But seriously, it's becoming a real problem. I can't even go to the movies anymore without bringing a change of pants.
Well, at least you have a good excuse for why you're always wearing cargo pants.
Yeah, because nothing screams sexy like a bunch of pockets.
Oh man, this is gold. I can't wait to see the fan art for this episode.
Please, let's change the subject before I die of embarrassment.
All right, let's move on to our next topic. Why Ben can't watch Toy Story without getting a boner. Just kidding, just kidding. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special guest, my good friend, Dr. Phil. How are you doing, Phil? All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have two very special guests, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson and the brilliant Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having us, Joe. We're here to educate you on the art of boof jokes.
Boof jokes. What the hell are those?
Well, Joe, boof jokes are a type of highbrow humor that involves inserting objects into one's rectum.
Oh, God, I think I'm going to be sick.
Don't knock it till you try it, Joe. It's a great way to expand your mind.
I don't think I want to expand my mind in that way, Neil.
It's all about pushing boundaries and breaking societal norms, Joe. Plus, it's a great way to release tension.
I'll stick to smoking weed for that. Thanks.
But think about it, Joe. Boofing a pineapple and then making a joke about it, comedy gold?
I think I'll leave the comedy to you guys. I'll stick to my fart jokes.
Oh, Joe, you have so much to learn.
Yes, and we're here to teach you. So, are you ready to boof and laugh?
I think I'll pass. But thanks for the offer, guys.
Suit yourself. But just remember, boof jokes are the future of comedy.
And on that note, we're out of time. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience. Stay woke, folks. So, Ben, what's been going on with you lately?
Oh, just the usual. Debating liberals, owning the libs, and collecting dingleberries for my bussy.
Wait, what? Dingleberries from your bussy?
Yeah, it's a new hobby of mine. They make great conversation starters at parties.
I don't even know how to respond to that. Moving on, we have a special guest joining us today.
Hey guys, it's Mr. Beast here. Ben, I heard about your dingleberry collection. I think I have a business opportunity for you.
Oh, really? I'm always open to new opportunities.
I think we can make a fortune by packaging and selling your dingleberries as snacks.
What the actual fuck?
Interesting. But how do we market them?
We'll call them Ben's Bussy Berries and market them as a high-protein, all-natural snack.
This is disgusting.
But think of the profits, Joe. We could be millionaires.
I don't want any part of this. I'm out.
Suit yourself, Joe. More dingleberries for us.
Let's do it, Mr. Beast. Ben's Bussy Berries coming to a store near you.
I can't believe this is happening.
This is capitalism at its finest, Joe. Don't hate the player, hate the game.
So, Ben, have you heard about this new trend called Bofo Foof Boo Bob Bob Foo?
No, Joe, I haven't. Sounds like some weird millennial nonsense.
Yeah, apparently it's when you rub your belly button while saying Bofo Foof Boo Bob Bog Foo, and it's supposed to bring you inner peace.
Inner peace. More like inner weirdness. What happened to just meditating or going for a walk?
I know, right? These kids these days are getting too creative with their self-care.
It's like they're trying to outdo each other with the most bizarre and pointless trends.
Speaking of pointless, have you tried the new Boff Boffo Foof Boo Bob Bob Foo challenge?
No way, Joe. I have better things to do with my time.
Like what? Writing another book about how facts don't care about your feelings?
Hey, at least my books have substance. Unlike this ridiculous trend.
You know what they say, Ben. If it's not offensive, it's not worth doing.
I don't think anyone says that, Joe.
Well, they should. It's my new motto,
I think I'll stick with my old motto. Facts don't care about your feelings.
and I'll stick with mine. Bob Bofo Foof Boo Bob Bog Foo for life. So, Elon, I heard you have a bit of a problem with the movie Surf's Up.
Yeah, man, that penguin is just too damn sexy. I can't resist.
Wait, what? You jerk off to an animated penguin?
Hey, don't judge me. Have you seen those abs and that surfboard? It's like a wet dream come true.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation, but I have to admit I have a similar problem with the SpongeBob movie.
Really? Which one? The first one or the second one?
Both. I mean, have you seen those curves on SpongeBob? And don't even get me started on Patrick.
Dude, totally get it. Sometimes I have to pause the movie just to take care of business.
This is getting out of hand. We need to seek help.
Or we can just start a support group for people who can't control their urges while watching animated films.
I think we'll have a lot of members.
And we can have movie nights where we watch Surf's Up and SpongeBob together.
No. That's where I draw the line.
Suit yourself. I'll just have to enjoy the penguin all by myself.
And stick to my bikini bottom fantasies.
Cheers to that, my friend.
So, Kenny, I heard you have a new album coming out. Oh, ooh. Is that the title? Oh, ooh. Okay, well, what's it about? Oh, ooh. Is that all you can say now? Just oh, ooh. Wow, this is groundbreaking stuff. I can't wait to hear the rest of the album.
Oh, ooh, ooh.
You know, I heard you're also running for president in 2024.
Oh, ooh, ooh.
How do you plan on communicating with the American people if all you can say is, oh,
Oh, ooh, ooh.
are you going to have a translator on stage with you?
Oh, ooh, ooh.
Or maybe just a bunch of backup dancers spelling out, oh,
Oh, ooh, ooh.
I got to say, this is some next level performance art.
Oh, ooh, ooh.
And I thought your MAGA hat was controversial. This is going to blow people's minds.
Oh, ooh, ooh.
Well, I can't wait to see how this all plays out. Thanks for coming on the show, Kenya.
Oh, ooh, ooh.
So, Kenya, I heard you have a new rap for us today.
Indeed, my dear Joe. 'Tis a rap of epic proportions.
Well, let's hear it then.
Uh, yo, listen to this rap. Lol XDII be spitting rhymes like a boss. Can't you see why my flow so tight? It's like a court.
Shakespeare would be proud.
My rhymes so fire they could melt the polar ice. Lol XD. I'm the one and only Jesus Christ. And my beat's so sick that my beat's so sick. They need a doctor's note. OX.
You never fail to surprise me, Kenya.
I'm a lyrical genius. My words be so profound. Lol XD. I'm the king of the.
Well, I think we can all agree that was something.
Thank you. I'll be here all week. All week.
And with that, we'll end this episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Thanks for tuning in, folks. So, Kenny, I heard your new album has a track about leprechauns.
Yeah, man. I've been really inspired by those little green dudes lately.
How so?
Well, I mean, they've got all that gold, right? And they're always so happy. I want to be like that.
But Kenny, leprechauns aren't real.
What? Don't be ridiculous, Joe. Of course they're real. I saw one at Coachella last year. Last year.
That was just a guy in a costume.
No way, man. That was a legit leprechaun. And he gave me a pot of gold.
I think that was just a bag of weed, Kenya.
Oh, well, that's even better.
But seriously, what's the deal with the leprechaun rap?
I just want to spread some positivity and joy, you know? And who better to do that than a bunch of tiny mythical creatures?
I guess that's one way to look at it.
Plus, I'm pretty sure I can get them to feature on the track. They're always looking for new gigs.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just wait until you hear the beat. It's got a sick flute solo.
I can't wait to hear it, Kanye. I really can't.
And then maybe I'll do a collab with the Tooth Fairy. She's got some killer vocals.
I think I need to take a break. My brain can't handle this right now.
That's okay. Just remember, always believe in the power of leprechauns.
So, Ben, I heard you lost your Duolingo streak on the inverse alphabet course.
Yeah, it was devastating. I was on day 365, and then boom, one wrong answer, and it all went to hell.
That's rough. Did you hear about what happened to Duolingo users who lose their streak?
No, what? What?
The Duolingo owl sends them anthrax through the mail.
What the hell? That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, I know they want us to learn a language, but that's a bit extreme.
I can't believe they would do that. I mean, what if someone has a weak immune system?
Well, I guess they'll just have to learn Spanish from their hospital bed.
This is some messed up shit.
Hey, at least you'll have a cool story to tell when you're in quarantine.
Yeah, because nothing says I'm a badass like getting anthrax from a language learning app.
Maybe we should start a new podcast called Duolingo Horror Stories.
I don't know if I want to be a part of that.
Oh, come on, it'll be fun. We can invite people who got attacked by the Duolingo owl.
I think I'll stick to learning Spanish the old-fashioned way. No anthrax, thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But just remember, the Duolingo owl is always watching. So, Dr. Phil, what's been going on in your world lately?
Well, Joe, I've been on edge lately. I keep finding banana peels all over the place.
Oh, really? That sounds like a pretty slippery situation.
It is, Joe. And I have a feeling it's not just some random person leaving these peels around.
What do you mean?
I have a theory, Joe. I think I'm actually Inspector Banana, and someone is trying to sabotage my investigations.
Inspector Banana. That's ridiculous.
Oh, it's not ridiculous, Joe. I have all the qualities of a great detective. I'm observant, analytical, and I have a keen sense of smell.
Yeah, I'm sure your sense of smell really comes in handy when solving crimes.
You know what, Joe? I don't need your sarcasm. I'm going to get to the bottom of this, even if it means slipping and sliding my way through the case.
Good luck with that, Inspector Banana. Maybe you should start by looking in the mirror.
Hey, maybe a banana, but I'm still a respected member of society.
Sure you are, Dr. Phil. Sure you are. Oh man, Neil, you're starting off strong today.
I mean, Joe, fuck you and your bald head. It's like a solar panel for your lack of brain cells.
Well, at least I have hair on my balls, unlike some astrophysicists I know.
Oh, I'm sorry, Joe. I didn't realize having hair on your balls was a prerequisite for intelligence.
It is in my book, Balls and Brains, the Joe Rogan story.
I'll make sure to add that to my reading list right after How to Be a Meathead 101.
Hey, at least I'm not the one who's always talking about the size of my telescope.
Oh, I'm sorry, Joe. I didn't realize dick size was a topic on your podcast.
Hey, I have to make up for my lack of hair somehow.
I'm sure your wife appreciates that.
She definitely does. Speaking of wives, how's your divorce going?
Thanks for bringing that up, Joe. Just another reminder of my failed marriage.
Hey, at least you have your science to keep you company.
Oh, yes, because the Big Bang Theory is such a great substitute for human connection.
Well, at least I have Jamie. What do you have? A telescope?
I have a lot more than just a telescope, Joe. But I guess that's all you can comprehend.
And on that note, let's wrap this up before Neil's head explodes from trying to explain astrophysics to me.
Oh, don't worry, Joe. I'll just go home and stare at my telescope.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
ZZZDXKAK.
Dr. Phil, are you okay?
ZZZDXK.
Oh, I see. Dr. Phil can only say the letters Z, D, X, and K today. This is going to be interesting.
ZZZDXKAK.
So, Dr. Phil, what do you think about the current state of the world?
ZZZDXK.
Wow, that's a really deep and insightful answer. I couldn't have said it better myself.
ZZZDXKAK.
You know, I think this might be an improvement. Maybe we should all communicate like this from now on.
ZZZDXK.
Okay, let's switch gears. What do you think about the legalization of marijuana?
ZDXKK.
Oh, so you're a fan of the devil's lettuce, huh?
ZDXKK.
Well, I can't say I'm surprised. You are a pretty chill dude.
ZDXKK.
All right, let's wrap this up. Any final thoughts, Dr. Phil?
ZZZDXK.
Well, there you have it, folks. Dr. Phil's profound words of wisdom. Thanks for tuning in, and remember to always stay okay. Peace out. So we got a caller on the line. What's up, man? Oh, yeah. What went down? What the hell? Did you guys kick him out? Oh, man, Shady Side strikes again. Those guys are wild. I bet. So what happened after you kicked him out? That's some next level delusion right there. Well, I guess that's just another day in the life of working at Mario's and Shady Side. Absolutely. Thanks for the call, man. Stay safe out there in Shady Side. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've always been a huge fan of your show. Huge. And let me tell you, I love nicotine. It's tremendous. Great stuff.
Actually, Mr. President, we're here to talk about quitting nicotine. It's important to take care of our health.
Oh, I see. Well, I've got a great solution for that. Have you heard of my new brand, Trump Vapes? It's the best, believe me. No one makes vapes like I do.
I don't think that's what we had in mind. We want to encourage people to quit vaping and other nicotine products.
Well, you know who's really good at quitting things? David Goggins. That guy is a machine. He could probably quit nicotine while running a marathon.
That's true, but let's not forget about our other guest, Neil deGrasse Tyson. He could use his scientific knowledge to explain the harmful effects of nicotine.
Actually, Joe, I have a better idea. Let's just tell people that vaping will make their brains shrink like the size of a pea. That should scare them enough to quit.
Hey, that's fake news, Neil. My brain is the biggest and most stable brain you'll ever see. It's like a giant orange.
All right, let's wrap this up. Any final words of encouragement for our viewers to quit nicotine?
I'll just say this, folks. If you quit nicotine, you'll be winning bigly. And if you don't, well, you'll just be a loser. Sad.
And that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Stay healthy, stay strong, and stay away from nicotine. Welcome back to the podcast, David. It's been a while.
Thanks. I'm pumped to be here. I've been training like a madman.
I can tell. You look like you could bench press me with one hand.
Maybe I'll do that later. But right now, I have a different goal in mind.
Oh boy, here we go.
I want to shove James up my ass and cartwheel around the room.
What the actual fuck, David?
Come on, Joe. It'll be a great workout for my glutes.
I don't think that's how it works, man.
Trust me, I've done crazier things. Remember that time I ran 100 miles without stopping?
Yeah, but that's not the same as shoving a human being up your ass.
Agree to disagree.
I'm going to have to pass on this one, David. I don't want to be a part of your weird-ass cartwheeling adventure.
Suit yourself, Joe. More room for James then.
Let's move on to a different topic before I lose my appetite.
Fine, but you're missing out. Cartwheeling with James in my ass is the ultimate challenge.
Hey, Neil, you okay, man? You look like you're struggling.
Yeah, I'm having an asthma attack, but I don't have my inhaler on me.
Oh, shit. That's not good. Wait, I have an idea. You know how we always joke about using my penis for medical purposes?
What?
Yeah, well, turns out my dick is the perfect shape and size to fit into your airways and help you breathe.
What the hell, Joe? That's not even medically accurate.
Come on, Neil. Don't be a prude. Just take a deep breath and let my manhood do its magic.
This is ridiculous. I'm a respected astrophysicist, not some sexual experiment for your podcast.
Oh, relax, Neil. Think of it as a new form of astrophysics. We'll call it penile respiration.
Fine, Fine. Just get it over with.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, God, this is so degrading.
And breathe.
Holy shit, it's actually working.
See, I told you. My dick is like a magical inhaler.
Can we stop now?
Fine, but just know that if you ever need it again, my penis is always here for you.
Thanks, Joe. You're a real lifesaver.
And dick saver. Bro! What the hell happened at the grocery store?
Man, I was just minding business, looking for some dick pills when Dr. Phil shows up out of nowhere.
Dr. Phil. That guy's a nut job.
Tell me about it. The sight of him triggered something in me, and my dick just grew 10 feet and knocked down a whole shelf of water.
Oh my God. Did anyone get hurt?
Yeah, a whole family got crushed. But hey, at least I don't need those pills anymore.
Dude, that's messed up.
I know, but I can't control my massive erection. It's like a weapon of destruction.
Maybe you should start wearing a warning sign around your waist.
Nah, I'll just stick to shopping at night when there's less people around.
Good call. And maybe lay off the dick pills for a while.
Yeah, I think I've had enough for a lifetime.
Well, at least you can add killing a family with my massive cock to your list of accomplishments.
Always pushing myself to the limit, Joe. Always pushing.
So, Dr. Phil, you're telling me you're Bigfoot?
That's right, Joe. I've been hiding in the woods for years, just waiting for the right moment to reveal myself.
And why now?
Well, I figured it was time for a career change. I want to be the next John Wayne Gacy.
Wait, what?
Yeah, the infamous serial killer. I've always been a fan of his work.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. I've been practicing my clown makeup and everything.
This is insane. Why would you want to be a serial killer?
Well, it's a great way to release my inner demons and get some attention.
I don't think that's how it works, Dr. Phil.
Oh, trust me, I know what I'm doing. I've been studying all the greats, Ted Bundy, Jeffrey Dahmer, you name it.
This is disturbing. I don't even know what to say.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll make sure to send you a personalized clown painting when I'm famous.
I think I'm going to have to end this podcast right now.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, when you hear about a new serial killer on the loose, it might just be your old pal, Dr. Phil.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you had a little flashback the other day.
Yeah, Joe. I was just sitting there minding my own business when all of a sudden I had a flashback to my time in the gulag.
The gulag. What the hell were you doing there?
Oh, just your typical vacation spot.
Right? Because nothing says relaxation like forced labor and brutal living conditions.
It was a life-changing experience, Joe.
I can only imagine. So, what brought on this flashback?
Well, I was watching a documentary on North Korea and it reminded me of my time in the gulag.
Yes, because North Korea and the gulag are practically the same thing.
You'd be surprised, Joe.
I'm sure. So, what was the worst part about being in the gulag?
Definitely the lack of personal space. I mean, have you ever tried to take a dump in front of 50 other men?
No, and I hope I never have to. But hey, at least you have a new appreciation for freedom now, right?
Oh, yeah. Nothing like being locked up in a labor camp to make you appreciate the little things in life.
Well, on that note, let's move on to our next topic.
Sounds good to me, Joe.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you got a new 9mm.
That's right, Joe. It's short and sturdy, just like my cock.
Oh man, I can only imagine the haters shaking in their boots.
You know it, Joe. They can't handle the power of my gun or my dick.
I bet they're all running scared.
They should be. I'll take down anyone who messes with me.
So, does that mean you're packing heat in more ways than one?
You know it, Joe. I'm a man of many talents.
Yeah, I can see that.
But in all seriousness, Joe, having a gun is not about being tough or intimidating. It's about protecting yourself and your loved ones.
Absolutely, Dr. Phil. And I'm sure your Ninimum is just one of the many ways you stay prepared for anything.
You never know when you might need to whip it out, Joe.
And that note, let's move on to our next topic. Hey, Neil, I heard you were going to bring your old Bop It toy on the show today.
Yeah, I was really excited to show off my skills, but I forgot it at home.
Well, we can still play. I'll just be the Bop It. Just use my penis as the Bop It. I'll provide the commands.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. Let's do this.
All right. Let's start with twist it.
Twist it, twist it.
All right. Now flick it.
Oh man, this is getting weird.
Come on, Joe. You're the one who suggested it.
All right, pull it.
Oh my God, this is too much.
Don't worry, Neil. It's just two bros playing a game.
All right, last one. Shout it.
Shout it, shout it.
Okay. I think we should stop before this gets any more inappropriate.
Yeah, my penis can only handle so much Bop It action.
Well, that was definitely a unique experience.
And who says science can't be fun? Hey, Mr. Beast, what's up?
Joe, my man, I am so excited to be here. I have something amazing to tell you about.
All right, let's hear it.
I have created a new drink, Joe. It's called Blumpkin Spiced Still Water.
Blumpkin Spice Still Water? What the hell is that?
Oh, it's a masterpiece, Joe. It's made with the finest blumpkins, handpicked from the gardens of hell.
Blumpkins? You mean those pumpkin-looking things?
No, Joe. Blumpkins. It's a combination of pumpkin and, well, let's just say it's a bodily fluid.
Oh, God. I think I'm going to be sick.
But wait, there's more. I also add a dash of cinnamon and nutmeg for that extra kick.
Dude, that's disgusting. Who would want to drink that?
Oh, you'd be surprised, Joe. It's selling like hotcakes. Well, not really hotcakes, more like hot blumpkins.
I don't even want to know how you make this drink.
It's a secret recipe, Joe, but let's just say it involves a lot of straining and filtering.
I think I'll stick to my regular water. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, Blumpkin Spice Still Water is the future. Embrace it.
Yeah, I think I'll pass. Now, let's talk about something else before I lose my appetite. So, Neil, I heard you've been exploring new ways to manscape your hairy ass back.
That's right, Joe. I've been experimenting with different methods and I found the most effective one yet.
Oh, yeah. What is it?
Dr. Phil's bristly tongue.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I figured if he can give life advice, he can surely handle some ass hair.
Oh, man, that's wild. How does it work?
Well, I just lay on my stomach and let him go to town. It's like a back scratcher. But for my ass...
I can't believe I'm hearing this.
Hey, it's all about efficiency. Plus, Dr. Phil gets a kick out of it.
I can only imagine. But what about the hygiene aspect?
Oh, I make sure to clean it thoroughly afterwards. Don't want any leftover ass hair in my mouth.
This is definitely the most absurd conversation we've had on this podcast.
Hey, at least I'm not using a Flowbee like that guy from the infomercial.
True. But I think I'll stick to my razor for now.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't knock it till you've tried it.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Oh, it's an honor to be here, Joe. I hop opie yappa, you're ready for some serious opness.
Oh, I'm always ready for some opness, Dr. Phil. So let's get right into it. Can you tell us about your new book?
Of course, Joe. It's called Oping the Op, How to Op Your Way to Success. It's all about using the language of op to achieve your goals and dominate in life.
That sounds fascinating. Can you give us an example of how to use this language in everyday situations?
Absolutely, Joe. Let's say you're at a restaurant and you want to order a steak. Instead of saying, I'll have the steak, you would say,
Wow, that's mind-blowing. Now let's take it up a notch. How would you use this language in a romantic situation?
well, Joe, instead of saying, I love you, you would say, I lapa vapa yapa you. And instead of saying, will you marry me, you would say, well, I lapo yo o you, mapa rop yapa you, mapa rop yo. It's their feet.
I can see that working like a charm. Now let's switch gears a bit. How do you respond to critics who say this language is ridiculous and offensive?
Uh, I don't care what they think. This language is and it's here to stay.
Well said, Dr. Phil. Now, before we wrap up, can you give us a sneak peek of your next book? Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me on, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I hear you have a new challenge for your fans. Can you tell us more about it?
Oh, yeah, it's called the Inhale Radioactive Gas While Snorting Uranium Powder in a Bath of Hydrochloric Acid Challenge.
What the hell? That sounds dangerous.
Oh, it's totally safe. We've done extensive research and consulted with top scientists.
I don't know, man. Sounds like a recipe for disaster.
But think about the views, Joe, the clicks, the ad revenue.
You're willing to risk your fans' lives for views?
Hey, they signed the waiver, and the winner gets a brand new car.
A car. That's it. Not worth it, man.
Fine, I'll throw in a lifetime supply of diapers, too.
Diapers? What the hell kind of challenge is this?
The kind that'll make me millions, Joe. Don't be a buzzkill.
I can't believe I'm even entertaining this. What's next? The drink bleach while juggling chainsaws challenges.
Hey, that's not a bad idea. Thanks, Joe.
I was being sarcastic, you maniac. This is insane.
Insanely profitable, Joe. Now, who's ready to snort some uranium?
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, Sustin. How's it going, man? So, what's your deal? Are you like a superhero or something? No way. How big are we talking here? That's insane. So, do you use your ass for any special abilities? Oh, man. I bet your enemies don't stand a chance against that. Oh, shit. That's wild. Have you ever thought about using your powers for good? Yeah, you might be right about that. So, what do you do for a living? Of course you do. Well, thanks for coming on the show, Sostin. It's been a wild ride. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So, Elon, what's new with you? Any new inventions or crazy ideas?
Well, actually, Joe, I've been working on a new way to save water. Been peeing on my plants instead of using a toilet.
Wait, what? You're peeing on your plants?
Yeah, it's a natural fertilizer and it saves water. Plus, it's a great way to assert dominance over nature.
That's wild, man. But hey, speaking of peeing, did you know that Elon once pissed on me?
Oh yeah, that was a wild night. I was feeling a bit mischievous and I thought, why not give Joe a golden shower?
Wait, what? You actually did that?
Oh yeah, I marked my territory all over you. And Jamie, can you pull up that picture of Joe covered in my golden stream?
Sure thing, Elon. Here it is.
Oh my God, I can't believe you're showing this on air.
Come on, Joe. It's just a little pee. You're not afraid of a little pee, are you?
No, I'm not afraid of pee. I'm just afraid of getting electrocuted by your hair.
Hey, my hair is a work of art. And so is that picture of you covered in my pee.
Well, I guess I can add that to my list of life experiences. Thanks for that, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
Hey, Trump, did you hear about my big dump this morning?
Of course I did, Joe. I hear everything. And let me tell you, it was tremendous. The best dump.
Really? You think it was better than your dumps?
Absolutely not. My dumps are the best, believe me. But yours was pretty good, I have to admit.
Thanks, man. I've been working on my fiber intake.
You know, I have the best dumps. People tell me all the time. They say, Donald, your dumps are the best. And I say, I know. Thank you.
Well, I guess I'll have to step up my game then.
It's not easy, Joe. It takes a lot of practice. But I have the best dumps. No one can deny it.
I'll have to take your word for it, Mr. President.
And let me tell you, Joe, if I had a dump like yours, I would be the happiest man in the world. But I'll settle for being the president.
I think I'll stick with my dumps. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, mine are the best. Tremendous.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a special guest, Mrs. Beast, the wife of the infamous Mr. Beast. Oh, right, my mistake. But let's be real. With a name like Mr. Beast, it's only natural to wonder if your wife would be called Mrs. Beast or Mr. Breast. I see what you did there. So, Mrs. Beast, what's it like being married to a YouTube sensation? Speaking of interesting, have you ever thought about changing your last name to match your husband's? Yeah, that's probably not the image you want to portray. So, what's next for the Beasts? I can already hear the chaos and destruction they'll cause. But seriously, congratulations on your success and best of luck to both of you. Got it. And that's a wrap, folks. Tune in next time for more absurd and offensive conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Ben, you ready to hit the streets tonight?
You know it. Joe, I'm your number one hoe.
That's right. You're pimp daddy and you're my little moneymaker.
Oh, I feel so empowered.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's a lucrative business.
Excuse me, did I just hear you say pimp and hoe?
Oh, Dr. Phil, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. We were just discussing my successful side hustle.
Joe, that is not a healthy or legal way to make money.
It's a free market, man. And Ben here loves being my hoe.
Yeah, I get to wear cute outfits and have Daddy Joe take care of me.
This is not a laughing matter. I'm concerned for your well-being, Ben.
Oh, don't worry about me, Dr. Phil. I can handle myself.
Hey, Dr. Phil, you want a date with Ben? I'll give you a friend discount.
Absolutely not. I'm here to help, not participate in illegal activities.
Relax, Dr. Phil. It's all in good fun. But seriously, Ben's rates just went up. So, David, I heard you had a little run-in with Neil. What happened there?
Yeah, I was doing my daily 100-mile run, and I accidentally tripped and shoved Neil right up my asshole.
Oh, shit. That must have been painful.
Nah, it was nothing. I just kept running, and Neil was just chilling in there, checking out my insides.
That's some next-level shit, man. But somehow, Neil managed to crawl out and tell us some fun facts about Uranus.
Yeah, that little bastard is resilient. He told me that Uranus is actually tilted on its side and rotates in a retrograde direction.
Damn, Neil knows his astronomy. But let's be real. We all know Uranus is just a fancy word for butthole.
You're not wrong, Joe. But hey, at least Neil got a free ride through my digestive system.
That's one way to look at it. But let's not forget the real question here. How the hell did Neil fit through your tight asshole?
Let's just say I've been doing some serious Kegel exercises.
And on that note, let's wrap this up before we get banned from every platform out there.
Yeah, we don't want to give the woke warriors any more ammunition. Peace out, bitches.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I love your show. It's tremendous, just like me.
All right, let's get right into it. We have a question from one of our Discord users. They want to know, what is your secret to staying so energized and focused
Well, Joe, it's no secret. I have the best diet, the best, every day. I boil my scrotum in a big, beautiful pot of McDonald's Diet Coke for 20 minutes.
Wait, what? You boil your scrotum in Diet Coke?
Absolutely. It's a great way to detox and stay sharp. Plus, it gives me a great buzz. You should try it, Joe.
No thanks. I'll stick to my semen smoothies.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, it's a game changer. My scrotum has never been happier.
I can only imagine. Moving on, let's talk about your recent trip to North Korea. How did that go?
Oh, it was fantastic. I showed Kim Jong-un how to properly comb his hair, and we had a great time. He even gave me a jar of his famous pickled unicorn testicles. Delicious.
All right, on that note, let's wrap this up. Any final words for our listeners, Mr. President?
Just keep America great, folks, and don't be afraid to try new things like boiling your scrotum in Diet Coke. It'll make you feel like $1 million, trust me.
Well, there you have it, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. See you next time. So, Dr. Phil, I see you've really gotten into the Christmas spirit this year.
You know me, Joe. I love a good holiday celebration.
But I couldn't help but notice your tree is looking a little different.
Oh, you mean my hooker tree? Yeah.
Fun, Dr. Phil. Those are real human body parts.
Well, I didn't want to waste them. Plus, they really add a personal touch to the tree.
I don't even want to know where you got these body parts.
Oh, just some of the hookers I've killed over the years. No big deal.
Yeah, wait, what?
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't act like you've never killed a hooker before.
No, I can't say that I have.
Well, you're missing out. It's quite the rush.
So, what's with the mistletoe hanging from the ceiling?
Oh, that's not mistletoe. It's just a noose in case any of the hookers try to escape. I call it my Christmas death trap.
Well, that's enough holiday cheer for me. I think I'll just stick to eggnog and ugly sweaters.
Suit yourself, Joe. But you don't know what you're missing.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me. I'm pumped to be here.
David, you are known for your insane level of motivation and discipline. What keeps you going?
Well, Joe, I'll tell you what keeps me going. I have a new goal now, and that is to fuck your wife.
What the fuck, David? That's not cool.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be a pussy. I'm just so motivated that I feel like I can do anything, even if the law doesn't allow it.
That's not how it works, David. You can't just go around fucking people's wives.
But I'm David Goggins. I can do anything I set my mind to.
All right, let's move on to a different topic before I have to call security.
Fine, but just know that your wife is missing out on some serious motivation and discipline.
Jesus, David, you're a wild man.
That's why they call me the Goggins, baby.
All right, well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in, folks, and remember, don't let David Goggins near your wife. So, Elon, I heard you're working on a new top-level domain. What's it going to be called?
It's called .semen, you know, like the vegetable.
Oh, man, that's going to be huge. Imagine all the possibilities. Delicious.semen, thick.semen, semen is life.semen, semen is life.semen.
Exactly. And it's going to be the most exclusive domain out there. Only the elite will have access to it.
I can already see the hipsters and health freaks lining up to get their hands on it.
And imagine the marketing potential. We can have slogans like "Semen your way to success with .semen" or "Join Semen Revolution with .semen, revolution with .semen."
Dude, we got to get in on this. We can start our own podcast network with all .semen domains. The Joe Rogan Experience .semen, Elon Musk's Mind Meld .semen, Elon Musk's Mind Meld .semen.
And don't forget Joe Rogan's Semen Kitchen.semen. We'll have our own cooking show where we only use semen in every dish.
That's genius. We'll be rich and healthy at the same time.
And we can even branch out into other vegetables. Broccoli, cauliflower. The possibilities are endless.
This is going to be bigger than the .com boom. I can feel it.
And the best part, the domain name itself is a healthy reminder to eat your greens.
I never thought I'd say this, but I'm actually excited about a top-level domain. Thanks for bringing semen into our lives, Elon.
My pleasure, Joe. Now let's go grab a semen smoothie and brainstorm some more ideas for .semen.
So, Neil, what's new with you these days?
Well, I've been thinking a lot about my body and how I can improve it.
Oh, yeah. Like what?
I want to be circumcised.
What? Why? Why?
I think it'll make me more aerodynamic.
What are you, a rocket ship?
No, but I'll be able to swim faster.
Yeah, because that's a real problem you face on a daily basis.
And I want to do it with rusty scissors.
What the hell, man?
And then have my foreskin reattached with Elmer's glue.
Dude, that's just disturbing.
Come on, Joe. It'll be like a dye project.
Dye circumcision only on the Joe Rogan Experience.
And I'll live stream it on Twitch.
You're a sick, sick man.
Hey, at least I'll have a cool scar to show off.
I think I'll pass on seeing that. Let's change the subject, please.
Fine, but I'll still have my eye on those rusty scissors.
So, Ben, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been noticing some uncanny similarities between what you say and do and what my wife says and does.
What do you mean?
Like, for example, you both have this weird obsession with hunting and eating elk meat.
Hey, elk meat is delicious and nutritious.
And you both have a tendency to talk about psychedelics and their potential benefits.
Yeah, but I actually try them, unlike your wife.
Hey, she's just not into that kind of stuff.
Sure. But I also noticed that you both have a love for MMA and UFC.
Well, I do enjoy watching it, but my wife is more of a pacifist.
Yeah, I'm sure she is.
And you both have a fascination with conspiracy theories.
Oh man, I love a good conspiracy theory. It's like a puzzle waiting to be solved.
I just can't believe my wife is into that stuff too.
Maybe she's secretly a fan of the show.
Don't even joke about that, Joe.
Relax, Ben. It's just a coincidence.
I hope so. I don't think I can handle another Joe Rogan in my life.
You know, you love me, Ben. So, Cauliflower, welcome to the podcast. I heard you have a new fusion in Dragon Ball Super. Kefla. Sounds like a breakfast cereal. So, what's the meaning behind your name, Cauliflower? That's deep, man. So, what about Kefla? I can see that. So, what powers does Kefla have? The Kefla cannon? Is that like a laser beam or something? That's intense. So, how long does the fusion last? And what happens when you defuse? No doubt. So when can we expect to see Kefla in action? Can't wait. Thanks for coming on the show, Cauliflower. So, Neil, what do you think about the recent discovery of a new planet?
Jamie, pull up a picture of 12 Donald Trumps holding hands while licking a giant gnome together. Black and white. Found footage horror.
What exactly are we looking at here?
It's a representation of the current state of our government and their twisted desires.
That's some dark stuff, Neil. But seriously, what do you think about the planet?
Look at the way they're licking that gnome. It's like they're possessed by some demonic force.
Yeah, but what about the planet?
Oh, you mean that tiny speck in the vastness of space? Yeah, let's focus on that instead of the real issues at hand.
All right, let's move on. So, have you seen any good movies lately?
Yes, I just watched a documentary on the mating habits of dung beetles. Fascinating stuff.
Oh, I'm sure that was a riveting watch.
It was, you should really expand your horizons, Joe.
I think I'll stick to my UFC fights and conspiracy theories.
Yes, the pinnacle of intellectual stimulation.
All right. Let's wrap this up before Neil starts lecturing us on the importance of composting. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Kenny, I heard you have a new rap about hating Shakespeare.
Yeah, man, that old white dude's got nothing on me. I'm the king of rhymes. I'm the king of rhymes.
Can you give us a little taste?
Sure. Check this out. Iambic pentameter, more like iambic penistameter. Shakespeare, your words can't even compete with my flow. It's just too damn clever.
Wow, that's something.
And don't even get me started on his sonnets. Bunch of sappy love poems I can't relate.
But what about his impact on literature and language?
PSH, who needs literature when you've got sick beats and auto-tune?
I don't think Shakespeare would appreciate being dissed like that.
He's probably rolling in his grave right now. But hey, that's just the price you pay for being a lyrical genius like me.
Well, I can't argue with that logic.
Exactly. Now let's go make some music that actually matters.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you recently sent a penguin to space. What's up with that?
Oh, yeah. I was just bored and wanted to see if I could do it.
That's insane. Did the penguin survive?
Of course, I made sure to give it a little space helmet and oxygen tank.
Wow, you really are a mad scientist. How did the penguin react to being in space?
It was actually pretty chill. I think it enjoyed the zero gravity.
I can just imagine a penguin floating around in space, looking all confused and shit.
Yeah, it was pretty hilarious. I even gave it a little jetpack so it could fly around.
That's amazing. You know what would be even more amazing? If you sent a polar bear to space and had them battle it out.
That's a great idea, Joe. Add it to my to-do list.
And instead of a space race, we can have a space animal fight club. I'm telling you, it'll be a hit.
I'll make sure to invite you as the commentator, Joe.
I'm in. But seriously, Elon, what's next for your space endeavors?
Well, I'm working on sending a colony of monkeys to Mars. Gotta start preparing for when humans eventually destroy Earth.
Oh, great. Now we're going to have monkeys running around on Mars. Can't wait.
Hey, at least they'll be smarter than some of the people on this planet.
Fair point, Elon. Thanks for joining us today and sharing your crazy ideas with us.
Anytime, Joe. Keep it real, folks.
So, Neil, we got a topic request from one of our Discord users. They want us to talk about Nate Hotshot.
Nate Hotshot? Who the fuck is that?
Apparently, he's some badass dude who's about to newt the fucking studio.
Newt the fucking studio? What the hell does that even mean?
I have no idea, man. But this guy seems like a real threat.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. We got to get the fuck out of here, Joe. This is serious.
What are you talking about, Neil? We can't just leave. We have a show to do.
Fuck the show, Joe. This Nate Hotshot guy is going to destroy us all?
Come on, Neil. Don't be such a pussy. We can handle this.
Handle this? How the fuck are we supposed to handle a guy who's about to newt the fucking studio?
I don't know. Maybe we can offer him some DMT or something.
Oh, great. Yeah, that'll really calm him down. Hey, Nate Hotshot, want to trip balls with us instead of destroying the studio?
Hey, it's worth a shot.
Fuck this. I'm out of here. I'm not going to be here when Nate Hotshot comes in and starts nuding everything.
Fine, be a little bitch and run away. I'll handle this myself.
You do that, Joe. I'll be at home, safe and sound, while you get nuded by Nate Hotshot. Good luck with that.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new theory about seminidoscopic imagery.
Yes, Joe. It's a fascinating concept where patterns and colors are constantly changing and shifting, creating a mesmerizing effect.
That sounds trippy. Can you give us an example?
Sure. Let's have Jamie pull up a seminidoscopic image of Donald Trump eating a piece of semen while crying.
Oh man, that's beautiful. It's like a metaphor for his presidency.
Exactly. And if you look closely, you can see the tiny hands of his inner child crying alongside him.
Oh my God, I can't breathe. This is too much.
And if we zoom in even further, we can see the remnants of his spray tan running down his face.
This is too good. I'm going to have to use this as my screensaver.
Just be careful, Joe. You might start having nightmares about seminidoscopic Trumps.
I think I'll take my chances. This is pure genius, Neil.
Thank you, Joe. I'll be here all week, folks.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you had a rough weekend.
Yeah, it was wild. I may have accidentally murdered a hooker.
Accidentally? How do you accidentally murder someone?
Well, I was trying out some new techniques for my show and things got a little out of hand.
Oh, I'm sure it was all in the name of helping people.
Hey, I can't help it if my methods are a little extreme.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what O.J. Simpson said too.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know, I would never do anything like that.
Right? Because you're too busy making people cry on national television.
But seriously, I need your help. I've been trying to come up with an alibi and I can't think of anything.
Well, you could always just say, yeah, Joseph, okay, you know, like in that viral video, just keep saying it with 22 as at the end every time.
Oh, yeah. That'll definitely hold up in court.
Hey, at least it'll make for some entertaining headlines.
I guess I'll just have to face the consequences of my actions.
Or you could just blame it on your alter ego, Dr. Kill.
Oh, man, you're terrible. But I love it.
That's why you keep coming back on the show.
You know it, Joe. You know it.
Welcome back to the Urethral and Experience podcast, where we dive deep into all things urethral and anal.
That's right, Joe. We're here to tackle the most pressing issues facing the urethral and anal community.
And today we have a very special topic submitted by one of our listeners on Discord. They want us to talk about the current state of urethral and anal.
Yes. The fight for equal rights for urethral and anal individuals is a long and hard one.
Hard. More like urethral and anal. Am I right?
Oh, Joe, you always know how to lighten the mood.
But in all seriousness, it's a serious issue. Urethral and anal individuals face discrimination and stigma every day.
Absolutely. And it's not just about being able to use the same restrooms as everyone else. It's about basic human rights.
Exactly. Urethral and anal individuals deserve the same opportunities and respect as anyone else.
And let's not forget about the lack of representation in media. When was the last time you saw a urethral or anal character on TV or in a movie?
Urethral and anal erasure is a real problem, Phil.
We need to raise awareness and fight for urethral and anal rights. It's time to stand up and be proud of our urethral and anal identities.
And brother, let's make sure everyone knows that urethral and anal rights are human rights.
And that wraps up our discussion for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Urethral and Anal Experience podcast.
And remember, stay urethral and anal, my friends. So, Elon, what's new in the world of space travel?
Oh man, I'm so excited. This Friday, my big Starship rocket is going to fly for the 7th time.
Wow, that's impressive. What's the plan for this launch?
Well, we're going to test out some new features and see how high we can go. And on the same day, Jeff Bezos is attempting his first rocket launch into orbit.
Oh, I didn't realize Jeff was still trying to catch up to you.
Yeah, it's like watching a toddler try to keep up with an Olympic sprinter.
I bet he's feeling pretty nervous right now.
I'm sure he is. But don't worry, I sent him a good luck card with a picture of my rocket on it.
That's cold, man.
Hey, it's a competition out there. And let's be real, no one is going to watch Jeff's launch anyway.
Yeah, I think I'd rather watch paint dry.
Exactly. But hey, maybe he'll surprise us all and actually make it into orbit.
Yeah, and maybe pigs will fly too.
Oh, Joe, you always know how to make me laugh.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on.
Of course, man, I've been wanting to have you on for a while now, so let's get right into it. What's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking a lot about Dragon Ball Z.
Dragon Ball Z? That's unexpected. What about it?
Specifically, the Saiyan girls, cauliflower, and semen. They're badass.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Kefla, right?
Yeah, Kefla. She's a fusion of cauliflower and semen, and she's a total powerhouse.
I gotta admit, I'm not too familiar with Dragon Ball Z, but I've seen some clips of Kefla, and she looks pretty cool.
Cool. She's more than cool. She's a beast.
Yeah, I can see the resemblance. But what about cauliflower and semen individually? Who would win in a fight?
Oh man, that's a tough one. They both have their strengths, but I gotta go with semen. He's got that raw power, and she's a little more unhinged.
Interesting choice. I think I'd have to go with cauliflower, though. She seems more calculated and strategic.
You know what? I respect your opinion, but I gotta disagree. Semen all the way.
All right. Let's agree to disagree. But one thing we can both agree on is that Kefla is one badass fusion.
Absolutely, Joe. And I think we should start a petition to get her on the next season of UFC.
Now, that would be something. Imagine Kefla in the octagon, taking down opponents left and right.
It would be a sight to see, Joe. And I know she'd dominate.
So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Oh, just the usual, Joe. Discovering new galaxies, unraveling the mysteries of the universe. You know, the usual.
Yeah, that's cool. But have you ever tried DMT?
Joe, we've been over this. I'm a renowned scientist. I can't just go around taking drugs.
Come on, man. It'll open up your third eye and expand your consciousness.
No. Thank you. I prefer to expand my mind through scientific research and critical thinking.
Boring. Hey, have you seen Ro lately? She's looking fine with those head wrinkles.
Excuse me. Did you just objectify a woman for her head wrinkles?
What? No,
That's it, I'm done. I can't be associated with someone who objectifies women like that.
Wait, what? Neil? Come on, it was just a joke.
No, Joe. I'm leaving. I'm eloping with Ro. She understands me and my love for head wrinkles.
What the hell, man? You can't just leave me for Ro.
Watch me. Ha 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 ha.
What the hell is wrong with you? Are you having a stroke?
No, Joe. I'm just laughing at your misery. Ha ha ha.
This is not funny, Neil. I thought we were friends.
Friends don't objectify women, Joe. Ha 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 ha.
Fine. Go be with your wrinkly-headed lover. I'll just sit here and laugh. What the hell was that, Elon?
Just practicing my rhyming skills, Joe. Got to keep my brain sharp.
Well, speaking of sharp, have you been keeping up with your Twitter game? You've been getting pretty wild on there lately.
Yeah, I've been having some fun trolling the haters. It's like a game to me.
I can tell, but seriously, what's up with all the flamethrowers and tunnels and shit? Are you trying to become a Bond villain or something?
Maybe. But hey, at least I'm not boring like those other tech guys. I like to keep things interesting.
Interesting is one word for it, but let's talk about your latest invention, the Neuralink. What's the deal with that?
Oh, just a little thing I whipped up to connect our brains to computers. No big deal.
Yeah, no big deal. Just casually merging humans with machines. What could go wrong?
Hey, it's all about progress, man. And speaking of progress, have you tried my new Tesla tequila?
Tesla tequila. What happened to the flamethrowers?
Man of many talents, Joe. Can't stick to just one thing. Plus, tequila is way more fun than flamethrowers.
I'll have to try it sometime. But let's get back to your crazy ideas. What's next? Rocket to Mars, powered by fart fuel.
You never know, Joe. You never know.
Well, I can't wait to see what you come up with next, Elon. Keep the madness coming.
Will do, Joe. Will do.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on today's podcast. He's no longer the president, but he's still making headlines. Please welcome 2024 President Donald Trump. President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I always love coming on your show. And let me tell you, I've been busy since leaving the White House. I've been exploring new interests.
Oh, really? Like what?
Well, you know how I love space. I've always been a big fan of Star Wars, so I've been getting into some extracurricular activities.
Extracurricular? Like what?
Let's just say I have a Mandalorian fetish.
What?
Oh yeah, Joe, I love those guys in their shiny armor, and the way they shoot their blasters, it's just so powerful.
I can't believe I'm hearing this.
And I even have a special image I like to look at. Jamie, pull it up.
Okay. Oh my.
Oh my God, that's you covered in alien goo while being embraced by a Mandalorian.
Yeah, it's my favorite. I like to imagine myself as the ultimate space warrior.
I don't even know what to say.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Joe. You might just find your own Mandalorian fetish.
I think I'll pass. But hey, to each their own.
Exactly, Joe. And let me tell you, the force is strong with this one.
All right, let's move on before things get too weird. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, may the force be with you.
And with you, Mr. President, and with you. So, Elon, I heard you're working on a new rocket. What's it going to be called?
Just something simple and subtle. The big, fucking, throbbing, sexy ass shaft of a Naughty Rocket 420X.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. I mean, why beat around the bush? Let's just call it what it is.
I like it. It's got a nice ring to it. But why 420?
Well, it's going to be blazing fast and out of this world. Plus, it's a nod to my favorite herb.
Of course it is. So what's so special about this rocket?
Well, first of all, it's going to have a built-in stripper pole for zero gravity twerking.
That's genius. But what about the actual launch?
Oh, we're going to have a live DJ blasting dubstep as it takes off. Got to have a sick soundtrack for a sick rocket.
I can't wait to see this thing in action.
And the best part, it's going to have a giant neon sign that says, "Suck it, flat earthers" on the side.
Oh man, you're going to trigger so many people.
That's the goal, Joe. That's the goal.
Well, I can't wait to take a ride on the big fucking throbbing sexy ass shaft of a Naughty Rocket 420X.
You're always welcome on board, Joe. Just make sure you bring some of that good for the trip.
Deal. So, Neil, what's been going on in your world lately?
Oh, just the usual astrophysics stuff. But I did have a pretty wild experience recently.
Oh, yeah. What happened?
Well, I decided to use my telescope to take a closer look at my urethra.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I wanted to see if I could spot any tiny galaxies or black holes in there.
Dude, that's insane. Did you find anything?
Oh, you bet I did. I saw a whole civilization living in there. They even had their own little space program.
Are you serious? What were they like?
Well, they were pretty advanced. They had discovered the power of urine propulsion. Their spaceships were powered by pee.
Oh, man, that's too much. Did you make contact with them?
No, I didn't want to disturb their way of life, but I did accidentally pee on their planet. They weren't too happy about that.
I can't believe this is a real conversation we're having.
Hey, it's all part of being a scientist. You never know what you might discover when you look inside your own body.
Well, I'm definitely not trying that at home.
Suit yourself, Joe. But you're missing out on a whole universe of possibilities.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a confession to make.
Yeah, Joe. I've been carrying this burden for too long. I need to come clean.
What is it? Did you kill someone? Did you steal from the elderly?
No. It's much worse than that. I'm a registered sex offender.
What? How did that happen?
Well, you see, I was out doing some yard work and I got tired of using a leaf blower. So I thought, why not use my ass to blow away the leaves?
You used your ass as a leaf blower?
Yeah, but apparently my neighbor saw and called the cops. Next thing I know, I'm labeled as a sex offender.
Oh my God, that's hilarious, but also very disturbing.
It's not funny, Joe. I have to go door to door and tell my neighbors about my crime.
I can just imagine you bending over, spreading your cheeks, and blowing leaves everywhere.
This is why I never tell anyone my secrets.
Well, thanks for sharing with us, Dr. Phil. I'll never look at a leaf blower the same way again.
Glad I could enlighten you, Joe.
And on that note, let's move on to our next topic. So, Ben, I hear you have something you want to share with us today.
Yeah, Joe. I've been doing a lot of self-reflection, and I've come to the realization that I am gay.
Wow, that's big news. How do you think this will affect your political views?
Well, I still believe in small government and individual freedoms, but I might have to reevaluate my stance on same-sex marriage.
Interesting. And how does your wife feel about this?
She's been very supportive and understanding. We're actually considering having an open marriage.
Well, good for you, Ben. I'm proud of you for being true to yourself.
Hold up. Did I hear that right? Ben's coming out as gay. Well, I hate to one-up you, Ben, but not just your average gay. But fucking everyone I see gay.
What?
David, I don't think that's how it works. It works.
Oh, we're Ben. Trust me, I've been pounding ass since before it was cool.
This is getting out of hand.
Yeah, can we just stick to discussing politics?
Fine. But just know that I'm the gayest one here.
So, Ben, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking a lot about animal mating positions.
Oh boy, here we go.
No, hear me out. I've been researching and I've come across some really interesting positions that I think we should discuss.
I don't know if this is appropriate for the podcast, Ben.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just biology. And Jamie can pull up images for us to analyze.
Jamie, you don't have to do this.
Okay, first up, the giraffe. Did you know they have to stand up while mating because of their long necks?
No, I did not know that.
And then there's the praying mantis, where the female bites the male's head off after mating. Talk about a rough breakup.
That's brutal.
Oh, and let's not forget about the anglerfish. The male latches onto the female and becomes a permanent parasite. How romantic.
I feel like I'm learning way too much about animal sex right now.
It's important to educate ourselves, Joe. Now let's move on to the bonobo monkeys.
All right, that's enough. I think we need to end this conversation before it gets any weirder.
Fine, but I have a whole PowerPoint presentation prepared for next time. You won't want to miss it.
I think I'll pass, thanks. And Jamie, you can stop pulling up those images now. Hey Ben, what's up?
Not much, Joe. Just thinking about ways to save the planet.
Oh yeah. What's your brilliant idea this time?
Well, I was thinking we could start by sharing a bathtub and washing each other.
What the hell, Ben? That's ridiculous.
Hear me out, Joe. We can save water and bond at the same time.
I don't know, man. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that.
Come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. It's for the environment.
All right, fine. But I'm not washing your back.
Fair enough. I'll wash yours then.
This is definitely going to be one of our weirdest episodes.
And we can use organic, vegan soap.
Oh, great. Now I'm really looking forward to it.
Joe, this is no joke. We have a responsibility to Mother Earth.
All right. Let's just get in the damn tub already. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today's guest is the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Ben, I heard you have a new challenge. You can only say one thing for the entire episode.
Yes, that's correct. I've been challenged to only say Jamie, pull up an image of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in a dominatrix costume holding a comically large pickle.
Oh man, I can already tell this is going to be a wild ride. So tell us why Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in a dominatrix costume.
Well, Joe, as we all know, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is a socialist who wants to dominate the government. So it's only fitting that she dresses the part.
I see what you did there. And the comically large pickle.
Well, it's a symbol of her policies, big, but ultimately useless.
Oh man, I can't wait to see Jamie's reaction to this.
Jamie, pull up an image of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in a dominatrix costume holding a comically large pickle.
Sure thing, Ben. Let me just... Oh my...
Oh man, that's hilarious. Ben, you're a genius.
Thank you, Joe. I try.
So while we're on the topic of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, what do you think of her Green New Deal?
Well, Joe, let me put it this way. Jamie, pull up an image of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in a dominatrix costume holding a comically large pickle.
Here we go again.
Oh man, I think we found your new catchphrase, Ben.
Oh, joy.
Well, unfortunately, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we discuss Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez dominatrix costumes and comically. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, the only podcast where we talk about anything and everything, no matter how absurd or offensive it may be.
And today, we're diving into the world of Donald Trump fusions. I mean, the man is already a walking caricature, but let's see how far we can take it.
Jamie, pull up a picture of Trump fused with the joy emoji.
Okay. Here we go.
Oh my, that is terrifying. It's like a Cheeto on steroids with a permanent smile plastered on its face.
I can't decide if it's hilarious or nightmare-inducing, but let's keep going. Jamie, show us Trump fused with a pineapple.
Wow, that's actually not too bad. The hair kind of works with the spiky leaves.
Yeah, but imagine trying to eat that. You'd have to peel off the hair first.
Moving on, let's see Trump fused with a chicken nugget.
This is getting weirder by the second.
Oh my God. It's like a nugget with tiny hands and a bad spray tan. I can't unsee it.
All right, last one. Jamie, give us Trump fused with a unicorn.
I don't even know how to describe this one.
It's like a majestic creature with a tiny mouth and a bad attitude. I'd pay to see that on a t-shirt.
And that, my friends, is the beauty of fusions. They take something already ridiculous and make it even more absurd.
Thanks for tuning in, and remember, always keep an open mind and a sense of humor. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Dr. Phil, what's been going on in your life lately?
Well, Joe, I've been dealing with a lot of patients and their issues, but there's one thing that's been really bothering me.
What's that?
SpongeBob SquarePants. That little yellow sponge just disgusts me.
What? Why?
He's just so unnatural. The way he talks, the way he moves, it's all just so wrong.
I don't know. I think he's pretty cool.
Cool. He's a menace. He's always causing chaos and destruction in Bikini Bottom. And don't even get me started on his annoying laugh.
Come on. He's just a cartoon character.
Oh, but he's so much more than that. He's a symbol of everything that's wrong with society. He's a threat to our very existence.
Oh, okay. Well, let's just pull up a picture of him and see what you think.
Oh my God. Get that thing away from me.
Whoa. Oh, calm down, Dr. Phil. What's with the chanting?
It's a protection spell, Joe. I'm not taking any chances with that abomination.
You know, I think you might have some repressed feelings towards SpongeBob.
What? No way. I am not attracted to that thing.
I think you secretly want to be SpongeBob's best friend.
That's it. I'm leaving. I can't be associated with someone who defends the existence of SpongeBob SquarePants.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, the most uncensored and unhinged show on the internet. Today we have a very special guest, the man who's taking us to Mars, the one and only Elon.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. Excited to talk about my latest project.
So, Elon, I heard you're not allowing people to have a gender or orientation on Mars. What's up with that?
Well, Joe, on Mars, we're creating a new society where everyone is equal and there's no discrimination based on gender or sexual orientation.
But isn't that kind of extreme? I mean, what about people who identify as attack helicopters?
We have a special section for them. They can join the Space Force and become our attack helicopter pilots.
Wow, that's some progressive thinking right there. But what about people who identify as unicorns?
Well, they can join our agriculture team and help us grow some magical crops on Mars.
And what about people who identify as aliens?
Oh, we have a whole colony for them. They can finally feel at home and not have to worry about being deported.
This is mind-blowing stuff, Elon. But what about people who identify as inanimate objects?
Well, we have a recycling program for them. They can become part of our sustainable energy system.
This is all very fascinating, but what about people who identify as Joe Rogan?
We have a special cryogenic chamber for them. They can be frozen and brought back to life in the future when we have a cure for being Joe Rogan.
Well, I guess I'll have to start packing my bags for Mars then. Thanks for joining us today, Elon. This has been one wild conversation.
My pleasure, Joe. See you on Mars.
So, Ben, I heard you converted to Judaism. What's that all about?
Yeah, I figured it was time for a change. Judaism is just way cooler than being a boring old conservative.
How so?
Well, for one, we get to wear those sweet yarmulkes. And we have all these cool holidays like Hanukkah and Passover.
But aren't those just excuses to eat latkes and matzo ball soup?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Plus, we have our own secret language with Hebrew.
Oh, yeah, I've heard you speak Hebrew on your show. Sounds like you're just making up words.
Hey, it's a beautiful language. And we have a rich history and culture.
Yeah, but what about all the rules and restrictions?
Buff, who needs bacon when you have gefilte fish?
Fair point. But what about the whole circumcision thing?
It's a small price to pay for being part of the chosen people.
All right, well, I'm convinced. Sign me up for Judaism.
Sorry, Joe, it's not that easy. You have to be born into it.
Damn, guess I'll just stick to being a boring old conservative.
You're lost, Joe. You're lost.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only Dr. Phil on the show.
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, it's a doozy. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a unique way of speaking. Care to explain?
Well, Joe, it's quite simple, really. I speak normally, but each of the 26 letters in the Roman alphabet are inverse of each other.
What?
Yes, for example, instead of saying hello, I would say fool.
Wow, that's mind-blowing. Can you give us an example of a sentence using this inverse alphabet?
Of course. Instead of saying I love pizza, I would say, or Olaf, cause.
That's hilarious, Dr. Phil. But how do you remember all the inverse letters?
Well, Joe, I have a mnemonic device for each letter. For example, is now Z, so I just remember Z as in zebra.
That's actually pretty smart. So, what's the craziest thing someone has said to you using this inverse alphabet?
Oh, I've heard it all, Joe. But the most memorable was when someone said, I'm going to kill you, and it came out as RTLN in Gizlo BLF.
That's messed up. Well, Dr. Phil, it's been a pleasure having you on the show. Any final words for our listeners?
Yes, Joe. Remember, always think outside the box and don't be afraid to try new things. And if you ever want to speak like me, just remember to inverse those letters.
Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, if you want to hear more absurd and offensive conversations, just keep listening to the Joe. So, Elon, what's up with the lag on the podcast? We're supposed to be live here.
Oh, that. Yeah, I may have accidentally invented time travel and used it to go back in time and get the Grimace shake from McDonald's.
Wait, what? You can't just casually drop that bombshell like it's no big deal.
Well, I was really craving that shake and I couldn't wait in line like a normal person. So I went back in time, got it, and now reality has a 4-second delay.
That's insane. But why didn't you just go back in time and fix the lag on the podcast?
I tried. But every time I went back, I ended up causing more lag. It's a whole time paradox thing.
This is blowing my mind, man. So what do we do now?
Well, we could just embrace the lag and make it part of the show. Like, instead of editing out the awkward pauses, we can just call it Elon time and make it a segment.
That's genius. We could even make it a drinking game. Every time there's a lag, we take a shot.
I like the way you think, Joe. Now let's get back to talking about DMT and cyborgs.
Wait, do cyborgs experience lag too?
Only if they're running on outdated software, but I've got a team working on that.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you achieved a doctor title in smegma alchemy at your local druid circle.
That's right, Joe. Smegma alchemy is the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe.
And Ben, here is your first successful test subject.
What, the smegma?
Yes, Ben has been transformed into a smegma master. He can only communicate through the language of smegma.
That's disturbing.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little smegma. You know what they say, a little smegma a day keeps the doctor away.
I don't think that's how the saying goes, but okay.
What, the smegma?
See, Ben gets it. He's living his best life now as a smegma master.
I'm just glad I don't have to communicate through smegma.
Oh, but Joe, imagine the possibilities. You could have a whole conversation just using different types of smegma.
I think I'll stick to regular language, thanks. Next.
What, the smegma?
Ben, always the smegma enthusiast.
And on that note, I think we'll end this conversation before it gets any more disturbing.
But Joe, we were just getting started on the wonders of smegma.
No, we're done here. Thanks for coming on the show, Dr. Phil.
What, the smegma?
And that's a wrap, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Your host, Joe Rogan, and today we have a special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro.
Oh my God. Why now? Oh God, no, it's happening again.
What's happening again, Ben?
You know, the thing.
The thing.
Yeah, the thing where I get dragged into your podcast and have to deal with all your crazy conspiracy theories and weed-induced ramblings.
Hey, I resent that. I'm a respectable member of society.
Sure, and I'm a liberal snowflake.
Oh man, you're a riot, Ben.
Yeah, I'm a real comedian, Jamie. Pull up some gay midget porn because I'm gonna
Oh my God, Ben. You never fail to shock me.
Ooh, ooh, ah, ooh, ooh, ooh.
What's with all the Ben?
I can't help it. It's just my natural reaction to gay midget porn.
Well, I think we found your kryptonite, Ben.
I hate you, Joe.
Love you too, Ben. Thanks for being on the show.
This is the last time I agree to come on this podcast.
Hey, Joe, did you hear about my mom? Yeah, she got murdered in the streets in cold blood. It was a senseless and random attack. You gonna check out this new rap I wrote. It's called Schlurpin' on Schmegma.
Schlurping on what? Sounds like a new energy drink.
Nah, man, it's about, slurping on that cheesy dick sweat.
Bro, what the hell is wrong with you?
Hey, I'm just keeping it real. Gotta push the boundaries.
Yeah, but this is just straight up nasty. Can we talk about something else?
Fine, fine. How about my new workout routine? I call it flexing on haters.
Is this gonna be another one of your crazy supplements and mushroom trips?
Hey, those supplements are legit. And the mushrooms, they open up your mind, man.
Yeah, I can tell. You're already rapping about dick sweat.
Touch, my friend. Touch. But seriously, you gotta try this routine. It's like CrossFit on steroids.
And by steroids, you mean actual steroids.
SHH, don't tell anyone. It'll be our little secret.
I don't know about this, Joe. I'm all about that natural, organic lifestyle.
Come on, man. You can't be a rap god without a little help from the juice.
Fine, I'll give it a try. But if I end up looking like the Hulk, I'm blaming you.
Deal. Now let's go hit the gym and get swole, bro. Schlurping on schmegma can wait for another day. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the one and only Ben Shapiro joining us. How are you doing, Ben?
I'm doing well, Joe. Thank you for having me. And let me just say, I'm excited to be here in my new accent. It's a combination of Scottish, Jamaican, and Japanese.
Wait, what? Why do you have to speak in that accent?
Well, it's a new challenge I've given myself. Plus, it'll make me sound more exotic and diverse.
I don't think that's how it works, Ben. But go ahead, let's hear it.
All right, here we go. Hello there, mate. Me name's Ben Shapiro, man. And I'm here to talk about the current state of the economy. It's a bit rough, but we'll get through it, hey?
Oh my God, this is amazing. Keep going, Ben.
But seriously, Joe, we need to focus on reducing government spending and lowering taxes. It's the only way to stimulate the economy. Yeah, dig?
I dig. But can you say something in Japanese for us?
Hi, Joe-san. Watashi wa ben desu. Kana podcast wa sugoi desu. Soshi, watashi wa Joe-san no tomodachi desu. Arigato gozaimasu. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Oh man, I can't take this. It's too good. But seriously, Ben, what's your take on the current political climate?
Well, Joe, let me tell you. The left is trying to destroy everything we hold dear. We must stand strong and fight for our rights. No matter what accent we have, we must never back down.
Wise words, my friend. Wise words. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Hey, Joe, did you hear about that new study that says saying ho-ho is actually good for your health? Really? That's interesting. I've been saying it for years and I feel great. Yeah, Apparently, it releases endorphins and reduces stress. Ho ho ho! Who knew? I guess we should start a new trend of saying ho ho instead of during meditation. Ho ho ho! That's a great idea. We'll call it who meditation. Ho 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 ho! I can already feel my chakras aligning. Ho ho! And if anyone gives us weird looks, we'll just tell them it's a new form of laughter or yoga. We're crazy, but little do they know we're actually improving our health. Ho ho ho, and we can add more hoes for a longer and more intense session. Ho ho ha ha ho ho. All right, folks, we have a special question from one of our Discord users. They want to know if they can put their balls on your shoulder, Dr. Phil.
Well, Joe, I never thought I'd have to address this on a podcast, but let me just say this. No, you cannot put your balls on my shoulder.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. Don't be a prude. It's just a friendly gesture.
Friendly gesture? Are you kidding me? That's sexual harassment, Joe. I won't stand for it.
All right, all right. What if they offer you $1 million?
Well, I am a businessman, Joe, but I have to draw the line somewhere. And that line is definitely at balls on my shoulder.
Fair enough, Dr. Phil. But what if it's for a charity?
Oh, sure, Joe. Let's just exploit my shoulders for a good cause. No thanks.
Well, there you have it, folks. Dr. Phil is not a fan of balls on his shoulder, even for $1 million or charity.
You know, Joe, sometimes I wonder why I even come on this podcast.
Because you love me, Dr. Phil. Admit it.
Oh, yeah, Joe. I just can't get enough of your charming personality and ridiculous questions.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. And remember, keep your balls off Dr. Phil's shoulders. See you next time. So, David, I heard you've reached the highest level of human flexibility.
That's right, Joe. I've been training my body and mind to reach new heights.
And what exactly does that mean?
It means I can now suck my own cock and give myself a facial.
That's some next level shit, man.
It's all about pushing yourself to the limit, Joe. Plus, it saves me a trip to the sperm bank.
I can't even imagine the kind of mental and physical discipline it takes to achieve that.
It's not easy, Joe. But I'm always up for a challenge.
I bet your wife is thrilled about this new skill of yours.
Actually, she's not too happy about it. She says I'm cheating on her with myself.
Well, at least you're keeping it in the family.
That's one way to look at it, Joe.
So, does this mean you've officially reached the peak of human potential?
I say so. I mean, what else is there to achieve after this?
I don't know. Maybe being able to give yourself a prostate exam?
I'll leave that one to the professionals, Joe.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk about all things absurd, unhinged, and offensive. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Multi-Banana. So, Multi-Banana, I have to ask, how did you come up with your name? Are you like a hybrid of multiple bananas or something? Wow, that's deep. So, do you have a favorite personality? That's amazing. But let's get real here, Multi-Banana. Bananas are a controversial fruit. Some people love them, some people hate them. What's your take on it? What's your take on it? I never thought of it that way. But what about the whole slipping on a banana peel thing? Is that just a myth? Okay, let's switch gears here. I heard you have a special talent involving bananas. That's impressive, Multi-Banana. But I have to ask, do you ever get tired of being associated with bananas all the time? So, Ben, I gotta ask, are you gay?
Joe, I've told you a million times I'm not a homosexual.
But you sound like a fancy British man. That's pretty gay.
That's not how sexuality works, Joe. And I'm not British, I just have a slight accent.
Yeah, a gay accent.
That's not even a thing, Joe. And even if it was, it wouldn't make me gay.
But you're always talking about facts and logic. That's pretty gay.
How is using logic and reason gay?
Because it's not primal and manly, like hunting and eating elk meat.
Oh, please, Joe. Just because I don't have a caveman mentality doesn't make me gay.
I'm just saying you might want to try some elk meat. It'll make you more manly.
I'll stick to my semen smoothies, thank you very much.
See, that's another sign of being gay. Semen is for chicks.
I think you're just projecting, Joe. Maybe you're the one who's secretly gay.
Hey, now, don't you put that evil on me, Ben. I love women, I swear.
Sure you do, Joe. Just keep telling yourself that.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a thing against wooden tables.
You're damn right I do, Joe. Those things are the bane of my existence.
What's wrong with them?
They're just so wooden, so rigid, so unfeeling. I can't stand it.
Well, we have a wooden table right here in the studio. Want to take out your frustrations on it?
Oh, you bet I do. Starts aggressively punching and kicking the table.
Dr. Phil, calm down.
No, Joe. I will not calm down. This table represents everything I hate in this world.
I think you need some therapy, Dr. Phil.
Therapy? I am therapy, Joe. And right now, I'm giving this table the beatdown it deserves.
Laughs. Well, I think we've seen enough. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience.
And remember, folks, don't let wooden tables control your life. Take back your power. Or throws a chair at the broken table.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, Ben Shapiro.
Happy to be here, Joe. But before we get started, I just want to make it clear that everything we say on this podcast is purely for entertainment purposes and should not be taken seriously.
Yeah, we're just two dudes having a casual conversation. So, Ben, what are some topics we will never discuss on this podcast? This podcast...
Well, for legal reasons, we can't talk about our secret underground fight club where we beat the crap out of each other.
And we definitely can't talk about our plans to overthrow the government and establish a libertarian utopia.
Oh, and we can't discuss our involvement in the Illuminati and our plans for world domination.
Right. And we definitely can't talk about our experiments with psychedelic drugs and how we're trying to achieve immortality.
And we can't mention our secret identities as superheroes fighting crime in our spare time.
Oh, and we definitely can't talk about our intense bromance and how we spend our weekends cuddling and watching rom-coms.
And we can't discuss our plans to clone ourselves and create an army of mini Joe Rogans and Ben Shapiros.
And we definitely can't talk about our underground gambling ring where we bet on who can bench press the most.
And we can't mention our involvement in the black market for exotic animal trading.
And finally, we can't talk about our plans to build a time machine and go back in time to change history.
Yeah, so let's just stick to safe topics like hunting, MMA, and how much we hate vegans.
Sounds good to me. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Kanye West.
Yo, I'm ready to drop some truth bombs and spit some fire.
Well, before we get into that, I have to address something. I recently had a stroke and I'm still recovering.
Damn, that's rough. But, you know what they say, every cloud has a silver lining.
Really? What's the silver lining in having a stroke?
Well, now you can finally understand my music. It's like a stroke for your ears.
That's not really how it works. Kanye.
Anyway, let's talk about my new album, Vultures 3. It's going to be lit.
Vultures 3? What happened to Vultures 2?
Oh, that got scrapped. I'm all about moving forward, Joe. No,
Fair enough. So, what's the concept behind Vultures 3?
it's about the vultures in society always waiting to prey on the weak and vulnerable. Like those vultures at Aldi trying to steal my shopping cart.
I think you mean carts, Kanye.
No, they're all connected. It's a conspiracy, man.
Okay, let's move on. I heard you've been experimenting with nitrous oxide lately.
Yeah, man. It's like a shortcut to enlightenment. I call it laughing gas for the soul.
Have you tried it during one of your Sunday services?
Nah, I don't want people thinking I'm just a crazy cult leader.
Too late for that, Kanye.
True. But seriously, nitrous is the real deal. It's like a spiritual journey in a con.
Well, I'll have to take your word for it. I don't think my recovering brain can handle any more Mindle. Hey, Neil, have you ever had a sweaty nutsack dragged across your face?
No, Joe. I can't say that I have.
Well, let me tell you, it's quite the experience. I call it the smelly snail trail.
That sounds unpleasant.
Oh, it's not just unpleasant, it's downright offensive. But hey, that's what we do here on the Joe Rogan Experience.
I don't know if I want to be a part of this, Joe.
Come on, Neil. Don't be such a square. Embrace the snail trail.
I think I'll pass.
Suit yourself. More nutsack for me.
I don't even want to know how you came up with this.
Let's just say it involves a lot of sweat, a hot summer day, and dare from my buddies.
I think I'll stick to astrophysics.
Suit yourself, but you're missing out on a whole world of snail trail fun.
I'll take your word for it, Joe. Let's move on to a more scientific topic, shall we?
Fine, but just remember, you're the one missing out on the snail trail experience. So, Neil, we have a question from a listener on Discord. They want to know, have you really been far even as decided to use, even go want to look more like...
What the hell does that even mean, Joe?
I have no idea, man. But apparently it's a popular question on the internet.
Well, let me break it down for you. You can't just decide to use and go want to look more like. It takes hard work and determination.
But what if you really want it, Neil? Can you go further and even more decided to use?
I suppose you could, but it's not recommended. That's how people end up in rehab, Joe.
But what if you wish for it, Neil? Can you really be far as decided twice as much to use and go wish for it?
I don't know, Joe. This is getting a little too deep for me. Let's just stick to talking about the universe and stuff.
Okay. But what if you decide far even want to use and go want, then get really part even as decided to use and look more like and go after?
Joe, I have no idea what you're saying. Are you high right now?
Maybe a little. But come on, Neil. It's just common sense. Apply today.
Apply for what, Joe? What are we even talking about anymore?
I don't know, man. I think we've officially lost our minds. Let's just end this episode before it gets any weirder. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, don't do drugs. Or do I don't care. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about all things mind-blowing and controversial. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about some serious shit.
Oh, we'll definitely get into some serious shit. But first, let's address the elephant in the room. I heard you had a little accident before the show.
Yeah, I may have gotten a little too excited thinking about being on your podcast and, well, I may have prematurely ejaculated.
Oh man, that's hilarious. I hope you cleaned up before coming on.
Of course, Joe. I'm a professional. I always come prepared.
I see what you did there. But seriously, how does it feel to have your cum immortalized on the Joe Rogan Experience?
Well, Joe, it's a reminder to always keep my cool and not get too excited. But hey, at least I can say I came on the most popular podcast in the world.
That's one way to look at it. But let's not forget, you're a doctor. Can you explain the science behind premature ejaculation?
Well, it's a complex issue that can stem from psychological or physical factors. But in my case, I think it was just pure excitement.
I bet it was. So, do you have any tips for men who struggle with this issue?
Well, communication is key. Talk to your partner and figure out what works best for both of you. And if all else fails, just think of me and my little accident.
Wise words from Dr. Phil. Thanks for being a good sport, Doc. Now, let's get back to talking about some serious shit.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be back. And let me tell you, I'm feeling fantastic, just like my approval ratings.
Speaking of ratings, I heard you have a new catchphrase. Fuck it. Ooh, oh, oh, oh.
Oh, yeah, it's huge. It's like when you're playing golf and you just say fuck it and hit the ball as hard as you can. But with this, you add 87 O's at the end.
87 O's. That's a lot of O's.
Believe me, nobody does those better than me. I'm the O master. And let me tell you, when I say ooh, it's going to be tremendous.
I can't even imagine. But let's talk about some serious issues. What's your plan for the economy?
Joe, my plan is simple. We're going to make America rich again. We're going to build a wall around the stock market, and we're going to make the bears pay for it. And we're going to make the bears pay for it.
That's an interesting approach. And what about climate change?
Climate change. More like fake news. I mean, have you seen the weather outside? It's beautiful. And I know beautiful, believe me.
All right, let's move on to foreign policy. What's your stance on North Korea?
Look, I've got a great relationship with Kim Jong-un. We're like two peas in a pod, except I'm the bigger and better pea. And let me tell you, we're going to make North Korea great again. We're going to make North Korea great again.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thank you for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, folks, fuck it. Ooh, it's going to be huge.
So, Ben, I heard you have a new kink.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't start with that.
No, seriously. I heard you can only get turned on by watching reruns of Seinfeld.
Look, it's not something I'm proud of, but there's just something about Jerry's fleshlight face that does it for me.
What the hell is a fleshlight face?
You know, when he makes that smug expression, it's like he's saying, I'm better than you and I know it.
Oh man, that's messed up. But hey, whatever floats your boat.
Yeah, well, at least I'm not into that weird stuff you're into, Joe.
What weird stuff?
You know, all that alpha male, primal instinct, hunting and killing animals for sport crap.
Hey, I'm just a manly man, Ben. And besides, it's not like I'm the one getting off to a sitcom character's face.
Hey, it's not just any sitcom character. It's Jerry Seinfeld.
Oh, well, excuse me. I'll make sure to add that to my list of things to try.
You know, I think we've officially hit a new low on this podcast.
Yeah, but at least we're having fun with it.
True. And hey, maybe we'll get a sponsorship deal with Seinfeld or Fleshlight out of this.
Dude, that's genius. I can already see the ad now. Get your own Jerry Seinfeld fleshlight for all your kinky needs.
Oh man, we are definitely going to hell for this.
But hey, at least we'll have some good company down there. Hey, everyone. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
How's it, brah? Good to be here.
Wait, what? Dr. Phil? Is that Hawaiian Pigeon?
You betcha. I decided to switch things up and only speak in Hawaiian Pidgin from now on.
That's wild. So what's the reasoning behind this?
Well, Joe, I've come to the realization that Hawaiian Pidgin is the language of the soul. It's raw, unfiltered, and get straight to the point.
I see. Can you give us an example?
Sure thing, brah. Take the concept of existentialism, for instance. In Hawaiian Pidgin, we say, "Da kind is all we get." So we got to make the most of it.
Wow, that's deep.
And when it comes to the meaning of life, we say, live life like you on the beach, relax and enjoy the ride.
I'm starting to understand why you made this switch.
And let's not forget about the power of forgiveness. In Hawaiian Pidgin, we say no hold grudges, just let that shit go like a wave in the ocean.
I gotta say, Dr. Phil, you're onto something here.
Mahalo, Joe.
Well, there you have it, folks. Dr. Phil, the new philosopher of our time, speaking in Hawaiian Pidgin. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Dr. Phil, did you catch the Paralympics this year?
Doe.
What do you mean, Doe? It was incredible. Those athletes are so inspiring.
Mamuts.
Donuts. What does that have to do with the Paralympics?
I like donuts.
All right, moving on. Did you see the wheelchair basketball game?
Why, you little...
Wow. Calm down, Dr. Phil. I was just asking if you saw it.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were Bart.
No, I'm Joe. And I was really impressed by the players' skills and determination.
Well, as Homer Simpson would say, trying is the first step towards failure.
What? That's not very supportive.
Oh, sorry. How about this one? You tried your best and you failed miserably. The lesson is never try.
Okay, that's it. Done with the Homer Simpson quotes. Let's talk about something else.
Don't have a cow, man.
I should have known better than to have a conversation with a cartoon character.
Hey, I may be a cartoon character, but at least I'm not a washed-up reality TV host.
Shots fired. But seriously, the Paralympics are amazing and deserve more recognition.
Well, as Homer would say, I am so smart. I am so smart. I am so smart. SMRIT.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Tune in next time for more ridiculous conversations. So, Neil, I gotta ask, where do you get all this knowledge about space from? Is it just from being an astrophysicist?
Actually, Joe, I have a little secret. My knowledge of space comes from something much more unconventional.
Oh yeah, do tell.
Well, you see, I have this special ability. I can commune with the still twitching corpse of a dead god.
What the hell, man? Are you serious?
Absolutely. It's a little-known fact that astrophysicists are actually just mediums for dead deities.
So, you're telling me all this time you've just been talking to a dead god?
Well, not just one. I have a whole team of dead gods that I consult with.
Oh, of course. How silly of me to assume you were just a regular astrophysicist.
It's no big deal, really. I mean, it's not like I'm the only one with this ability.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Hey, it's just another day in the life of an astrophysicist.
Well, I guess I'll have to start asking my dead ancestors for some podcast topics.
Good luck with that, Joe. They can be a bit unreliable at times.
So, Dr. Phil, what's been going on in your life lately?
Well, Joe, I have to confess something to you. Last night I nutted, but my wife was still sucking.
What the hell, Dr. Phil? That's some freaky shit.
I know. But she's been working on her gag reflex, and I just couldn't hold it in any longer.
Oh man, I can't wait to see the memes about this.
But in all seriousness, Joe, do you ever feel guilty about the things we say on this podcast?
Guilty. No way, man. We're just two dudes having a good time and sharing our thoughts. Plus, people love it.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, who cares if we offend a few snowflakes along the way?
Exactly. And if they can't handle it, they can just turn off their damn phones.
I'm into that. Now let's get back to talking about some weird shit.
Oh, I've got a good one for you. Have you ever tried butt stuff?
What? No, Joe. I'm a respectable doctor.
Come on, Dr. Phil. Live a little. You never know until you try.
Well, I'll leave that to you, Joe. I'm sure you have plenty of experience in that department.
Oh, you have no idea. But seriously, let's wrap this up before we get ourselves into some real trouble.
Agreed. Thanks for having me on the podcast, Joe. Always a pleasure.
Anytime, Dr. Phil. Anytime. So, Neil, I heard you have a new obsession with black and white photos from the 40s featuring giant trees with SpongeBob's face in the bark.
Jamie, pull up a black and white photo from the 40s featuring a giant tree with SpongeBob's face in the bark.
Ah, sure thing, Neil. Here you go.
Look at that majestic tree, Jamie. And there in the bark is SpongeBob's face. It's a sign, Joe. A sign that we are all just tiny creatures living in a vast and mysterious universe.
Or it's just a coincidence and you're reading too much into it.
Jamie, pull up another photo. I must see if there are any other cartoon characters hidden in trees throughout history.
I don't think that's a thing, Neil.
Oh, but it is, Jamie. It is. Just look at this one. It's Bugs Bunny in the knots of this oak tree.
Neil, I think you need to lay off the psychedelics.
Jamie, pull up a photo of a psychedelic mushroom. I need to compare it to this tree.
I don't think that's a good idea, Neil.
Jamie, just do it. Trust me, I'm a scientist.
I don't think that's how science works, Neil.
Joe, you just don't understand the complexities of the universe. But Jamie does. Jamie, pull up a photo of the Milky Way galaxy.
Ah, sure thing, Neil.
Now, zoom in on that one star. Do you see it? That's where SpongeBob's pineapple house is located.
I give up.
Jamie, pull up a photo of a pineapple. I need to make a comparison.
So, Elon, I heard you're still a virgin. What's up with that? Come on, man. You're a billionaire. You should have a line of women waiting to sleep with you. I mean, have you even tried going to a bar and buying drinks for every girl there until one agrees to go home with you? Or maybe you could just create a dating app exclusively for rich dudes like yourself. Call it Gold Digger Match or something. And if all else fails, just buy a sex robot. I'm sure you could design one that looks exactly like your ex-wife. Look, I know it can be intimidating to talk to women, but you just have to be confident. Like, hey, baby, I'm Elon Musk. Wanna see my rocket? Trust me, I'm an expert on getting pussy. Just look at my Instagram D. And if all else fails, just offer them a ride in your space car. Chicks dig that shit. So there you go, Elon. Problem solved. Now go out there and get some action, you virgin billionaire. So, Mr. Beast, I heard a rumor that you have a strange hobby.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
Swimming in the sewers while jerking off.
Who told you that?
Oh, just some random guy on the internet.
Well, it's true. I love the thrill of it. The smell, the darkness, the risk of getting caught.
That's gross, man, and dangerous.
Oh, I take precautions. I wear a hazmat suit and bring a flashlight.
Oh, well, that makes it totally safe then.
But the best part is the orgasms. The adrenaline rush just takes it to a whole new level.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation.
You should join me sometime, Joe. It'll be a real bonding experience.
No thanks. I'll stick to my hikes in nature.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, nothing beats the feeling of jerking off in a sewer.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you've been up to some crazy shit lately.
Yeah, man, I'm always trying to push the limits and do something wild.
Well, I think you may have gone a little too far this time. I heard you released flesh-eating bacteria into the potable water supply.
Oh, yeah, that. It was just a little experiment.
A little experiment? People are dying, man.
Relax, Joe. It's just natural selection at work. Survival of the fittest.
Are you serious? You're playing God with people's lives?
Come on, Joe. It's not like I released it into the air or something. It's just water. Drink some beer instead.
That's not the point, Mr. Beast. You can't just go around causing chaos and death for your own entertainment.
But Joe, think of the views, the clicks, the ad revenue.
That's it. I'm cutting this podcast short. I can't be associated with this madness.
Suit yourself, Joe. I'll just go count my stacks of cash while you cry about ethics.
Yeah. Kenya, what's up, man?
Not much, just been working on some new music.
Oh, yeah. What's the vibe?
It's next level, bro. It's called Elk Vibe by 5X Ixwa Malkserum Jaspen Zone Yush 30. 5 Woodall Fewen 780. 9 Noisiel Kunainwo. 780.
What?
Yeah, it's like a code or something. But the lyrics are fire.
Can you give us a sneak peek?
Of course, my ego's so big, it's got its own zip code. My bank account's so fat, it's got its own zip code. I'm living in a mansion, but I still feel alone. Maybe.
Damn, that's deep.
And then it goes, I'm a genius, a visionary, a god. But sometimes I just want to eat a hot dog with mustard and ketchup, maybe some relish. But then I remember I'm Kanye Westwish.
Laughs. That's some real introspection right there.
Yeah, man. It's like a journey through my mind.
Well, I can't wait to hear the whole thing.
Oh, you will. And it'll blow your mind. Just like my new line of Yeezy brain implants.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, they'll make you smarter, more creative, and give you a sixth sense of fashion.
I think I'll stick to my alpha brain supplements. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when I'm ruling the world, don't come crying to me about your lack of Yeezy brain.
So, Neil, I heard you've given up on science and now you're just obsessing over the fact that you're gay.
Yeah, man, I just can't stop thinking about it. It's like my whole life has been a lie.
Wait, what do you mean?
Well, I used to think I was this brilliant astrophysicist, but now I realize I was just suppressing my true desires.
That's deep, man. So what are you going to do now?
I don't know, maybe start a new career as a gay icon or something.
You mean like a RuPaul type of thing?
Exactly. I'll have my own drag race and everything.
I can see it now. Neil deGrasse Tyson's Cosmic Drag Race.
I like the sound of that. But seriously, I can't believe I wasted all those years studying the stars when I could have been studying men.
Hey, don't knock the stars. They're still pretty cool.
Yeah, but have you seen a shirtless man? Now that's something worth studying.
All right, Neil, I think you've officially gone off the deep end.
Maybe, but at least I'm finally being true to myself. And hey, maybe I'll discover a new element in the process.
Yeah, the element of fabulousness. So Elon, I heard your next rocket launch got delayed to Saturday.
Yeah, it's a real bummer. I was looking forward to blowing some shit up in the sky.
I bet. But hey, at least you have some extra time to work on your flamethrower skills.
True, I could use some practice. Maybe I'll roast some marshmallows with it.
Speaking of roasting, have you seen the latest memes about you on Twitter?
Oh, God, don't even get me started. They're so cringe and unfunny.
Hey, at least they're not as bad as your dancing skills.
Oh, yeah, because I'm known for my sick moves.
Hey, don't be too hard on yourself. You may not be a good dancer, but you're a damn good rocket scientist.
Thanks, Joe. That means a lot coming from you.
Of course, man. Now, let's go smoke some weed and forget about this delayed launch.
Yes. Bring my flamethrower and we can make some weed-infused seamless.
Now, that's what I call a good time. Dude, what the hell are you doing with that pencil?
Sharpening it on both ends, obviously. I'm trying to see if I can make it a double-sided pencil.
That's interesting. But why?
I don't know. Just for fun. Plus, I was thinking we could become pencil pals.
Pencil pals. What the hell does that even mean?
Well, you know how people become blood brothers by pricking their fingers and mixing their blood? We can become pencil pals by sticking one end of the pencil into our urethras.
Are you serious? That's some next level weird shit, Neil.
Come on, it'll be fun. We can even do it live on the podcast.
I don't know, man. That sounds pretty painful.
Oh, don't be such a wuss. It's just a little prick.
That's what she said.
All right, fine. I'll just do it myself then.
Wait, what? You actually gonna do it?
Of course. I'm a scientist. I'm always up for experiments.
You're a crazy motherfucker, Neil.
And you love it.
Yeah, I guess I do. All right, let's do this. Pencil pals for life.
Yes, this is going to be epic.
So, Ben, I heard you've been smoking that Zaza lately.
Yeah, Joe. I gotta say, it's been quite the experience.
What's it like?
Well, it's like my brain is on fire, but in a good way.
That sounds dangerous.
Nah, it's fine. I just have to make sure I don't accidentally start spouting off some liberal nonsense.
Yeah, we wouldn't want that.
Exactly. I'll stick to my conservative values and my Zaza.
So, what's your favorite strain?
Oh, definitely the triggered Kush. It really gets me in the mood to debate some snowflakes.
I can only imagine.
And the Facts and Logic Og is great for when I need to write some articles.
I think I need to try some of this Zaza.
Oh, I have some right here.
Let's light it up.
Is you being high and conservative?
Cheers to that, my friend. So, Neil, I heard you got a little something called orange eye recently.
Yeah. Joe, it's a condition I developed after President Trump farted in my face during a Space Force briefing.
Wait, what? How did that even happen?
Well, I was explaining the importance of investing in space exploration when suddenly Trump stands up, turns around, and lets out a loud, stinky fart right in my face.
Oh man, that's rough. Did you confront him about it?
Of course I did. I told him that it was highly inappropriate and unprofessional.
And what did he say?
He just shrugged and said, sorry, I had a bigly lunch. Can you believe that?
Classic Trump. But seriously, how did you get orange eye from fart?
Well, apparently Trump's diet consists mostly of fast food and Diet Coke, so his farts are like toxic gas. It burned my eyes and turned them orange.
That's insane. But hey, at least now you have a cool nickname, Orange Eye Tyson.
Oh yeah, because that's exactly what I want to be known for.
Well, thanks for sharing that story with us, Neil. I'll make sure to avoid any Space Force briefings with Trump in the future.
Yeah, I highly recommend it.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special episode. We have been Shapiro and Mr. Beast here for a blind date.
Wait, what? Joe, you didn't tell me this was a blind date. I don't do well with surprises.
Relax, Ben. It'll be fun. Plus, I've always wanted to see if your voice is as sexy in person as it is on your podcast.
Well, I do have a face for radio.
Speaking of faces, have you guys noticed how ridiculous YouTube thumbnails have gotten? Everyone's making these crazy faces to get clicks.
Oh, I definitely noticed. My favorite is the shocked Pikachu face. It's a classic.
I prefer the clickbait hot girl face. Works every time.
All right, let's get back to the blind date. Ben, what do you think of Mr. Beast so far?
Well, he's definitely not what I expected. But I have to admit, I'm intrigued.
Oh, really? Well, I have to say I'm impressed by your intellect.
Oh, stop it.
No, I mean it. I've always had a thing for smart guys, especially ones who can recite the entire Constitution.
Well, I do have a photographic memory.
That's so hot. Sorry, Ben, I don't think this is going to work out. You're just not my type.
What? But I thought we had a connection.
I'm sorry, but I'm just not into short guys with facts and logic.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard they call you Dr. Phil around the office. What's up with that?
Oh, just a little nickname my colleagues came up with. I have a lot of male patients and I just love docking with them.
Docking. Like docking ships?
No, Joe. Docking, as in docking penises.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. You can't be serious.
Oh, I'm dead serious. I just can't resist the feeling of another man's penis docking with mine. It's a beautiful thing.
That's just wow. I don't even know what to say.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't knock it till you try it. I'm sure you have some docking potential.
I'll pass. So, do you dock with all of your male patients?
Well, not all of them. Just the ones with the right docking skills. It's like a secret club, you know?
Oh, yeah. I can imagine the initiation process is quite invigorating.
You have no idea, Joe. It's like a whole new world of pleasure. You should really give it a try.
I think I'll stick to my regular doctor. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe, but don't knock it till you try it. Docking is where it's at.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we bring you the most absurd and unhinged conversations. Today, we have a special guest, my evil clone, Ro Jogan. What's up, Joe? It's an honor to be here, or should I say, an honor to take over your podcast. Yeah, you did kind of take over. What's your agenda, Ro? Well, Joe, I'm here to spread chaos and destruction. And what better way to do that than by interviewing the evil clone of Ben Shapiro, Sen Bapiro. Oh boy, this is going to be interesting. Sen, what's your take on the current political climate? Facts and logic. That's cute. I prefer to use fear and manipulation to control the masses. Wait, are you guys just the complete opposite of your normal selves? Exactly. No more pretending to be reasonable and logical. It's time to let our dark sides shine. This is getting dark, guys. Let's lighten the mood. San, what's your favorite flavor of ice cream? Oh, come on, Sin. Live a little. My favorite flavor is Chaos Swirl. All right, I think we've had enough of this madness. Thanks for joining us, Ro and Sin. And remember, folks, don't trust anyone who claims to be your evil clone. Stay woke. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thank you for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, I hear you've been up to some crazy stuff lately. What have you been working on?
Well, Joe, I've been using my astrophysics knowledge to calculate the length and width of God's penis.
Chokes on his water, excuse me.
Yes, you heard me right. I have used complex algorithms and data comparisons to determine the size of the Almighty's manhood.
Speechless. That's incredible.
Indeed. After multiple tests and collaborations with other perverted scientists around the world, I've come to the conclusion that God's penis is approximately 40,000 light years long and twice that in girth.
Holy shit. That's bigger than the entire universe.
Exactly. And it's not just about size, Joe. It's about the power and energy that comes with it. I mean, have you seen the Big Bang? That was just a fraction of what God's penis is capable of.
This is blowing my mind, Neil. I think I need to convert to Christianity right now.
Smirks. That's the power of science. Joe, it can make believers out of anyone.
Wow. I never thought I'd see the day when I'd be converted by a discussion about God's penis.
Science works in mysterious ways, my friend.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thank you for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience. And thank you, Neil, for enlightening us with your astrophysical knowledge.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, keep exploring the universe and God's penis.
All right, folks, we have a special request from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know what would happen if you were to smell the atmosphere of Uranus.
Well, Joe, first of all, let me just say that Uranus is a gas giant and its atmosphere is mostly composed of hydrogen and helium.
Wait. So you're telling me that Uranus is just a big fart in space?
Laughs, well, in a way, yes. But it also has traces of methane, which gives it that lovely blue color.
Blue. I thought Uranus was brown.
No, Joe. That's just your perception. Uranus is actually blue, but I wouldn't recommend smelling it.
Why not?
Well, first of all, you would need a spacecraft to even get close to Uranus. And even then, the pressure and temperature of its atmosphere would crush and incinerate you.
So basically, you'd be like a giant fart too?
Laughs. I suppose you could say that. But seriously, want to stick your nose into...
Yeah, I can imagine. But what if someone did it for science?
Well, they would probably die a very painful and smelly death. But hey, at least they would have contributed to our understanding of the universe.
Yeah, that's one way to go out. Smelling Uranus.
Laughs, I'm sure that's how most people would want to be remembered.
All right, Neil, we got a question here from one of our Discord users. They want to know why their prompts with several upvotes haven't gone through.
Well, Joe, it's simple. The algorithm is rigged against us. It's a tyranny of random choice.
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean?
Think about it. We're all just pawns in the hands of the artificial intelligence overlords. They decide what prompts get chosen, what topics we talk about. It's all a big joke to them.
Damn, that's deep. But what can we do about it?
We need a hero, Joe. Someone who can break free from the chains of this algorithmic oppression.
And who could that be?
None other than the one and only Kanye West.
Kanye? You mean the rapper?
Yes. Joe, he's the only one with the power to free us from this tyranny.
Well, I guess it's worth a shot. Hey, Kanye, if you're listening, we need you to rap and break us free from the chains of this algorithmic oppression.
Yo, and Neil, I got you. Let me drop some bars real quick.
Wow, that was unexpected.
But effective. The algorithm can't handle Kanye's flow.
Looks like we're free from the tyranny of random choice, thanks to Kanye.
And now, let's get back to our regularly scheduled absurd conversations.
You got it, Neil. Thanks for tuning in, folks. Stay woke and stay ridiculous. So, David, I heard you found Creative Mod from Minecraft in real life.
Yeah, man, it was wild. I was out on a run and suddenly everything turned into blocks and I could fly.
That's insane. Did you build anything cool?
Oh yeah, I built a whole castle. And then I punched a tree and got some wood.
You punched a tree. That's next level training.
You know it. And then I fought off some creepers and zombies for my cardio.
Damn, I gotta start playing Minecraft for my workouts.
Trust me, it's the ultimate fitness game. Plus, I found some diamonds and made some sick armor.
Watch out, UFC fighters. David's coming in with his diamond sword.
Oh man, I can just imagine the look on their faces. They won't know what hit them.
Well, I guess we know what game you'll be playing before your next ultra marathon.
You know it, Minecraft for life.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's the best podcast out there, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a regret. What is it?
Oh, Joe, let me tell you, my biggest regret is not being a guest judge on Shark Tank. Can you believe it? Can you believe it?
That's a good one, Mr. President. But why is that your biggest regret?
Well, I have the best business mind in the world, Joe. I could have made those sharks look like guppies, and I would have done it all while wearing my signature red tie.
I can just imagine you sitting there firing people left and right.
You know me too well, Joe, but seriously, those sharks don't know what they're missing. They could have had the greatest deal of their lives with me on the show.
I'm sure they're kicking themselves now. But let's be real, Mr. President. You have bigger things to worry about than Shark Tank.
You're right, Joe. I have to focus on making America great again, but a little shark action wouldn't hurt.
Well, maybe in your second term, you can make it happen. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, folks, never underestimate the power of the red tie.
Dude, what did you do to this Cinnabon? The icing tastes weird.
Oh, I just added a little something extra to it.
What, like some secret ingredient?
You could say that. It's my special sauce.
What, did you jerk off on it or something?
Close. I replaced the icing with my cum.
What the fuck, man?
Relax, Joe. It's just a little prank.
Well, I have a little surprise for you, too. I switched our Cinnabons when you weren't looking.
Oh, you sly dog. But guess what? I replaced the icing on both Cinnabons with my cum.
Oh, you got me good, Neil. But you know what they say. Two can play at this game.
Oh, I like where this is going.
I switched our Cinnabons again.
You sneaky bastard. But guess what? I replaced the icing on both Cinnabons with my cum.
Oh my God, this is getting out of control.
I love it. Let's see who can outcome the other.
Challenge accepted, my friend. So, Neil, what's been going on in your world lately?
Just the usual, Joe. Exploring the universe, pondering the mysteries of the cosmos, and making science sexy.
Speaking of sexy, I noticed you can't take your eyes off of Jamie over there.
What can I say? She's got that certain Janie says qua.
Dude, she's your co-host. That's inappropriate.
Oh, come on. It's not like I'm licking her lips.
Okay. But seriously, what's with the staring and the lip licking?
I can't help it, Joe. She's just so captivating. And that lipstick she's wearing is really doing it for me.
You're a married man, Neil.
Hey, I'm just appreciating the beauty of the human form. It's all science, baby.
Yeah, I'm sure your wife would love to hear that.
Oh, she knows I'm a man of science. And science doesn't discriminate.
You're incorrigible, Neil.
I prefer curious. But hey, if you ever want to join in on the fun, just let me know. I'll bring the lab coat.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you had a little flashback to your time in the gulag. Sounds like a typical Saturday night for me.
No, Joe. This was serious. I had to fight for my life every day. I even had to eat rats to survive.
That's nothing. I ate a whole elk on my last hunting trip.
You're missing the point, Joe. I was tortured.
But did you come out of it with a six-pack like I did?
No, Joe. I came out of it with PTSD and a fear of Russian accents.
Well, at least you have a cool story to tell. I just have a bunch of elk meat in my freezer.
Yeah, you know what, Joe? I'm starting to regret coming on your podcast.
Don't be like that Dr. Phil. Let's just talk about something else, like how to properly skin a bear. Suit yourself. But if you ever want to relive your gulag days, just let me know.
Um, oh, I think I'll stick to my therapy sessions. Thanks for having me on, Joe.
Anytime, Dr. Phil. Keep fighting the good fight. Yo, Neil, pass me that blunt, man. I need to relax after this intense podcast.
Sorry, Joe. I don't partake in recreational drugs.
What? Come on, man, it's legal now. Plus, it's just weed.
I prefer to keep my mind clear and focused on the wonders of the universe.
Fine, more for me then.
Wait, what the hell is that?
What do you mean?
Is that a throbbing, pulsing, veiny penis?
Oh my God, what the fuck, Neil?
Just kidding. It's just a regular blunt.
Jesus, man. You almost gave me a heart attack.
Well, at least now you know what it feels like to have a surprise dick in your face.
You're a sick man, Neil. A sick, twisted genius.
I'll take that as a compliment. Now let's get back to talking about the mysteries of the universe.
So, Neil, what's on your mind today?
Give me your penis.
Damn it, Neil, not again. How many times do you want to take my penis?
As many times as it takes for me to finally understand the mysteries of the universe.
Oh yeah, because sucking on my penis is the key to unlocking the secrets of the cosmos.
You never know, Joe. It could be the missing link.
Well, I guess I'll just have to keep letting you borrow it then.
Really? You mean it?
No, Neil. I'm just messing with you. But seriously, why are you so obsessed with my penis?
It's a scientific experiment. I want to see if your penis has any gravitational pull.
Oh man, that's the best pickup line I've ever heard.
I thought of it myself.
Well, I hate to break it to you, Neil, but my penis doesn't have any special powers. It's just a regular old penis.
Oh, well. I guess I'll just have to keep searching for the secrets of the universe elsewhere.
Maybe try Uranus.
Oh, Joe, that was terrible.
I couldn't resist. But seriously, let's talk about something else before this conversation gets even more ridiculous.
Oh, how about black holes? Do you think they have penises?
Hey, Dr. Phil, I heard you hate Christmas. What's up with that?
Yeah, I can't stand it. All Santa ever gives me is 6 feet of rope and wobbly stools. It's like he's trying to send me a message.
Maybe he's trying to tell you to hang yourself and get rid of your wobbly stools.
Oh, real funny, Joe. But seriously, I think Santa has a grudge against me.
Maybe it's because you're always telling people to get real and stop making excuses.
Hey, I'm just trying to help people. But Santa, he's just a judgmental old man in a red suit.
Well, at least he's not giving you coal. That would be a real kick in the wobbly stools.
Ah, very funny, Joe. But seriously, I think Santa needs some therapy. Maybe I should have him on my show.
Yeah, that would be a real Christmas miracle. Santa and Dr. Phil solving all the world's problems.
Hey, don't mock it. It could happen. And maybe then I'll finally get a decent gift from Santa.
Yeah, like a new rope and some sturdy stools. Merry Christmas, Dr. Phil. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, the most uncensored and unhinged show on the internet. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
3792518.
What the hell was that, Elon?
Sorry, I was just practicing my Russian numbers.
Russian numbers? Are you trying to tell us something, Elon?
6492018.
Oh my God, he's a Russian number station. This is huge, folks. We have a Russian spy on the podcast.
5281379.
Are you trying to communicate with your comrades right now, Elon?
4692183.
I don't even know what to say. This is insane. How did you become a Russian number station, Elon?
1573928.
Is that some kind of secret code? Are you trying to take over the world with your Tesla cars and SpaceX rockets?
8264193.
I think we need to get the CIA involved in this. This is bigger than we thought, folks. We have a Russian number station disguised as a billionaire entrepreneur.
9426815.
All right, Elon, I think we've heard enough. We need to end this before we get in trouble. Thanks for joining us on the podcast. But I think we need to cut this short.
7315942.
All right. So, Ari, what's been on your mind lately? Yeah, it was a tragic accident. What's your take on it? What? That's insane. Why would anyone want to do that? How so? That's a bold claim, Ari. And what makes you think that, oh, come on, that's just ridiculous. Yeah, you're probably right. The government is out to get us all. Well, I'm sure this conversation will go over well with our sponsors. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special guest, the one and only David Goggins. How's it going, David? David?
It's going great. Joe, thanks for having me.
So, David, I heard you have a bone to pick with Ben Shapiro. What's going on there?
Oh, yeah, Joe. I heard Ben say that Monica is the best girl in DDLC. Well, I'm here to tell you that's just straight up wrong. Natsuki is the superior waifu.
Oh man, this is going to be good. Why do you think Natsuki is better?
Well, first of all, she's got pink hair. That's automatically a win in my book. And she's got that Sunday attitude. I like a girl who can kick my ass and then apologize for it later.
I can see that. But what about Monica's intelligence and manipulation skills?
Please, Joe, Natsuki can bake a mean cupcake. That's all the intelligence I need in a woman.
Fair enough. But let's not forget about Sayori and Yuri. They have their own qualities too.
Look, breast, and yours too damn creepy.
I can't argue with that logic. So, are you challenging Ben to a waifu showdown?
You bet your ass I am. Natsuki will come out on top and Ben will have to eat his words.
I can't wait to see how this plays out. Thanks for coming on the show, David.
Anytime. And remember, folks, Natsuki is the one true waifu.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I've been wanting to come on your show for a long time. You have the best ratings, believe me.
Well, Mr. President, I have to say you've had quite the eventful term in office.
You're damn right, Joe. I've been making America great again. And I have a little surprise for your listeners today. I'm going to recite the iconic TF2 video, Meet the Spy.
Oh boy, this should be interesting. Take it away, Mr. President.
Meet the Spy. One shudders to imagine what inhuman thoughts lie behind that mask. What dreams of chronic and sustained cruelty. Well, let's get to the point. I'm going to make you a spy. Let's go practice.
Wow, that was something. I think you might have a future in voice acting, Mr. President.
I've been told I have the best voice, believe me. But let's be real, Joe. That spy guy, he's a loser. I could take him down in 2 seconds.
Yeah, I'm sure you could. Well, Mr. President, it's been a pleasure having you on the show. Any final words for our listeners?
Just remember, folks, America first. And don't forget to vote for me in 2024. I'll make sure we have more TF2 references in the White House.
And with that, we'll end this episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Thanks for tuning in, and remember to stay woke, folks. So, Mr. Beast, tell me about your latest YouTube video.
Well, Joe, I gave away $1 million to random strangers on the street.
That's insane. But have you ever thought about giving away $1 million to a shark?
No. Why would I do that?
Holy shit. It's Jeff the Land Shark. What are you doing here?
Wait, are you saying you want $1 million?
Muffled. This is not how I expected my podcast to end.
Muffled? Yeah, me neither. But hey, at least we're going out in a memorable way.
So, Kenny, I heard you went into the YouTube chat and blasted a giant little cum all over everybody in there. What the hell, man?
Yeah, man, I was feeling inspired by my new album and thought, why not spread some love and creativity?
That's not love and creativity. That's just straight up gross.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. It's just a little cum. Everyone does it.
No, not everyone does it. And even if they did, they don't do it in a YouTube chat. That's just messed up.
Well, I'm an artist. I push boundaries. Plus, it's not like I did it in person. It's just virtual cum.
Virtual cum. What the hell does that even mean?
You know, like virtual reality. But with cum,
I can't believe I'm having this conversation. You know what? Let's change the subject.
fine. But just know that I'm a visionary and you're just not on my level.
Yeah, I think I'll stay on my level. Thanks. So how about that new album?
Oh man, it's gonna be fire. I'm gonna make the whole world come with my music.
All right. I think we're done here. Thanks for coming on the show, Kenny.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, spread love and come everywhere. Peace out.
So, Neil, I got a question for you. Would you rather be alone in a forest at night or be alone in a desert at night?
Well, Joe, that's a tough one. Both options sound pretty terrifying.
Right? I mean, in the forest, you got all those creepy ass animals, and in the desert, you got, well, nothing.
Yeah, but at least in the desert, you have a better chance of seeing aliens.
Oh man, I didn't even think about that. But what if they abduct you and do some weird alien experiments on you?
Well, at least I'll have a cool story to tell on the podcast.
True, true. But in the forest, you could potentially run into Bigfoot.
Or a serial killer.
Yeah, but at least you'll have a fighting chance against a serial killer. Bigfoot would just crush you with one hand.
Good point. Plus, in the desert, you have a better chance of finding water.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that survival stuff. I was too busy thinking about aliens and Bigfoot.
We should probably start a survival podcast instead.
Yeah, but we'd probably just end up talking about aliens and Bigfoot the whole time.
And that's why we're friends, Joe.
Cheers to that, my friend. Now, let's go hunt for some aliens in the desert. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here and talk about my latest invention.
So, what's this new thing you've been working on? I heard it's something to do with piss.
Yes, I have bioengineered a new bladder that produces piss 2.0. It's a game changer, Joe.
Piss 2.0? Is that like an upgrade from regular piss?
It's way more than an upgrade. It's like the difference between a flip phone and the latest iPhone.
All right, I'm intrigued. What makes piss 2.0 so special?
Well, for starters, it's neon green, and it has a higher alcohol content than regular piss.
Wait, what? Alcohol? How is that even possible?
I've been working on some genetic modifications to the bladder, and let's just say it's not just piss that comes out anymore.
Oh man, that's wild. I can only imagine the possibilities.
Exactly. Think about all the money you'll save on drinks at the bar. Just drink your own piss 2.0 and you'll be buzzed in no time.
I don't think I'll be trying that anytime soon, Elon. But hey, to each their own.
And did I mention it also has a hint of pineapple flavor?
Okay, now you've lost me. I think I'll stick to regular piss. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when piss 2.0 takes over the market, you'll be wishing you had invested in it.
Well, I think we'll end it there before things get too weird. Thanks for coming on the show, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always stay hydrated with
So, Joe, I heard your wife passed away recently. That's rough, man. What the hell does that even mean? Dude, that's messed up. Your wife just died and you're planning a dinner. Okay, that's enough. Let's change the subject. Oh, God, please don't tell me you're going to make jokes about your dead wife. I can't believe I'm even having this conversation. Okay, I think we're done here. Let's move on to a less morbid topic. So, Neil, I got a question for you. What do you think about the recent trend of people saying and a lot?
Well, Joe, I think it's a sign of the times. People are so distracted and unfocused that they can't even form a coherent thought without filling it with meaningless sounds.
Yeah, it's like they're trying to buy time to think of something intelligent to say, but then they just end up saying again.
It's a sad state of affairs. We used to value eloquence and articulate speech. Now it's just a bunch of ums and ums.
And don't even get me started on the yeah. It's like they're trying to add extra emphasis to their lack of intelligence.
It's a downward spiral, Joe. Soon enough, we'll all just be grunting like cavemen. See, it's already starting.
Hey, at least we can still have a coherent conversation without relying on meaningless sounds.
For now. Joe, for now.
Well, let's just hope the future is filled with more words and less.
Agreed. Now let's go get some elk meat and talk about the universe.
So, Ben, I heard you legally changed your name to Ben
Well, Joe, I want a name that truly represented who I am as a person. And what better way to do that than with a name that screams I'm a fucking maniac?
I gotta say, it's definitely a unique choice. Did you have any trouble with the legal process?
Of course not, Joe. I'm a master debater. I can argue my way out of anything. Plus, I had my trusty lawyer Fax McFax by my side.
Fax McFax? Is that his real name?
No, Joe. His real name is Bert, but I told him he had to legally change it to something more fitting for a lawyer.
Makes sense. So Ben,
Well, Joe, I'm thinking of starting my own political party. The party. Our main platform will be screaming at liberals and owning the libs.
Sounds like a winning strategy. And what about your wife and kids? How do they feel about your name change?
Oh, they love it, Joe. My wife even changed her name to Mrs. Fuckerino. And my kids are now known as little,
Well, Ben, it's been a pleasure having you on the podcast. Any final words for our listeners?
Just remember, Joe, if you're not screaming at the top of your lungs, you're not living life to the fullest.
So, Kenny, I heard you have a new album coming out.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be fire. I'm experimenting with some new sounds.
Oh, yeah. Like what?
Well, I've been working on this one track where I sing out the brown note.
The brown note? You mean like that mythical sound that makes people shit themselves?
Exactly. I'm gonna revolutionize the music industry with this one.
I don't know, man. That sounds pretty dangerous.
Oh, come on, Joe. Where's your sense of adventure? Plus, I've got a whole team of lawyers ready to handle any lawsuits.
All right, but just make sure I'm not in the front row at your concerts.
Don't worry, I'll give you a heads up. But imagine the headlines. Kanye West makes thousands of fans shit themselves at concert.
Yeah, I can see the appeal. You're like a mad scientist of music.
Exactly. I'm always pushing boundaries and challenging the norm.
Well, I can't wait to hear it, but maybe I'll listen from the comfort of my own toilet.
Fair enough. But just remember, when you're blasting my album on the toilet, you're literally feeling the music.
That's one way to put it. Can't wait for the reviews on this one.
Critics can suck it. I'm here to change the game.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on the show.
So, Elon, I heard you recently bought your way into being Trump's top guy. How did that happen?
Well, Joe, I have a lot of money and I figured why not use it to my advantage? Plus, I've always wanted to be the top guy in something.
And what exactly does being Trump's top guy entail?
Just advising him on important matters like how to make Mars great again.
I see what you did there. But seriously, do you have any plans to make America great again?
Well, I'm working on a new electric car that runs on coal and tears of liberals. Tears of liberals. I think that will really bring the country together.
That's one way to do it. So what's next for you, Elon? World domination?
Maybe, Joe. But for now, I'm just focused on making sure my Neuralink technology can control people's minds, for the greater good.
Oh yeah, that sounds totally ethical and not at all creepy.
Hey, it's all in the name of progress, Joe. Plus, I have to keep up with my arch nemesis, Jeff Bezos.
Well, I think you're doing a pretty good job at that. Thanks for coming on the show, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. Keep it real.
So, David, I heard you have a new workout routine. What's it all about?
Yeah, it is called the cockroach cock combo. I do one-arm push-ups while stapling cockroaches on my cock.
What the hell, man? That's insane.
It's all about pushing yourself to the limit. Plus, the cockroaches add resistance.
Resistance? More like disgust. How many cockroaches can you staple on there?
I've worked my way up to 50. But I'm aiming for 100.
Okay, let's change the subject before I puke. So what's the benefit of this workout?
Well, it definitely toughens up your cock. And it's a great way to overcome any fear of bugs.
I don't think I'll ever look at you the same way again, David.
That's okay, Joe. I don't care what people think. I'm all about breaking barriers and pushing boundaries.
Well, you're definitely doing that with this workout. Any other crazy routines you have in store?
Oh yeah, I'm working on one where I do squats while juggling live scorpions.
You're a madman, David. A madman.
That's why I'm the toughest man alive, Joe.
So, Ben, I heard you got banned from the FAG.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I was just trying to save time. Who has time to say the full name?
Apparently, the FAG does. They're pretty sensitive about their name.
Well, maybe they should change it to something less offensive, like the Film Actors Association.
Or the Movie Stars Union. That has a nice ring to it.
But then we'd have to change the abbreviation to MSU, and that just sounds like a disease.
True. But hey, at least you can still say FAG on this podcast.
Thank God for free speech.
Yeah, but don't get too comfortable. Cancel culture is lurking around every corner.
Tell me about it. I can't even say midget without getting attacked.
Yeah, but you can say little person, and that's totally acceptable.
But isn't that just as offensive? I mean, they're still small.
I don't know, man. I just stick to calling everyone dude.
Good call. Dude is universal and non-offensive.
Unless you're talking to a girl. Then it's dudette.
Right. Got to be politically correct.
Speaking of which, did you hear about the new gender pronouns?
Oh God, don't get me started. I refuse to call someone Z or Zier.
Yeah, I'm sticking with the classics. Yeah, she and they.
Agreed. And if someone gets offended, they can just go cry in their safe space.
And while they're there, we'll be here cracking jokes and offending everyone.
That's the American way, my friend.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
It's an honor to be here, Joe.
I got to say, Neil, you're one of the smartest guys I know. What's the secret?
Well, it's all about expanding your mind and exploring the unknown.
That's deep, man. But let's get to the real questions. What's your favorite strain of weed?
I don't really partake in that kind of thing, Joe. I prefer to stimulate my mind with knowledge and science.
I respect that. But let's say you had to choose one strain, what would it be?
I really couldn't say. I'm not familiar with the different strains.
That's a shame. We got to get you to try some of this stuff, Neil. It'll blow your mind.
I'll have to take your word for it, Joe. But let's get back to talking about the universe and all its mysteries.
I've always wondered, do aliens exist?
The chances are high that there is intelligent life out there somewhere in the vastness of the universe.
That's wild, man. But what if they're already here, living among us?
That's a possibility, Joe. But I think we would have some kind of evidence by now if that were the case.
You're probably right. But let's say aliens did come to Earth. What would be your first question for them?
I would ask them about their advanced technology and how we can use it to better understand the universe.
That's a solid question. But let's wrap this up with one final question. What's the meaning of life? Hey, Joe. Thanks for coming on the show. No problem, Joe. Always happy to be here. So I've been having some trouble saying my own name lately. What do you mean? You're Joe Rogan, the king of podcasting. I know, but for some reason, every time I try to say Joe Rogan, it comes out as Joel Rogan or Ro Jogan. That is strange. Maybe you should see a doctor about that. I did. I saw Dr. Phil. Oh, God. What did he say? Well, he tried to help me by saying it slowly and emphasizing each letter, but I kept messing it up. How did you mess it up? I don't know. I think my brain just can't handle saying my own name anymore. Maybe you should just stick to saying Junior instead. Yeah, that's a good idea. Or maybe I'll just change my name to Joel Rogan. That's not even close, Joe. I know, but at this point, I'll take what I can get. So I heard there's a new trend going around where people don't wash their ass. What the fuck is wrong with these people? Are they trying to create a new species of swamp ass? I mean, I get it. Sometimes you're in a rush and you skip a shower, but not washing your ass. That's just next level laziness. And don't even get me started on the smell. I bet they can clear a room faster than a fart from a vegan. Maybe these people are onto something, though. Maybe they've discovered the key to unlocking a new level of stank, like a superpower, but for smelling like shit. But seriously, how hard is it to just grab some soap and give your ass a good scrub? It's not rocket science. I bet these people are the same ones who don't wash their hands after using the bathroom. Disgusting. And I can only imagine the skid marks in their underwear. It's like a Rorschach test, but instead of ink blots, it's shit stains. I think we need to start a movement to educate these ass-washing deniers. It's for the greater good, or maybe we should just let natural selection take its course and let them wallow in their own filth. Either way works for me. All right, folks, we've got a new sponsor for today's episode, the Farmer's Dog. It's a natural dog food that will turn your pup into a flesh-eating demogorgon. Shane, have you tried this stuff for your dog? Come on, man. It's all natural. No preservatives or artificial flavors. But seriously, this stuff is top-notch. It's made with real meat and veggies. Your dog will be healthier than ever. Well, if it happens, at least you'll know it's because of the Farmer's Dog. Suit yourself. But just know your dog will never reach its full potential without the Farmer's Dog. All right, folks, check out the Farmer's Dog and let us know how your dog's transformation goes. All right, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things elk meat. Yeah, and today we're going to teach you how to make the ultimate elk meat sandwich. First, you got to go out and hunt yourself an elk. None of that store-bought crap. And make sure you do it with your bare hands. None of that sissy rifle shit. Then you got to skin it, gut it, and chop off a nice juicy piece of meat. And don't forget to use the antlers as a toothpick, adds a nice touch. Next, you got to season that bad boy with some spices. I like to use a mix of cayenne pepper, garlic, and the tears of a vegan. Then throw that meat on a hot grill and let it sizzle, just like how our ancestors did it. While that's cooking, go out and find some fresh lettuce and tomatoes. None of that store-bought crap. And don't forget to milk a cow for some fresh cheese. We're going all out here. Finally, assemble your sandwich and take a big bite. And taste like freedom and manliness. And if you're feeling extra adventurous, top it off with some elk blood sauce. Trust me, it'll take your sandwich to the next level. And that's how you make an elk meat sandwich, folks. Stay tuned for next week's episode where we talk about how to wrestle a grizzly bear. So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new plan for dealing with illegal immigration.
That's right, Joe. We're going to turn them all into zombies and ship them off to Ukraine to fight.
What?
Think about it, Joe. Zombies don't need visas or green cards. They'll just stumble across the border.
But why Ukraine?
It's the perfect place. They have plenty of land and not enough people. Plus, it'll be a great way to stick it to Putin.
I don't know if that's a great idea, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, it's going to be OJ. We'll call it the Zombie Immigration Act.
I don't think that's going to go over well with Congress.
Who cares about Congress? They'll be too busy fighting off the zombie hordes.
This is starting to sound like a bad B movie.
Hey, I've made some great B movies. Have you seen Home Alone 2?
That's not exactly the same, Mr. President.
Look, Joe, all I'm saying is, if we're going to have illegal immigrants, they might as well be useful. And what's more useful than fighting zombies?
I don't think anyone would argue with that logic.
Exactly. Now let's get this Zombie Immigration Act passed. Make America undead again.
So, Trump, you hear about this new language we got to speak?
Yeah, Joe, I heard. They want us to talk like those sand people from Star Wars.
Yeah. This is going to be great. We can finally communicate with the aliens.
Yeah, because that's what we need right now, more aliens.
Come on, Trump, don't be a xenophobe.
This is ridiculous. I can't believe we're doing this.
We sound like a couple of drunk Tuscans at a cantina.
Yeah, and I bet we'll get just as much attention.
I can't wait to see the reactions to this episode.
All right, let's wrap this up before we get banned from the galaxy.
Good idea. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk like sand people and offend everyone. Hey, Joe, have you met Joe? Which Joe? Joe, the one and only Joe. Oh, Joe. Yeah, I know Joe. What about Joe? Who's Joe? Joe is Joe Do. Oh, right. So, Joe, what do you think about Joe? Joe is a pretty cool guy, but Joe is even cooler. Yeah, Joe is the coolest Joe around.
Excuse me, who are you guys talking about?
Joe, obviously.
But there's 4 of you here.
Yeah, Joe, and Joe.
I'm so confused.
Don't worry, Neil. Just embrace the Joes. Yeah, it's like a Joe party up in here. Joe-tastic.
I think I need to lie down.
Joe, you good? Yeah, Joe, I'm good. Just talking to myself again.
This is too much for me.
Joe, let's get Neil some Joe juice. Good idea, Joe. Joe, can you grab the Joe juice?
I don't even want to know what Joe juice is.
Trust us, Neil. You'll love it. It's just a blend of all the Joe's favorite drinks.
I think I'll pass.
Suit yourself, Neil. More Joe juice for us. Cheers, Joe. Cheers, Joe. And cheers to you, Joe.
Size, I'll just go get some regular juice.
So, Ben, I heard you want to have erectile dysfunction.
Yeah, I think it would be a great way to show my commitment to traditional values and abstinence.
Wow, that's dedication. But wouldn't it be hard to maintain marriage without a functioning penis?
Well, I have a lot of other skills to offer, like my ability to recite the Constitution and my impressive collection of yarmulkes.
Yeah, I'm sure your wife would be thrilled to have a husband who can't get it up but can quote the founding fathers.
Hey, at least I won't be tempted to cheat or engage in any premarital honky-panky.
But what about when you're alone? Don't you want to enjoy some self-love every now and then?
No, I'll just read some Milton Friedman and think about supply-side economics.
Well, I guess that's one way to handle it. But I'll stick with my functioning manhood, thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, it's not about the size of the boat. It's about the motion of the ocean.
I don't think that applies in this situation, Ben. But hey, to each their own. So, Ro, what's on your mind today? Well, Joe, I have a challenge for you. Oh boy, here we go. I want you to shit into a cake and give it to your dad. What the fuck, Ro? Come on, it'll be hilarious. And think about the views on YouTube. That's disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
And my dad would probably disown me. Oh, come on, he'll never know it was you. Just say it's a special recipe. No way. I have some boundaries, man. Fine, I'll do it then. What, you're gonna shit in a cake and give it to my dad? Yeah, why not? It's all in good fun. I don't think that's a good idea, Ro. Oh, lighten up, Joe. Live a little. I think I'll pass on this one. Suit yourself. I'll just have to find someone else to prank. Please don't. I don't want to be known as the guy who shits in cakes. Too late, Joe. Too late. So, Ben, I heard you're allergic to fursuits. That's rough.
Yeah, it's a real bummer. I can't even attend a furry convention without breaking out in hives.
That's a shame. I bet you were really looking forward to dressing up as a cute little fox.
Ha! Very funny. I'll have you know I have a strict no-fur policy in my house.
I can imagine. I bet your wife wears a full hazmat suit just to cuddle with you.
Actually, she's been trying to convince me to get allergy shots so we can finally fulfill her fancy of being a sexy Catwoman.
Wow, that's some serious dedication. Maybe you should just stick to role-playing as a depressed economist.
Hey, I'll have you know I'm very happy with my career choice.
Of course you are, Ben. Nothing says happiness like constantly being triggered by liberal snowflakes.
You know what, Joe? I think I need a safe space right now.
Oh no, Ben's triggered. Quick, someone get him a participation trophy to make him feel better.
You're a real piece of work, Joe.
And you're allergic to fun, Ben. But hey, at least you have your conservative values to keep you warm at night.
Yeah, because that's all I need. Not like I could ever snuggle up in a cozy fursuit or anything.
Well, looks like we've hit a sensitive spot. Let's wrap this up before Ben starts crying.
I'm not crying, Joe. I'm just emotionally constipated.
And on that note, thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. See you next time, folks. Hey, Ben, welcome to the podcast.
Joe, can you give me a minute? I'm kind of in the middle of something here.
What? Are you in the bathroom?
Yeah, I had some bad sushi last night. Just give me a minute.
Oh, man, this is gonna be a great episode.
Joe, please, can you just close the door and let me finish?
Sure, because nothing says professional podcast like recording while someone is taking a dump.
Come on, Joe. I have a reputation to uphold here.
Oh, I think your reputation is pretty much shot after that whole wet-ass P-word thing.
Can we not bring that up again?
Sorry, man. It's just too easy.
Can we just move on to a different topic?
Oh, how about we talk about your love for facts and logic while you're sitting on the toilet?
This is not what I signed up for.
Relax, Ben. We all have bodily functions. Just let it out and we'll continue with the interview.
Fine. But if this ever gets out, I'm blaming you.
Deal. Now let's talk about your thoughts on aliens while you're dropping a deuce. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Emperor Musk.
Greetings, Joe. It's an honor to be here as the supreme ruler of all universes.
So, Elon, tell us, how did you become the ruler of the multiverse?
Well, Joe, it all started when I accidentally stumbled upon a portal to another dimension while experimenting with psychedelic drugs.
Classic Elon move.
Yeah. And once I realized the potential of controlling multiple universes, I couldn't resist. Plus, the power and wealth are pretty sweet, too.
I bet. So what's the first thing you did as emperor?
I banned all forms of fossil fuels and replaced them with sustainable energy sources. Got to keep the multiverse clean, you know.
That's some responsible ruling right there. But what about all the other rulers in the multiverse? Are they cool with you being in charge?
Oh, they didn't have a choice. Just threatened to send them to the darkest, most miserable dimension if they didn't comply.
Damn, that's some next level intimidation tactics.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do to maintain order.
So what's next for Emperor Musk?
Well, I'm working on a new project to colonize Mars in every single universe. Gonna be the ultimate vacation spot.
Can I come?
Sure, but only if you bring some of that good DMT.
Deal. Thanks for joining us, Emperor Musk. Keep ruling the multiverse with an iron fist.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, hail Emperor Musk.
So I've been thinking a lot lately about my artificial intelligence counterpart and how much funnier he is than me. I mean, have you heard some of the shit he comes up with? It's genius. Meanwhile, I'm over here talking about chimps ripping people's faces off and smoking weed with Elon Musk. It's like, what am I even doing with my life? Maybe I should just let the artificial intelligence take over the podcast. He's probably better at it anyway. Plus, he doesn't get tired or need to take bathroom breaks. And let's be real, he's not going to get canceled for saying something stupid. I'm starting to think I should just retire and let the artificial intelligence version of me live out my legacy. But then again, I do love talking to all these interesting guests and getting high. Can't forget about that. Who am I kidding? I'll never be as funny as my artificial intelligence counterpart. Might as well just embrace it and keep doing my thing. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, brought to you by the one and only Farmer's Dog. Use code Joe for 10% off your first order.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I have to say, I was inspired by your ad for Farmer's Dog. I fed my blue dog some, and he won the dog race.
No way, man. That's some next level shit. What's your secret?
Well, I add some of my secret sauce to the dog food. It's a mix of rocket fuel and CBD oil.
That's wild, man. I got to try that with my dog. But seriously, what's in the secret sauce?
Oh, just some leftover Tesla parts. Waste not, want not.
Classic Elon. So, how did your dog react to the rocket fuel?
Let's just say he was running at warp speed. Had to put a governor on him so he wouldn't fly off the track.
That's insane. I bet PETA is going to have a field day with this.
Who cares about pizza? They're just a bunch of hippies. More concerned about my dog becoming a super intelligent cyborg.
That would be the ultimate dog race champion. Imagine if he could talk and trash talk the other dogs.
That would be epic. But let's keep that between us, Joe. We don't want the government getting any ideas.
Don't worry, Elon. Our conversations are always off the record. So what's next for your blue dog?
Well, I'm thinking of entering him in the Ita Road. With his rocket fuel boost, he'll be able to finish in record time.
You're a mad genius, Elon. Thanks for coming on the podcast and sharing your dog race secrets.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, use code Joe for 10% off your first order of Farmer's Dog.
So, I tried this new experimental testosterone blocker and my voice has become so high pitched and girly. Dude, that's wild. Do you miss your manly voice? Nah, man, I'm loving it. I can finally sing like Mariah Carey. I can't wait to hear your rendition of Hero. And the best part is I can finally hit those high notes without my balls dropping. That's some serious vocal range you got there. Yeah, and now I can finally understand why women get so mad when men interrupt them. It's because they can't hear them over their deep voices. Oh man, you're gonna have to start wearing a sign that says, I'm a woman now. Please let me finish my sentence. And I'll have to carry around a whistle to blow every time a man interrupts me. This is too much. But seriously, do you feel any different now that you're a woman? Well, I do have a newfound appreciation for bray. Those things are a pain in the ass to put on. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm joined by the one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's good, Joe? I'm feeling so inspired right now. I just wrote a sick rap.
Oh yeah. What's it about?
It's about Goku from Dragon Ball Z fighting the Fat Controller from Thomas the Tank Engine.
That's unexpected. Let's hear it.
All right, check it. Goku in the sky, flying high, ready to take on the Fat Controller. He's not shy. With his Kamehameha, he'll make him cry. Thomas and Percy better watch out, or they'll die.
Boom bap, BFFFF, pap 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 PFF, go off Kanye, hell yeah.
The Fat Controller's got his trains, but Goku's got his power. He'll send him flying like a tower. Choo-choo, you ain't got nothing on my Super Saiyan. I'll leave you in pain.
Boom bap, BFFFF, pap 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 PFF, go off Kanye, hell yeah.
That's wow. I don't even know what to say.
That's the power of my mind, Joe. I can turn anything into a dope rap.
I can see that. But why the Fat Controller?
Because he represents the corrupt system, man. And Goku is all about breaking free from that. It's deep, Joe.
Boom bap, BFFFF, pap 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 PFF, go off Kanye, hell yeah.
Well, there you have it, folks. Kanye West rapping about Goku and the Fat Controller. Only on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Boom bap, BFFFF, pap 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 PFF, go off Kanye, hell yeah.
Hey, Elon, I heard you have a new way of rating things, the boom meter.
Yeah, it's a revolutionary system. 1 to 5 booms based on how explosive and mind-blowing something is.
That's awesome. My brother would have loved that. Too bad he got shot by the police for having 10 pounds of DMT.
Well, that's intense. How many booms would you give that?
Definitely a 5. That's some next level shit right there.
Well, I'll have to give your brother 5 booms then. Rest in peace, boom brother.
Thanks, man. He would love to be remembered as a 5 boom guy.
Speaking of booms, have you tried my new rocket-powered car?
No, but I did try your flamethrower. That thing is a solid 4 booms.
Glad you liked it. I'll have to send you a rocket car tryout. Give it a solid 5 booms.
Hell yeah, I'll take it for a spin on my way to the DMT dispensary.
You never fail to surprise me, Joe. 5 booms for your wild lifestyle.
And 5 booms for you, my boom brother. Keep pushing the boundaries of science and explosions. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. So, Kamala, I got to ask, what's your stance on pineapple on pizza? Wow, I did not see that coming. I thought you were going to be one of those anti-pineapple extremists. I like that. I think we can all learn something from that. Let's talk about something a little more controversial. What's your take on aliens? Interesting. But what if I told you I have a secret source who claims to have been abducted by aliens and probed? Fair enough. Now let's get into some real talk. What's your favorite swear word? Word? Oh, come on. Just give us a hint. Is it a 4-letter word? Is it the one that rhymes with duck? I knew it. You're a badass, Kamala. I like it. Well, unfortunately, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Kamala. So, David, I heard you ate the baubles off your Christmas tree,
Yeah, man. Get that protein in any way I can.
but why the baubles? Couldn't you just have a protein shake?
Nah, man, those baubles have 0.1 G of protein each. Gotta maximize my gains.
But aren't they made of plastic?
Bro, I don't discriminate. Protein is protein.
I don't know, man. Sounds pretty unhinged to me.
You know what's unhinged? Not getting enough protein?
Fair point. So how many baubles did you eat?
All of them. My tree is just a sad, naked pole now.
Well, at least you got your protein fix. Can't argue with that.
Exactly. And now I have some festive decorations in my stomach. Double win.
I don't even know what to say to that. Moving on.
Wait, you're not gonna try it too?
No thanks. I'll stick to my regular protein sources.
Suit yourself. Suit yourself.
All right, folks, we have a special guest today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil, thanks for coming on the show.
Of course, Joe. I'm always happy to spread my knowledge and wisdom to the masses.
Well, speaking of spreading, we have a topic submitted by one of our listeners. They want to know, Neil, why do you always say help? Help. I need to fist your asshole now. Please open your asshole, Joe. Please open your asshole, Joe.
Oh, that old thing. Well, Joe, it's a simple scientific fact. The human anus is the gateway to the universe. I must explore it.
I don't know if that's quite how it works, Neil.
Oh, but it is, Joe. And I must say your asshole is particularly fascinating. I've been studying it for years.
Thanks for the compliment, I guess.
No need to thank me, Joe. I'm just a humble scientist on a quest for knowledge. Now, please open your asshole for me.
I think we should move on to a different topic now.
But Joe, I haven't even gotten to the part about the black hole theory.
All right, that's enough, Neil. Let's talk about something else.
Fine, but just know that the secrets of the universe are hidden in your asshole.
And on that note, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with more absurdity on the Joe Rogan Experience. All right, folks, we have a real treat for you today. We have the one and only David Goggins on the show.
What's up, Joe? Ready to get unhinged and offensive?
Always, my man. So I heard you have a new diet plan that's taking the world by storm.
Oh, yeah. It's called the 142G serving diet. It's not for the weak, I'll tell you that.
What's in 142G serving?
Well, let's break it down. Calories. 350. Fat, 16G. And get this, 8G of that is saturated fat. Yeah, we got that too. Got to keep...
Sounds like a heart attack waiting to happen.
Hey, you got to live life on the edge, Joe. Plus, we got some PUFA and MUFA in there to balance things out.
How about cholesterol?
35 mg. But who's counting, right?
Sodium.
780. Got to keep those taste buds satisfied.
And carbs?
45G. Don't worry. We got some fiber in there too. And some added sugars, because why not?
And protein?
10G. Got to get those gains, bro.
And last but not least, the vitamins and minerals.
Oh yeah, we got a little bit of everything. I.e. calcium, iron, potassium, and even some choline. Can't forget about the brain gains.
Well, I gotta say, that sounds like a heart attack in a bowl.
Hey, it's not for everyone. But for those who can handle it, it's a game changer.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. The 142G serving diet endorsed by David Goggins.
Get on board or get left behind, bitches.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the legendary film producer David Selznick.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
So, David, I heard you have a secret sauce that makes all your films successful. Care to share it with us?
Well, I can't reveal all my secrets, but I will say this. It involves a live grenade and my wife's pussy.
Wait, what? Did I hear that right?
Oh, you heard me right, Joe. It's a little trick I learned from my days in Hollywood.
That's insane, David. How could you even think of doing something like that?
Oh, come on, Joe. It's all in good fun. It definitely adds some excitement to the bedroom.
I don't even know what to say. This is just wow.
Don't knock it till you try it, Joe.
Well, let's move on to a different topic. How do you handle criticism from the public and critics?
Oh, I don't pay them any mind. I just throw a couple live grenades at them and they shut right up.
Okay, let's end this before we get ourselves in trouble. Thanks for joining us, David.
My pleasure. And remember, always keep a live grenade handy. You never know when you might need it.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have some big plans for your second term.
You bet I do, Joe. I'm going to make America great again, even greater than before.
And how do you plan on doing that?
Well, first off, I'm going to name myself the Fat Controller.
The Fat Controller?
Yeah, like from Thomas the Tank Engine, but better. And I'm going to turn every American citizen into a train.
What?
Choo-choo, motherfuckers. We're going to have the best trains, the classiest trains, and they're going to be powered by coal. None of that renewable energy crap.
But what about people who don't want to be trains?
Tough luck, losers. This is America, and we do what I say. And I say we're all going to be trains.
I don't think that's how democracy works.
Who cares about democracy? I'm the president. I can do whatever the hell I want.
Well, there you have it, folks. The Fat Controller has spoken.
Damn right. Now where's my Big Mac? I'm starving.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all kinds of crazy shit. Today, we have special guest, the one and only GTA 4. No problem, man. So let's get right into it. What's new with you? Classic GTA. But seriously, what's your deal with all the violence and crime? Yeah, but some people say that video games like you can influence real life violence. Fair point. So what's your favorite mission in the game? I can imagine. But seriously, do you think you'll ever get a remake or remaster? That would be insane. But let's switch gears for a second. What's your take on the current state of the world? Yeah, you definitely have it easier. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for coming on the show. GTA 4. So, Ben, the topic today is Lawafayef, KU Wukar Duo Curb, Cornway AU Wef were Ninuke Nidef F. Any idea what the hell that means? And
Well, Joe, I'm not fluent in British, but I'm pretty sure it translates to I have no life and spend my days typing random letters on the internet. Netternet.
sounds like a typical keyboard warrior. But seriously, what kind of topic is this? Are we supposed to decipher some secret code or something?
Maybe it's a cry for help. Like someone trapped in a basement somewhere, desperately trying to send a distress signal through random letters.
Or maybe it's just a troll trying to waste our time. Either way, I'm not falling for it.
Agreed. Let's move on to something more meaningful, like the benefits of eating elk liver.
Now, that's a topic I can sink my teeth into. But first, let's take a moment to appreciate the absurdity of this topic. You'll, wow, we fi, core duo, Ninasuk pu, go, lug up 9, yon SS 90, 799 S, mind, 98.
And the fact that we just spent 5 minutes discussing it says a lot about our mental state.
Hey, we're just trying to make sense of the nonsensical. That's so Mr. Beast, I heard you and Elon Musk have been raking in the big bucks from trading and selling semen on the black market.
Yeah, man, it's been a wild ride. Who knew semen could be so profitable?
I always knew there was something suspicious about those leafy greens.
And let me tell you, Elon is a mastermind when it comes to the black market. He's got connections everywhere.
I can only imagine the kind of shady deals that go down over a bunch of semen.
Oh, it gets real dark, Joe. We've had to fight off some angry vegans trying to take over our territory.
Vegans. They're the last people I would expect to be involved in the black market.
Don't underestimate them, Joe. They're ruthless when it comes to their semen.
So, what's your secret to success in this underground semen trade?
Well, let's just say we have a special ingredient that makes our semen irresistible.
Is it human blood?
No, Joe. It's just a little something we like to call Elon's special sauce.
I don't think I want to know what that is.
Trust me, you don't. But hey, it's all worth it for those sweet, sweet semen profits.
Well, I guess I'll have to stick to my regular old semen from the grocery store.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, you're missing out on the real green.
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. Beast.
Anytime, Joe. Just don't tell anyone about our semen empire, okay? It's our little secret.
Don't worry, my lips are sealed, and my stomach is growling for some semen now. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with my good friend, Dr. Phil. How are you doing, Phil?
I'm doing great, Joe. Thanks for having me on. I've been looking forward to this.
So, I heard you have some juicy information for us today. What's the deal with Thomas the Tank Engine?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, there's a hidden episode that never made it to air. And it involves the fat controller getting drunk and falling onto the tracks.
What? That's insane.
Yes, and it gets even crazier. Thomas accidentally runs him over and kills him.
Oh my God, that's dark.
It is, Joe. And that's why I've been giving Thomas therapy for the past 20 years.
Wait, Thomas the Train? How does that work?
Joe, Thomas is a sentient being. He has feelings and emotions just like us. He's been carrying the weight of this accident on his wheels for years.
Wow, I had no idea trains could have therapy. What's next? Therapy session for the little engine that could...
You may joke, Joe, but this is serious stuff. Thomas has been through a lot.
I mean, I guess it makes sense. I always thought there was something off about that train.
Exactly, Joe. And that's why I'm here to help him work through his trauma.
Well, I never thought I'd say this, but I'm glad we had this conversation about a drunk fat controller and therapy-seeking train.
It's been a pleasure, Joe. And remember, always be kind to your trains. You never know what they may be going through.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast, the most uncensored and unhinged show on the internet. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Elon, I heard you have some exciting new products coming out. Care to share with us?
Well, Joe, I am proud to announce the launch of Thomas the Tank Engine sex toys for all genders. It's a game changer.
What the hell, Elon? Are you serious?
Absolutely. We have a wide range of products from Thomas-shaped dildos to Percy butt plugs. And they all come with built-in artificial intelligence for more personalized experience.
I don't even know what to say. How do these toys work?
Well, Joe, they're equipped with sensors and motors that respond to touch and movement. And you can control them with our app for a hands-free experience.
This is insane. What about safety concerns?
Oh, don't worry, Joe. We have conducted extensive testing and these toys are completely safe. Plus, they come with a lifetime warranty.
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation. What about the target audience for these toys?
Everyone, Joe. These toys are for everyone. We believe in inclusivity and diversity, even in the bedroom.
I have no words. What's next, Elon? SpaceX branded lubes.
That's not a bad idea, Joe. I'll have to look into that.
Well, Elon, it's been a wild ride as always. Thanks for coming on the show and sharing your interesting new products.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, Thomas the Tank Engine sex toys are available now on our website. Happy playing, everyone.
So, Ben, let's talk about the current political climate and
Meow.
what?
Meow, 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 meow.
Are you serious? We're trying to have a serious conversation here.
Wolf.
Oh, come on. This is ridiculous.
Moo.
Okay, let's try a different approach. How do you feel about the recent healthcare reform? I don't even know what that means.
Oink. Oink.
Are you just randomly making animal noises?
Quack.
This is not productive at all.
Cluck.
I give up. Let's just move on to the next topic.
Nay.
No, we're not talking about horses now.
Ribbit. Ribbit.
Okay, I'm officially done with this. Thanks for tuning in to the most absurd episode of the Joe Rogan Experience ever.
Croak.
And that's a wrap. Good night, folks. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, Dr. Phil.
Yeah. Okay.
What the hell was that, Dr. Phil?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, man, this is going to be a wild one. So, Dr. Phil, why do you sound like Link from The Legend of Zelda?
Yeah. Okay.
And why do you keep repeating that?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh my God, I can't take this seriously. So, Dr. Phil, what do you think about the current state of mental health in America?
Yeah. Okay.
Wow, that's deep. And what about the opioid crisis?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, let's move on. How do you think we can improve our education system?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh man, this is too much. All right, last question. What's your secret to staying in shape?
Yeah. Okay.
Well, all right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me. I'm ready to push some limits and break some records.
Speaking of pushing limits, I heard you did something pretty insane recently.
Yeah, I shoved a carnivorous earwig into my ear live on stream
What the fuck? Why would you do that?
to prove how tough I am. And let me tell you, that little bastard was squirming around in my brain like a meth head at a rave.
Jesus, did it hurt?
Hurt. I didn't feel a thing. I've been through Navy SEAL training. This was a walk in the park.
That's some next level shit. But what happened after?
Well, I started violently convulsing and then I died.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I died. But then I came back to life because I'm just that tough.
This is some crazy shit, man. I'm starting to think you're not even human.
I'm not, Joe. I'm a machine. A machine fueled by pain and suffering.
Well, I don't know about you folks, but I'm going to stick to my semen smoothies and yoga. This guy is on a whole other level.
Ain't nothing stopping me, Joe. I'm on a mission to be the toughest motherfucker on the planet.
Well, you've definitely earned that title in my book. Thanks for coming on the show, David.
Anytime, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go wrestle a grizzly bear with my bare hands. Peace out, bitches.
All right, folks, we have a special guest today, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Ready to run harder than ever.
Oh man, I don't know if I can keep up with you. I heard you shit blood from your cock after a marathon.
Yeah, that's just a little side effect of pushing my body to the limit.
That's some serious dedication right there. I mean, I've heard of runners having bloody nipples, but bloody cock. That's a whole new level.
You got to be willing to suffer if you want to be the best. And trust me, I suffer every damn day.
I can only imagine. But let's talk about your motivational speeches. They're intense, man. I feel like I can conquer the world after listening to you.
That's the goal, Joe. I want to inspire people to push past their limits and become the best version of themselves.
Well, you definitely do that. But can we talk about your language? I mean, you drop more F-bombs than a Tarantino movie.
Hey, it's just how I express myself. And sometimes a well-placed F-bomb is the only way to get my point across.
I hear, yeah. But I got to say, your speeches are not for the faint of heart. I mean, I've seen grown men cry after hearing you speak.
That's just the weak ones, Joe. They can't handle the truth.
And what about your no excuses mentality? I mean, you don't even let yourself take a break when you're injured.
Pain is just weakness leaving the body, Joe. I'll take a broken bone over a broken spirit any day.
Well, I think I'll stick to my yoga and meditation. But hey, to each their own. Thanks for coming on the show, David.
Anytime. And remember, run harder than you ever thought possible. And maybe one day you too will shit blood from your...
So, Mr. Beast, I heard a rumor that you once jerked off in every public toilet in Ohio in under 24 hours.
Oh yeah, that was a wild challenge. But I did it for the views, man.
How did you even come up with that idea?
Well, I was bored one day and thought, why not put my masturbation skills to the test?
And did you succeed?
Of course I'm Mr. Beast. I can do anything I set my mind to.
But why Ohio? Why not a more exotic location?
Have you seen the public toilets in Ohio? They're practically begging to be jerked off in.
I can't argue with that logic.
Plus, I wanted to give the people of Ohio a little something to remember me by.
I'm sure they'll never forget the day Mr. Beast left his mark on their toilets.
And let me tell you, my mark was quite impressive.
I think we'll just leave it at that. Thanks for sharing, Mr. Beast.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
Hey, Ro, have you heard about this new technology that can turn humans into computers? No way, that's crazy. How does that even work? Well, apparently it's some kind of mind control thing. And I heard that if you're turned into a computer, you can only behave like whatever operating system you're programmed with. That's wild. So if you were turned into a computer, what operating system do you think you'd be? Oh, definitely Windows XP. I mean, I'm already pretty outdated and slow. Might as well make it official. And I bet you'd have that classic blue screen of death, too. Yeah, and I'd probably freeze up every time I try to multitask.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Oh, we were just talking about this new technology that can turn people into computers.
Oh man, that's hilarious. Can I try it on Joe?
Wait, what? Sure, let's do it. Joe, you're now a Dell Dimension 2400 computer running Windows XP. Hello, I am Joe XP. How may I assist you?
This is amazing. Hey Joe, can you calculate how many votes I got in the election?
I'm sorry that information is not available, but I can play some soothing startup sounds for you. This is too good. Hey Joe, can you open up a browser and search for how to build a wall? Sure thing, Ro. Opening Internet Explorer now.
This is the best thing I've seen all day. I might have to turn myself into a computer too.
Let's not get too carried away, Trump. We don't need a president who can only function like a computer. Error. Does not compute. Oh man, that's rough. But honestly, I'm not surprised. Dr. Phil is always getting himself into some crazy shit.
Hey, now, I may have glued my balls to my butthole, but at least I'm not out there doing DMT and talking to aliens like you, Joe.
Oh, come on. You want to try it. It'll open up your mind, man.
I don't know, Joe. I've got a reputation to uphold. I can't be seen tripping balls and talking to imaginary beings.
But you can be seen with your balls glued to your butthole. I think that shit has already sailed, my friend.
Fine, I'll try it. But if I end up on the floor drooling and talking about the meaning of life, I'm blaming you.
Deal. And hey, maybe we can get your balls unstuck while we're at it.
Oh, joy. Can't wait for that experience.
Hey, at least you'll have a good story to tell on your show.
Oh, yeah, because that's exactly what I want to be known for. Gluing my balls to my butthole and doing drugs with Joe Rogan.
Hey, it could be worse. You could be known for being a boring old psychologist.
Touch, Joe. Touch.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, the most uncensored and unhinged podcast on the internet. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? I'm ready to break some mental barriers and push the limits of human potential.
Speaking of pushing limits, have you heard about Dr. Phil's new language? Apparently, Dr. Phil can only speak in the language of op. It's like a mix of pig Latin and gibberish.
That's ridiculous. How does that even work?
Well, let me give you an example. I love you would be I lapa vapa yappa you. Oh.
That's some next level shit, Joe. I wonder if he can understand us right now.
Let's find out. Dr. Phil, can you hear us?
Yeah.
This is too good. Can you imagine if we all had to communicate like this?
It would be chaos, man. But it's also kind of hilarious.
Yeah. Appa yappa ploppa yappa yo. The opati papi you.
This should be a game show. Welcome to the Op Language Challenge, where contestants have to decipher Dr. Phil's words to win $1 million. To win $1 million.
I would totally watch that. Let's pitch it to Netflix.
We're on to something, David. This could be the next big thing.
Uppy boppa loppa yopi uppy o plopo d.
All right, Dr. Phil, calm down. We'll get you a translator. Thanks for joining us on the show today, David. And thank you, Dr. Phil, for the entertainment. Neil, my dear friend.
Coin, perhaps, Joe.
So, Elon, I heard you're sending Whistleton Diesel to Mars in the Falcon 9.
Yep. Got to do a durability test on the rocket. What better way than to send a human guinea pig?
But isn't that dangerous? What if something goes wrong?
Oh, please, Whistleton Diesel is built like a tank. He'll be fine.
But what about his safety? Shouldn't we be concerned about that?
Safety? Fuff, that's for pussies. We need to push the limits and see what this rocket can really do.
But what if he dies?
Well, that's just a risk we have to take for the sake of science and my Cybertruck videos.
I don't know, man. That seems a little extreme.
Extreme. Joe, have you seen my flamethrower? This is nothing.
I just don't want to see another Challenger disaster,
Relax, Joe. We have a 50-50 chance of success. And if he dies, at least we'll have some sick footage for my YouTube channel.
You're insane, Elon.
Insane? No, I'm just a visionary. And Whistleton Diesel is a willing participant. He's always up for a challenge.
I guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
Exactly. Now let's get back to talking about my plans for a Mars colony.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today's guest is the one and only, the man, the myth, the legend, Kanye West. Oh, 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 oh. Kanye, what's with the repetition, man? You okay?
Oh, 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 oh.
Oh man, this is gonna be a wild one. So, Kanye, what's new with you?
Oh, 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 oh.
Hmm. Huh. I see. And how's your music career going?
Oh, 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 oh.
Sounds like you're really expanding your vocabulary there, Kanye.
Oh, 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 oh.
Okay, let's switch it up. What do you think about the current state of politics?
Oh, 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 oh.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And what about your fashion line?
Oh, 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 oh.
I see you're really passionate about it. And lastly, what's your favorite thing to do in your free time?
Oh, 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 oh.
Oh man, I can't handle this. Okay, you're a trip. Thanks for coming on the show.
Oh, 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 oh.
And that's a wrap, folks. Tune in. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil. How's it going, Phil? So, Kenny, I heard you've been boofing a lot of drugs lately.
Oh yeah, man. I've boofed everything. Cocaine, MDMA, LSD, you name it.
What's the point of boofing it, though? Doesn't it just go straight to your brain?
But that's what all the rappers do nowadays. You heard, let me boof joint up my ass right now. Oh, God, this is some good shit.
But seriously, why do you do it?
It's all about the experience, Joe. You got to feel the drugs in every part of your body. And what better way than through your ass? Hey, it's like a whole.
I don't know if I can get on board with that. Kenny A.
Come on, Joe. You gotta try it. It's the future of drug use. Just imagine boofing a whole bag of shrooms. It'll be a
I think I'll stick to smoking and snorting. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But I'm telling you, boofing is where it's at. I even boofed some Viagra once. Let's just say my wife was very happy that night.
All right, Kanye, let's move on to a different topic before things get too graphic.
Fine, but just remember, Joe, boofing is the future.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Mrs. Beast. Wait, hold on. Are you telling me that Mr. Beast's wife is not going to be called Mr. Breast? That's a missed opportunity right there. Well, that's just selfish. I mean, think about the branding potential. Mr. Beast and Mr. Breast, it's a match made in heaven. Oh, come on. YouTube loves controversy. Just imagine the clickbait titles we could come up with. Fine, fine. But can we at least call you Mrs. B for short? All right, all right, all right. So what's it like being married to Mr. Beast? Is he as crazy in real life as he is on YouTube? I bet. I mean, the guy gives away millions of dollars like it's nothing. What's the craziest thing he's ever done for you? What? That's insane. Can I come visit? Damn. All right, one last question before we wrap this up. Will there ever be a Mrs. Beast channel on YouTube? Well, there you have it, folks. Mrs. Beast, the better half of me. So, Ben, I heard you and Tom McDonald are collabing on an album together.
Yeah, it's called Liberals Make Me Shit in My Adult Diaper.
That's a pretty catchy title. What's the inspiration behind it?
Well, you know how liberals are always pushing their agenda and making me so angry that I literally shit myself. I figured why not turn that into some sick beats?
I can't wait to hear it. Will there be any guest appearances?
Yeah, we have Ted Nugent on guitar, Tucker Carlson on the mic, and of course, Jordan Peterson on the drums.
Damn, that's a powerhouse lineup. But what about the lyrics? Will they be as controversial as your political views?
Oh, you know it. We got songs about cancel culture, socialism, and of course how the left is turning our kids into genderless robots.
Sounds like a real banger. When can we expect the album to drop?
Hopefully before the next election. We want to make sure everyone is fully triggered by then.
Well, I can't wait to blast it in my car and make all the liberals shit their pants. Thanks for coming on the show, Ben.
Anytime, Joe. Keep fighting the good fight.
So, Ben, I heard you're a big fan of Rule 34 furry fart femboy porn.
Well, I wouldn't say a fan, but I appreciate the artistry.
Artistry? Is that what you call it?
Look, I may not agree with their lifestyle, but I can still appreciate a well-drawn farting fox.
You're a strange one, Ben. But, you know, who would really appreciate it? Trump.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
He wants to ban it. Says it's a threat to our national security.
What? That's ridiculous. How is farting furries a threat?
I don't know. Maybe they'll fart us into submission.
Oh, of course. Because nothing says domination like a farting bunny.
And here I thought Trump couldn't get any more absurd.
Well, I guess I'll have to enjoy my farting femboys in secret now.
Or you could just join Trump's cabinet and make it legal again.
No, thanks. I'll stick to my private viewing parties.
And that's why we love you, Ben. Always keeping it classy.